Hey, hi, hello! Before this very long video starts, I just wanted to record a bit for the start to say that I get very mad in this video. I yell quite a few times, and I get pretty hostile about some of the content that's included in this story. There's a lot of mentions of sexual assault throughout this, and to me, it's written in a very, very disrespectful way. At one point, a character gets harshly punished and yelled at for nearly killing the man who assaulted her for 2 weeks straight. And the words used are, "I know he betrayed and tortured you, but that doesn't mean he deserves to die." The main character is even written to assault her partner in one chapter and then have thoughts of forcing herself on her partner. One instance is a dream, and the other is the result of a curse, but it's still really weird and gross, and there's a lot, and I mean a lot, of victim blaming. And as I get through chapters, I get more and more angry about the use of sexual assault in this story, among the other things that make me mad, but that's what makes me the most mad. I tried really hard to stay composed and fair, but that got harder as I read on because as someone who's been assaulted on multiple occasions, the use of assault in this story didn't feel meaningful. It felt more like the author wanted drama, so they added in as much essay as they could for the drama. And that made me really mad, and I yelled quite a bit about it. So yeah, be warned.
These videos are made for the purpose of entertainment. These are not made to give you an excuse to harass the original creator. I do not condone the harassment or bullying of the creators featured in these videos.
I have had this video in my drafts for years. I forgot it existed until I was clearing out my Google Docs because of its new AI bullshit it wants to implement. And I figured, I should probably finally make this video. Just a quick disclaimer, I have no idea who wrote this story. The Google Doc that was shared with me is gone. I must have deleted it after I copy-pasted the story and bio into another Google Doc so I could script, and I didn't write down who wrote the story because I'm fucking stupid, I guess. Today I'm going to be reviewing a story called The Blue Moon Song, and the main character because I was given a bio for her. I've tried reading and reviewing this story a few times before, but I never got past chapter 5. And I've recorded this video at least 6 different times since the fic got shared with me, but this story is actually really hard to get through. I think it's a rough draft, but it's honestly kind of boring and just difficult to read for a few reasons, but I'll get into that later. But let's get started. I'm warning everybody right now, there is German and Italian in this character's bio, and all throughout the story. And I am a filthy, filthy American. I am very bad at pronouncing English words as is. When I was scripting this and reading this in a VC in my Discord server, I pronounced burgundy like Burgundy cause I'm stupid. So if I pronounce anything wrong, do not be surprised. I'm dumb. I'm just getting that out of the way now so I can hopefully avoid all of the "you pronounced this wrong" comments. I know. Okay, I am aware. Leave me alone. Oh, actually, trigger warning, which I really wish there was a trigger warning at the very start of the bio, because holy shit, I choked when I read this. But trigger warning for sexual assault. There's also a lot of physical violence and blood and fighting, but to me those are not as important to write a trigger warning for as the sexual assault is. Please, for the love of God, if you have that kind of shit in your story, write a fucking warning at the top. Okay? Okay, thank you. Goddamn. We are starting off with this character's bio. Character's name, Artemis Reinschut. Gender, female. Rank, pure alpha. Race, werewolf. Blood, pure blood. So, I didn't think about this, but my lovely friend, Seraph, brought this up because this character's last name is German. At least I think it is. Google says it's German. But, the use of the terms pure alpha and pure blood have me thinking about how the funny mustache man referred to people, and it's giving me bad vibes. I don't know if this is intentional or not, but it's really weird and I don't like it. Age 24, height 6'5". Damn, she tall. Weight 180 pounds. Eye color form 1, deep pink/red. Alignment form 1, chaotic good. Eye color form 2, maroon/burgundy. Alignment form 2, chaotic evil. For those of you confused about the form 1 and form 2 thing, this isn't referring to her wolf form. No, she has a second personality, and when she switches to that personality, her eyes change color. It will be explained in the history section of the bio. I just figured I would clear this up now. Hair characteristics: long, straight, and silver. Appears to be thinner than it actually is. Fur color: black with burgundy ears and tail. Sexuality: bisexual. Relatives: father, Tyven Reinschut. Mother, Jacqueline Reinschut. Occupation: heir and high general of Blair-Schnee. Oh no! Did I get sent a story based off Funny Mustache Man's bullshit to review? One of the translations for Blair is police. Did you mean for this to translate to white police? I also used Google Translate to translate Blair-Schnee, and it could also translate to blue snow, which is significantly better than white police, but so far I am sussed the fuck out. Listen. Writing stories about World War II and other wars, or loosely basing your story off them, is not uncommon, right? But this is an alpha, beta, omega soulmate romance. And if this is supposed to be in reference to Funny Mustache Man's ideals and shit, that's bad. That's like the equivalent of making a persona that's a USSR soldier or a World War II soldier. Like, that is bad and so insanely fucking disrespectful and gross. I'm holding out hope I'm just misunderstanding what is happening in this character's bio, but I'm getting bad vibes and I don't like it. Soulmate plus color: Aurea Solaris, pastel green. Soul color for herself is deep magenta. And oh joy, this is also a soulmate AU. Great! Listen, I love soulmate AUs, but this feels like a little too much is happening in one story. Also, from what I've read, this is really only relevant for the first couple of chapters, and then it's like never mentioned again. I could be wrong. I have only read up to chapter 5, and that was years ago. But this seems almost pointless to have included. Brief physical. Artemis has very muscular, long legs, pale skin, and muscular arms. Also, side note, I really don't like how this is all the way down here and not up with the rest of her physical description. I think this would be better right under where her height and weight are listed. It would just be better organized and the bio would flow just a little bit better. At least I personally think so. Personality form 1. Unexpressive, cautious, thoughtful, easily embarrassed, hot-headed, protective, kind, unsure, and shy. Personality form 2. Meat-headed, cold, easily provoked, acts before she thinks, spiteful, easily hurt, emotionally, and bold. These don't seem like the type of personalities for a chaotic good and chaotic evil person. That and personality 1 is unexpressive, but in the first and second chapters, she very much shows expression. A lot, actually. So, also, is it just me or are these two personalities not that much different from each other? Strengths: hand-to-hand combat, melee weapons, i.e. swords and knives, cold environments, high alcohol tolerance. Likes: classical music, roses, lemons, reading, wood carving, sewing, sparring, wine, red wine. red wine. Not wine, red wine. That irritated me a lot for no particular reason. Tight clothes, snow, and alcohol. Weaknesses: firearms, hot climates, soulmate, air travel, she gets motion sick on planes, sea travel, she gets seasick. You could have just wrote she gets motion sick easily. That would have encompassed both of those, so. Phobias: amophobia, the fear of sand, astrophobia, fear of thunder, metathesiophobia, the fear of change, ethyphaliophobia, fear of male genitalia, major. Aranphobia, fear of men, extremely minor but still relevant. And acerophobia, the fear of vinegar, major. So considering what happens later, I don't feel her fear of men should be a minor fear. It should be at least a semi-major fear of hers. She could slowly, work through it so it can become a minor fear of hers, but it should be a semi-major fear at least at the start of everything. Dislikes: things high in sugar, TV, celery, yellow, rock music, staying in one spot, and layers of clothes. Other: Artemis is the great mind of war and torture. History: Artemis was born in the year 985 Pax, in the Pack of Blarshni. She is an only child to her Blarshni father, Alpha, and her Alterstolz mother, Omega. Due to their responsibilities, Artemis was raised by a nurse named Lydia, who took care of her in almost all aspects of her life. When Artemis turned 5, she met a human named Apollo, who was lost in the neutral ground between Blarshni and Sonnenschein. She took him back to Lydia, where her and the guards took him back to the border and showed him his way home. From then on, Apollo visited almost regularly and became close friends with Artemis and her only friend then, Aiden, who was the son of a member of her father's personal guard. Soon Artemis and Apollo became closer. But when the three of them turned 9, Aiden was sent off to a training camp in the remote mountains, and the Council of Sigmas decreed Artemis was the next Lupo de Sangue. The Lupo de Sangue is a title passed down through the packs. Only one wolf with this title can be alive at a time, where the chosen wolf is to train and become the ultimate killing machine. My question is, how does the council choose who's going to be the next Lupo de Sangue? Is it just kind of random selection like the fucking Hunger Games? Oh, sorry kid, your name got pulled out of a bucket and now we gotta torture you until you're the ultimate killing machine. They are put through a grueling training from the ages of 9 to the age of 19. This is to make them immune to the guilt of killing and to make their senses sharper than normal and their skills unmatched. Only the wolf's pack can know exactly who they are. This is to prevent any assassination or undermining attempts. They must also follow a strict set of rules. For example, they cannot kill to harm any packs for the sake of it, and so on. During her training, Apollo would help Lydia with her tasks, then help clean Artemis's injuries when she came back. So hang on. Aiden gets sent off to a training camp off in the mountains, but Artemis, the pack's new Lupo de Sangue, gets to stay with the pack while she trains to become the Lupo de Sangue. That seems backwards. I feel like the one who's training to become the ultimate killing machine should be the one sent off to the mountains. Eventually, rumors were getting out that Artemis spent most of her time with a human, so Apollo would wear a white cape to sneak into the castle and back out. They're all werewolves, though. Wouldn't they be able to smell him? I'm no expert, but I'm pretty sure humans smell a lot different from werewolves. This bit feels pointless. This would go on until Artemis's 15th birthday, where, during the blue moon, a ceremony where the teens would find out if they were an Omega or not. If they were not an Omega, they'd present as a Beta and have to wait until they're 18 for during the blood moon ceremony. The Betas and Alphas then get decided. Artemis announced that her best friend was a human and was allowed into the pack and out without harm. Since she presented as a Beta and was the heir, no one showed any dismay for it. Weren't we just talking about the blue moon and blood moon ceremonies? Why are you bringing up Apollo all of a sudden? Also, what was the point of him sneaking in and out of the castle if she's the heir and no one gives a fuck? Is it only because she presented as a beta? If she had presented as an omega, would they be more against her being friends with a human? I have so many questions, and so far, none of them are being answered. On the eve of Apollo's 17th birthday, he confessed feelings for Artemis, but she turned him down, mainly so he wouldn't get hurt by anything that could happen in the future, with her being the Lupa de Sangue. For the rest of the year, the two were slowly drifting apart, and Artemis was becoming more engrossed in her training. 2 weeks before Artemis turns 18, her father tells them Artemis will be sent off for more rigorous training after she presents. During the blood moon, humans pillage the woods where the ceremony is held and start killing everyone. To protect her pack, Artemis goes on a rampage, but then realizes the humans killed Apollo, and as punishment for not protecting him, Luna, the moon goddess, curses Artemis. The only way to break the curse is to have her soulmate forgive her of every little thing she's done, from lying as a kid to get a cookie to letting her best friend die. The curse gives Artemis another personality whose sole purpose is to kill everything close and dear to her. As a result, the doctors give her pills to suppress a part of her mind, which severely affects her normal behavior and causes her immense mental pain. This bio is very jumbled. Like, it jumps around and it's hard to keep up with. That and Artemis being cursed doesn't make sense. At all. Why would the moon goddess curse Artemis for not protecting her friend? That's absurd. And the way the curse has to be lifted is also absurd. Her soulmate has to forgive her for every bad thing she's ever done? Excuse me? Apollo's death was not Artemis's fault. Humans ambushed them and started killing members of the pack, and Artemis went on a rampage to protect them, and Apollo just died during the chaos. It happens, but to have it be written as Artemis wasn't good enough, she should have done better to protect her friend, is so victim blamey, and I don't like it. How this could have worked is humans ambush them and start killing the pack. Artemis loses control and she goes on a rampage, and she is the one who kills Apollo. Purely by accident, because she was on a rampage, she had no control. So Luna punishes her for losing control and killing her friend and a member of the pack. That at least makes more sense than whatever the hell is written now. When Artemis leaves for training, she meets Tuglas, who trades her to keep her pain and emotions hidden. Tuglas tells her they are soulmates, and when she tells him otherwise, he forces himself on her every night for 2 weeks straight, causing her to start to fear men as a whole. Whoa. Back it up, back up. Artemis is 18. Near the end of her Lupa de Sangue training. Reminder, the Lupa de Sangue is a title passed down throughout the packs. Only one wolf with this title can be alive at a time, where the chosen wolf is to train to become the ultimate killing machine. They are put through a grueling training from the age of 9 to the age of 19. This is to make them immune to the guilt of killing and to make their senses sharper than normal and their skills unmatched. Now, I am not trying to sound victim blamey here, but she is an ultimate killing machine, has been training for 10 years now to make her immune to the guilt of killing and her skills in fighting being unmatched by any other pack member. How did this man, Tuglas, manage to force himself on her every night for 2 weeks straight? I know she's on drugs right now to suppress the curse the moon goddess gave her, but it says nothing about inhibiting her physical abilities. This whole thing with Tuglas was just swooshed over. This is a small, tiny little paragraph, so we have no other information about this whole situation than what we have right now. This really feels like she was made a victim for pity rather than actual story reasons, and it feels almost fetishy. Here is a good rule for writing. You don't need an assault scene unless it is super integral to the story to your character. You do not need an assault scene, and so far, I do not see a reason for Tuglas to exist and do what he did. This better be more important in the actual story, because if it's not, I'm going to fucking lose it. Okay, so I feel like my thoughts on Tuglas and his whole bullshit could have been clearer, so I'm going to try and make my thoughts on this a little more clear. So, Artemis is sent off to train with Tuglas to learn to keep her emotions hidden. Correct? And while there, he claims to be her soulmate, and when she tells him, no, you're not, he then forces himself on her every night for 2 weeks. This doesn't make sense for a few reasons. This section is only a sentence or two. There is no real detail on how he manages to do this without her killing him afterwards. I have to assume that he lets her go during the day to keep training her because it's not stated otherwise. But again, this doesn't make sense because she has been training to be physically stronger and just overall better than any other werewolf there is. She is supposed to be the top of the food chain, basically. So what is stopping her from killing him the first night? How did he manage to force himself on her every night anyways? Does he drug her and then chain her up? That, and there's the curse we have to consider as well. I know she's taking medication to help suppress the curse, but it could still come forth even while she's drugged. So why didn't the second personality take over and kill Tuglas? That, and after the 2 weeks, and she's taken to do more training, aka just being tortured, did the other pack members let Tuglas live? Did Artemis even tell anybody about what he did to her? I know victims aren't likely to rat out their abusers, but I also feel like them being werewolves would be able to distinguish the scent of sex a lot easier, as well as the scent of other emotions, like werewolves tend to be able to do in these kind of stories. So I imagine they would be able to smell not only the sex, but the blood and her fear if she is still capable of feeling fear, which she is. It is very much stated that she can. Because it doesn't say that after the 2 weeks he spent doing that to her every night, that there was more time before she was retrieved to take her final assessment. So at the end of the 2 weeks, she would have been picked up by other pack members, and therefore there would be no time for those scents to be completely washed away. That, and why the fuck did Tuglas try to lie about being her soulmate anyways? Was it for power? Did he want to be the Lupo de Sangue's mate, to be at the top with her? Or was it because she's the next leader of her pack? I don't know, this whole part with Tuglas just doesn't make any sense. It really does feel like Tuglas was added for no other reason than to make Artemis a victim, to make her a deeper character, which is just so fucking gross. The way I see it right now, there is literally no reason for Tuglas to even exist in this story. Okay, now that I'm thinking about it, he was training Artemis to keep her emotions and pain completely hidden away. What if him doing that to her was his way of training her to learn to keep emotions and pain hidden? I'm probably just reaching, trying to find some logic, no matter how fucked up it is, in this hellscape of nonsense, and I really hope I am just reaching, because if not, and this was indeed the author's intentions, I have a whole new set of fucking problems I'm gonna have to bring up. I still don't know if this was sufficient in expressing my thoughts towards how fucking weird this whole section with Tuglas is, but it'll have to do for now. At the end of her training for her final assessment, I keep saying assessment, it's assignment, not assessment, assignment, you dumb bitch. At the end of her training for her final assignment, she was abducted and tested on her mental strength. Her abductors used vinegar and other liquids to try and break her. It partially worked, but it reawakens the mental anguish she experienced on the blood moon. On her 20th birthday, Artemis is inducted as the Great Mind of War in Torture, after finishing her training and helping prevent a war by assassinating the head alpha of a rebellious pack. From then on, she is constantly rooting out drug lords and other criminals in her pack and helping other packs with major criminals. Okay, that sure was something. Considering there's, an actual story for this character, I really wish most of the backstory we got was used as a prologue for the Blue Moon song. Like, you could have written out the Blood Moon ceremony as a prologue. That would be amazing. You start off the chapter with her getting ready for the ceremony. We get to see her interacting with her friend, and everything seems to be going great. Then suddenly, as the ceremony is happening, humans surround the pack members and people start dying. It's utter chaos. Artemis, being the lupo de sangue, instincts kick in, and she jumps into battle and kills as many humans as she can. When finally it's over, she's standing there, covered in blood, breathing heavily from the shock and adrenaline coursing through her. She regains her composure and starts looking around and seeing who's injured, who's dead. When she sees Apollo, lying in a puddle of blood, she walks up to him, staring, unable to comprehend what she's seeing, when it all finally catches up to her and she falls to her knees and wails. Don't have anything else after this, except the words of the moon goddess and her curse on Artemis, and then we get into the first chapter. Boom! Perfect fucking introduction to your story. It's interesting, it gets your reader's attention fast, it's perfect. Honestly, I don't think you should have a backstory at all. Again, considering you have an actual story, most of this could be included into your actual story. The Blue Moon Song, Part 1, Blarschny, Chapter 1. Also, there's a lot of German and Italian in this story, so if I pronounce anything wrong, forgive me. I'm doing my best out here. Artemis remembered a time when her hair wasn't silver or her skin pale. That time was supposed to be one of the greatest nights of her life. But it wasn't. Her hair was basked in crimson and her skin translucent, spotted with the same color as her hair, the color of blood. Okay, sorry to stop reading so soon, but am I the only one who is confused? Are you telling me that Artemis's hair and skin weren't always silver and pale? Her hair, if I'm reading this right, was red before the blood moon ceremony? Why? Why did it change? Is it a result of the moon goddess's curse? I'm going to have to assume so, because otherwise her hair and skin just changing colors is weird. Also, hang on, what the fuck does her skin translucent mean? Was she just see-through like those fish? I know I'm being picky, and this is probably just saying her skin was really pale, but you just said that she remembered when her skin wasn't pale, and then you say her skin was pale? I am confusion. America, explain. Apollo's blood. Artemis's best friend. A human. A boy. A mere child. This is no time to get all sad, the woman thought. Standing under a waterfall in the woods, the water was freezing, but Artemis could not tell. Her resistance to the cold was higher than that of everyone else in the pack. She watched through the water as the snow started to fall, signaling her to get out before everything froze over. Stepping out of the lake and into the freshly fallen snow, she began to morph. Her pale skin changed into midnight fur, her paws, tail tip, and ears turning a dark red. Artemis's eyes shifted to a beautiful but hateful gray. What does hateful gray mean? I've heard a lot of analogies, but that one's weird. Analogy, is that the right word? Probably not, but I'm rolling with it. Taking on the paleness of her hair, the giant wolf was a beast, physically and mentally. A branch snapped, catching her attention. Crouching down, she dipped her nose the snow, moving towards the sound. The smell of snow and vegetation was extremely, almost overwhelmingly strong. That was until she smelt vanilla and rose tea. It was a unique scent when out of the pack, having many wolves in there with variations of rose scents. But this one drew her in more. For no reason in particular, it was as if it was a drug. Following the strange scent, Artemis stalked closer, moving as quietly as she could without seeing twigs and such. The scent grew stronger and stronger, intoxicating her. What the actual hell is this, she thought, shutting off the pack link. Her chest felt warm as she grew closer before it suddenly stopped. Ears drooping, she snapped her head around, feeling agitated, as if she was going into withdrawal. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a figure by one of the pine trees. The scent was back, but this time it was faint, strong enough to remove the agitation, but weakened to where Artemis didn't feel the high she had before. A gust of wind floated by, knocking something off the figure's head, revealing a woman, most likely human, but looking as beautiful as one of the mythical creatures of the forest. Her hair was dark, unlike Artemis, but her skin was the opposite, one a sand, the other a deep obsidian. Her eyes were a rich blue, contrasting the entire thing. The garb she wore was a bland twine tunic and hood. Wait, what? One a sand, the other a deep obsidian. I am having a hard time trying to figure out what you're trying to say. Are you trying to imply that this girl has vitiligo? Or are you saying Artemis's skin is the color of sand while this woman's is the color of obsidian? I don't know, this section is confusing. It doesn't help that it's written weird. I feel like if you're trying to describe not only Artemis's skin, but this mysterious woman's, it would be better if it was written like this. But her skin was the opposite. Artemis's the color of sand, but the woman's resembled a deep obsidian. Or honestly, just remove the comparison to Artemis entirely. We already know, thanks to the first sentence of this chapter, that Artemis has silver hair and pale skin. You can't even make the excuse that you're trying to give the readers a good idea of what Artemis looks like. We already know. So instead, her hair was dark, her skin a deep obsidian, contrasting with her eyes, which were a rich blue. Or something. Maybe I'm just being picky. I am known to be that way. But all in all, she was an intruder of her pack's land. The growl that escaped Artemis's throat made the woman jump and cower, her eyes widening. Slowly, the wolf stalked closer, ears pushed back and teeth bared, eyes narrow and sharp. Without a second's hesitation, the woman ran off, stumbling in the snow. Waiting until she left, Artemis continued her journey back to her pack, wishing she had one more day to enjoy her freedom. The spires of the castle towered over the trees as Artemis approached, dread filling her stomach. The occasional Omega, both male and female, nodded to her as she bounded by, collecting fruit and berries from the trees and bushes. She grew closer, the amount of gathering Omegas increased, and she even started seeing the occasional Beta patrol led by Alphas. That won't be me for long, she thought morbidly, slowing down to walk right in front of the gates. Letting out a deep howl, the gates churned open, guards recognizing her voice. When the gray gates finally opened, Artemis walked inside, only to be met by her personal maid, bustling with a large blanket and outfit. Artemis, you big oaf! You cannot leave the castle without telling me! I got worried sick, she bellowed, pulling on Artemis's tail. The air let out a yelp at the harsh tug, lowering her head. The maid gently rubbed her ear, the soothing motion causing the giant head of the wolf leans into her hand. I know you're scared and that you don't want to give in to someone you don't know, she whispered lovingly, resting her forehead on Artemis. Believe me, I was too, but it's for the good of the pack, even though I know, and your parents know, you are more than capable of handling the pack without a man. Packs like Sun and Shine and Abgrund might take advantage of that. Artemis whined, big eyes watering with fear and weakness. She started to turn back, the maid pulling the blanket up and around her as she takes her human form and pulls on the clothes, tears falling as she does so. When the air is done, the maid pulls her into a hug, bystanders looking on with sympathetic eyes. Lydia, I don't want to be an Omega, she sobs. I want to be what Luna intended me to be. I want to be the pack's alpha, with an Omega who doesn't fear me, and a pack that helps me do a good job, she continues, tears wetting Lydia's shoulder. Lydia hums, trying to calm down the hysterical girl down. I want to be me, Lydia, she whimpers, and that one show of weakness broke the whole pack's heart. Okay, hold up. I don't want to be an Omega. What? Are you telling me that they can change what fucking rank they are? I thought that the moon goddess, I repeat, the fucking moon goddess chose if they were an alpha, beta, or omega, and once you got your rank, that was it. You are that forever. What the hell do you mean, I don't want to be an omega? And another thing, the way she's acting here feels really out of character. I guess you wouldn't know this if you didn't read her bio first, and I have no idea if Artemis's bio was going to be included if the creator ever published this anywhere. But I have read the bio, and if you watched my first video on the Blue Moon song, then you should have as well. But if not, which first, how dare you, this is her personality. Unexpressive, cautious, thoughtful, easily embarrassed, hot-headed, protective, kind, unsure, and shy. And I get that she's about to have basically all her freedom taken away, as well as the possibility to meet and be with her soulmate. That is a whole nother thing we will get to. But this character was specifically trained to not feel emotion or to hide them very, very well. So this emotional outburst she's having doesn't fit in with what you've said is her personality. Pulling apart, the old woman wipes the tears away, caressing the younger's cheeks with her thumbs. Well, you have until tonight to continue to be you, and make the most of it. Apollo wouldn't want you to be sad. He'd be partying with you till you're both too drunk to even tell the difference between a rock and your father. She contrasts, starting to braid her hair and earning a wet laugh from Artemis. What is the difference between them? Artemis asks, and Lydia releases a hearty laugh. I do not know, my little snowflake, I do not know, she says, and finishes the fishtail with a pale green ribbon, the ribbon they always use for her. Mommy, why do you always use green ribbons? Little Artemis asked her mother, a woman with the same paleness. Her mother and a younger Lydia were doing her hair in intricate braids for the first assignment ceremony, and weaving pale green ribbons into her hair and tying the braids off with silk of the same shade. Because, tiny snowflake, that's the color that Luna will mark your soulmate with, she answers, finishing the last braid. Artemis, remember, Luna will show you what is best, and if pale green is your soulmate's color, look for it, Lydia finishes, finishing the last lace of the vest. The mother sighs contently, looking at her daughter with happiness. Now, it doesn't matter if you're chosen as an Omega or Beta, we're still proud of you, she says, and Artemis beams, dimples showing in her cheeks. Of course, just because we're told that Omega are lower doesn't mean they are, because look at you and Lydia, she chirps, making both women coo. So for one, this might sound nitpicky, and it probably is, but this little flashback really feels to me like it was just kind of shoved in here. It didn't feel like this was a good transition from present to past. It felt jarring. That could just be a Mead thing. But aside from that, we see that Artemis was raised to believe that Omegas and Betas are not lower than Alphas, that you treat them equally. So why is she bitching and moaning about becoming an Omega? Maybe the writer was trying to convey that she doesn't want to lose a part of her identity, and at this point she's been an Alpha for a very long time, but that's not how this feels? This feels like she's whining because she doesn't want to be an Omega. Not that she's losing a part of herself to appease someone else, but because she doesn't want to be an Omega. Because then she will be lesser than everybody else. She will no longer be a big, powerful Alpha. She will just be a weak Omega. And I get that that is how the societies in these types of stories view Omegas. But if those are not her views, then she shouldn't be distressed about becoming an Omega and not staying an Alpha and getting an Omega mate. I don't know, am I fucking crazy? Am I reading too much into this? I feel like I'm going crazy reading this story, and I don't even think I'm halfway through the chapter yet. Also, quick detour. As I'm recording this and reading it out loud, again, I'm realizing that the first sentence of the story, the whole Artemis remembers when her hair wasn't silver and her skin wasn't pale, and then goes on to describe her red hair and blood-spattered skin, I'm just now realizing that whole bit was meant to be describing how she remembers being soaked head to toe in blood, so you couldn't tell her hair was silver or her skin was pale because she was soaked in blood. But that is not at all how that reads. I have read this chapter alone several times now, and I am just now putting two and two together. Am I just fucking stupid? Did anyone else get that right away? Cause I fucking did it. That whole intro was written so weird, it took me reading it several times to finally understand what the fuck it was saying. And I can't tell if that's the fault of the author or the fault of me having the brain capacity of a fucking guppy. Anyways, Artemis snaps out of the memory, not even noticing Lydia ushered her onto a carriage. She looks up at the night sky and at the bright full moon. They arrive at the palace, everyone happily waving at the 25-year-old exiting the carriage, and barely taking in what Lydia was telling her. Artemis vacantly walking inside. The inside is all monochrome, workers bustling to put up decorations for the ceremony tomorrow. Artemis takes it all in with sad eyes, gripping onto Lydia's hand for support. They walk up the stairs and turn left to a corridor lined with color-changing doors. The color pale green after the heir's soulmate. What in the fucking Encanto is this shit? What is up with the magic color changing doors? There is no fucking reason for these to exist. Like, yeah, I guess they show, the royal family their soulmate soul color or whatever the fuck, but why? What does it matter? Why is this a thing? If this doesn't get a semi-decent explanation later, I fucking lose it. Soon, they walk all the way to the end, where a set of double doors opens for them. Standing at the head of a long table is a man with a silver suit reading a letter. King Reinschut, I brought Artemis as you told me to, Lydia announces quickly, before slamming the door behind her, leaving the father and daughter alone. Artemis, how are you? Reinschut asks, setting the letter down. I've been fine, Artemis lies, looking away. Reinschut sighs, not happy with the response. You know he's still... Then how come I don't see their color? Artemis asks angrily, annoyed at the fact that her father assumed genders once again. Artemis, while finding your soulmate, you see the world through their color, like how I saw the world as pink until I met your mother, the aging man explains, rolling up the letter. The green your soulmate has is probably too faint for you to see, but all you have to do is keep believing that you'll find them. That doesn't make sense! What do you mean their color is too faint to see? Everyone else can see it fucking fine because of the doors. We even learn in the flashback that even her mother knew what color her daughter's soulmate was. It's fucking green! The doors that were mentioned earlier were described as pale green. Too faint to see. That is complete and total bullshit. If everyone else can see the color of the doors, Artemis should also be seeing the world in that color. You are contradicting yourself and it's driving me mad. Also, this conversation feels fake. It doesn't feel like two people talking. It feels like I'm reading something AI generated almost. This conversation they're having doesn't flow properly. It's very stiff and weird as fuck. I feel like I just walked into a room and caught the tail end of a conversation two people were having. Zero context, nothing makes sense, and I am very confused. The wolf we picked to be your mate is probably your soulmate. I don't want to probably, Artemis wails, turning her sharp, heart-wrenching gaze to her father. Why is this so melodramatic? Every time I read this, I always forget how melodramatic this fucking story is. It's not even the good type of melodramatic. This is giving chlorine grown roses. And I don't like it. He takes a step back, not expecting such an outburst. If I'm going to give up what Luna gave me, then I'm going to do it with someone I trust and love, like my soulmate. I'm not going to force myself to be something I'm not for someone who probably doesn't even care for my well-being and only cares about how many pups I can bear and how strong they'll be, she continues, but through gritted teeth. Artemis, shut up. You don't even know what kind of person you're getting married to. As far as I remember, up until the next day when she does meet her betrothed, she has never met this person before in her life. And for some reason, her father didn't say at all who she will be marrying, and if it's a man or a woman or what. I have to assume he wasn't told either, because if he was told, then him not telling his child who she's marrying is kind of fucked up. But she doesn't know what kind of person she is going to be marrying. She doesn't even know if this person is going to be a man. Yeah, the situation sucks. Being told you have to marry someone you don't even know and you don't have a choice in the matter is shitty. Especially in a world where literal fucking soulmates exist. But she's making a lot of assumptions about this person she's never met. Is she probably saying this out of frustration and anger? Yes. Does that make me any less annoyed? No. But I also could just be annoyed because I'm only on chapter 1. and nothing is making sense, and now every tiny little thing is just raising my blood pressure. Artemis, Reinschut says firmly, you will find your soulmate. That's why we have the doors. So when you do meet them, you can tell, he says, voice taking on an alpha tone. I still don't fucking understand what alpha tone is, but okay. When you meet your soulmate, the doors will glitter, just like how the snow glitters. That's stupid. If the doors solely exist in this story so you know when you meet your soulmate, then they are not needed in this story at all. You know when you meet your soulmate because the world stops being one color. You see the world in your soulmate's color up until the moment you meet them, as implied by the king literally 3 paragraphs ago. What the fuck is the point of the doors in a castle when you most likely meet your soulmate outside of the fucking castle away from the doors? These doors are stupid. I don't like that they exist in this story so far. They serve no purpose. That, and why the fuck is the dad trying to reassure his child that she will meet her soulmate when she is being married off? What if the person she's being married off to isn't her soulmate? What then? Are you saying once she meets her soulmate, it will be totally okay for her to fucking cheat on her partner? Wouldn't that just cause more problems? Artemis and her betrothed are getting married for political purposes. Cheating on the partner you're getting married to for political purposes, especially in a world where fucking werewolf packs are a thing, will just start a fucking war. I don't understand the point of him trying to go, oh, it's okay, honey, you'll meet your soulmate someday, when if she gets married to someone who's not her soulmate, she can't just abandon her partner to be with them, because that will cause so many problems, it's not even funny. I'm pretty sure they're getting married for political purposes anyways, because the maid stated earlier that this is for the good of the pack, right? But if they're not getting married for political purposes, and her dad is just marrying her off so she could have a mate to lead the pack with, then why the fuck did he even bother choosing a mate for her? Why not just wait until she finds her fucking soulmate? It's not like she's going to be taking over the pack anytime soon. At least I don't think she is. Her dad is still alive and well. She's got plenty of fucking time before she has to lead this pack. Nothing is making sense anymore the more and more I think about it. I'm getting very frustrated. Walking around the table to his sobbing daughter, he rests a hand on her shoulder, looking at her with empathy. But she chokes out, I don't want to change. I don't want to be something I'm not. I don't want to be an Omega, she cries. And Rainshu doesn't know what to say. I know you're all for equal rights for Omegas, but what's so wrong being one, he asks, and Artemis looks at him. I don't want to become the rat of the pack. I don't want to have to go through all the pain and suffering just because my mate wants pups. It's not like I'm sterile like some poor wolves, but what's so wrong with adopting, she rambles, and her father keeps looking at her, the sun setting through the window. You know, just because Omegas are at the bottom of the chain doesn't mean anything, and it doesn't matter that we're Alphas just because we're at the top, Artemis mocks. Artemis, that's not nice. Our ancestors set up the hierarchy with Alphas at the top, Omegas at the bottom, and Betas in the middle for a reason. Our physical attributes put us where we're destined to be. You shouldn't be mad because it could be destiny, he says, his hand squeezing her shoulder. But yeah, see, their physical attributes decide what rank they are in the end. So, physically, Artemis cannot change into an Omega. It's not fucking possible. I'm fine. But okay. She's upset that she will be the rat of the pack. And let's just pretend that she does get physically changed into an Omega, right? She shouldn't care that she's being changed into an Omega. She should solely care that the rest of the pack will then see her as lesser, but she is putting a lot of emphasis on the fact that she doesn't want to be an Omega. Am I making sense? I feel like I'm making sense, but also this could just be autistic rambling, and I'm the only one I make sense to. The point is, Artemis's problem of being changed into an Omega doesn't make sense, for many reasons. Am I reading a draft? Is this like the first draft of the story? Is that why it's so fucking nonsensical? I'm trying very hard to not be mean, but I am so fucking confused. And when I'm confused, I get angry. Also, another thing I am just realizing as I'm reading this. Do they mean when they say she's going to be an Omega that she's only going to be one in name because only an Alpha and Omega can be mates and not an Alpha and another Alpha? Or because she needs to be an Omega so she could bear kids? Can only Omegas have kids? I am so unbelievably confused right now. That and spoilers for a little bit later in the story, either chapter 2 or 3, I don't remember which one, because I still remember some things from when I read this story all those years ago, but the person she's being engaged to is Aurea, and Aurea is a fucking Omega! Did the king just not at all discuss anything with her parents when they agreed to this fucking marriage? Because the whole fucking fit Artemis is having right now should not be happening. When you get into an arranged marriage, the parents of the children typically discuss this kind of shit, so it should have been brought up that Aurea is an Omega and Artemis is an Alpha. This entire dilemma, this entire problem Artemis is having about becoming an Omega shouldn't be happening at all, because in the end, it was fucking meaningless. But why would I be an Alpha then? She asks and leaves the room, her father at a loss for words. Artemis briskly walks down the hall, going up flights of stairs to her room, slamming the door shut. She throws open her wardrobe for a human outfit, deciding going to the city instead of the town would be better. It'll get me more wasted, that's for certain, she thinks bitterly, buttoning up the high-waisted pants. After applying a bit of the human makeup, she slides open a small compartment in the back of her wardrobe. She crawls through, making her way in and out of the castle with ease. What do you mean, human makeup? What do you mean, human clothes? Yeah, I get she's a werewolf and she can change into a wolf, but that doesn't change the fact that most of the time she has a human body and human features. She is part human. I fucking hate this shit in these kinds of stories because a lot of the time it doesn't specify what the difference between human clothes and werewolf clothes even fucking is. What is the difference? Because as far as I'm concerned, there is none. You can't even say, oh, they're wearing medieval clothes and humans wear modern clothes, because that is also a trope I see for some reason. Or, oh, they wear clothes made by werewolves, because it's all still fucking human clothing. They all still have the shape for human bodies. The only way this whole she put on human clothes thing would make any sort of sense is if the werewolf characters live in their wolf forms most of the time, so saying she put on human clothes would make sense because normally they don't wear clothes because normally they are in wolf form. I am going fucking insane. Chapter 2. Aurea hated parties on a normal day, but today was an exception, because here she was in one of the best clubs in the city, getting wasted in the clutter of sweaty bodies and perfume. All because of that wolf. A wolf that shouldn't be alive, because she should be dead, not Apollo. Okay, so if you didn't read the bio beforehand, this might be a good little mystery. Who is this wolf she's talking about? Did they kill Apollo? Who is Aurea? What is going on? Which makes me think that the bio wasn't going to be posted. But if the author's intentions were to post the bio and then this story, if you read the bio and then start this story, this whole who are these characters, why is Apollo dead, who is the wolf that she's talking about, etc., is ruined. We already know who these characters are and how they're connected to each other. Aurea knowing who Apollo was is definitely new information, but I do hope we get more on the situation later down the line. But this is why I said in my first video that I wish the history section didn't exist, and all that information was instead just incorporated into the story, especially if you planned on posting Artemis's bio alongside the story, because the history section just ruins a lot of the mystery that you could have just in the story. Aurea chugs another shot, then gets up, her heels clicking on the ground. The scenery around her was a faint, deep pink, masking how the real world looked. She hated it. Why can't I just find my soulmate and get rid of this mask, she thinks. Worming her way into the edge of the dance floor, Aurea's body moves with the beat like everyone else, even though her mind was foggy with thought and confusion, with a splash of something else. Okay, because I'm confused, I'm irritated. I'm gonna be a bit nitpicky, but you can't chug shots. Chugging means to swallow a drink completely without stopping to breathe. If you're just taking one drink of something, because that's what a shot is a singular drink, usually really small too, like barely a mouthful, then you don't need to stop breathing for a long period of time to take that shot. That's why we don't say took a chug of water when you're taking a drink of water. Oria downed another shot would be more appropriate. Also, I do not like how the thought text isn't different than the rest of the text. I would have preferred if her thoughts were in italics, because having her thoughts not be in italics or in a different font or something is a little weird. I can't really explain why it's weird other than, like, how we have quotations to differentiate when characters are talking and when they're not. I'm getting assigned a mate tomorrow. I shouldn't be doing this. Her thoughts continued as she closed her eyes. He's probably just going to use me as a machine that churns out babies or something. Not only that, but he most likely won't be my soulmate. Okay, so obviously Oria and Artemis are betrothed to each other, and neither of them know anything about each other. And did neither of their parents fucking talk to them about who they're going to be marrying? Because they're both women, and neither of them seem to know this fact. This whole, oh, this person I'm marrying is probably some man who just wants me to make babies is so dumb! It's dumb! Because it's a problem that gets solved literally within the next chapter. It's not like one of them is a man, and the woman in this situation is worried that her betrothed is going to be some douchebag that wants her to make as many babies as possible. I could see that as a pretty normal worry a woman would have about their partner when you don't know who the fuck they are. But it's irrelevant because they're both women! Ringed hands grabbed her waist and pull her out of the crowd, wrapping tightly around her. Just play along with it, a feminine voice whispers in her ear, and the scent of lavender and sorrel takes away the pungent sweat smell. Hey, a man slurs, and Oria finally realizes what the woman meant and starts shaking. Why'd you take her away? He continues, looking very angry, drunk, and confused. I did nothing of the sort. She was just uncomfortable with you, the woman says, moving Oria behind her. Now she could tell that the woman is wearing black pants, a deep purple blouse, boots, and has long silver hair. Oh, hey, look, it's Artemis. Why am I not surprised? Now look here, girl, the man growls, jabbing a finger in her face. She didn't complain, so it was, that doesn't matter. She was uncomfortable, and you continued. The woman continues, her voice lowering. It had a tone to it that made Oria feel safe, yet disturbed. Wait, I'm sorry, when did this man get here? It has said nothing about a man dancing with Oria, and it making her feel uncomfortable. You were groping her after drugging her so she wouldn't feel. She continued, moving closer to the man and making him leave the floor. She is a person too and has feelings. What you did violated her and I am not okay with it, she growls, sounding more animalistic. Who the hell is she and how did she see all this? The thought echoes through her mind as the two in front of her battle it out. Oh, I get it. He was just shoehorned in here as a lame excuse to get Artemis and Oria to meet and start talking. Don't just throw things like this into your story. It's lazy writing. So what? She's just a pretty thing too. A fist lodged itself into the man's face before he can even finish. He stumbles back slightly, and before he could come at the woman, her leg comes up and connects with his jaw. An audible crack silencing everyone around them before cheers erupt. And then everyone clapped. Fucking Christ, can't believe you just threw in an everyone clapped trope in here. Her grip around Oria tightens as the man slowly climbs back up before launching at her, fists flying. Shoving Oria out of the way, she backs up, keeping a distance between herself and the man, before crouching down and sweeping his feet. A scream erupting from him as he hits his probably broken jaw on the floor. The woman steps on his back, putting pressure on it. Don't you ever speak to anyone like that, she hisses, glaring down at the man. The pink clear from her vision, and it startles Oria so much that she yelps, making the woman's head snap to her. Are you okay? She asks kindly, and Oria couldn't stop looking at her eyes. They were a deep brown with flecks of what looked to be pink, but the flecks glittered. They glittered like dew in the morning light. Wait, hold on a second. It says in Artemis's bio that her eyes are deep pink. What do you mean her eyes are brown? Yeah, Aurea stutters out, embarrassed at herself. I'm fine, she finishes, and it seems to satisfy the woman because she gives the man one last stomp before walking towards her. Also, no mentions that, you're her soulmate. You're just gonna not say anything about that? Okay. The woman towers over her. Even though Aurea herself was 5 foot, the woman had to be almost 6 foot, if not taller. Her scent was extremely strong now, the lavender and sorrel overpowering and making her heart beat faster. She smiles at Aurea and takes her hand gently, leaving the man and pulling her to an empty table. The woman orders drinks and smiles at Aurea, making her feel warm. My name is Artemis. What is yours? The woman, Artemis, asks in very formal English. Aurea, she responds and looks at the woman to make sure it's okay to keep talking. Thank you for what you did, Aurea says, feeling small in front of someone like Artemis. Said woman shakes her head with a small smile. It was nothing. I saw him drop some ketamine into your shot, but you chugged it before I could get it switched out for you. Pause! Ketamine? Aurea drank ketamine, and she's still prancing around like she didn't just drink ketamine? Please allow me to read the side effects of drinking ketamine to you. Feeling happy and relaxed. Feeling detached from your body. Lowered sensitivity to pain. Visual and auditory hallucinations. Confusion and clumsiness. Increased heart rate and blood pressure. Drowsiness. Slurred speech and blurred vision. Anxiety and panic. Vomiting. Going into a K-hole, which is an intense detachment from reality, usually only happens at very high doses. Ketamine is used to drug people in clubs. I had to Google it because I wasn't sure. I don't go to clubs, and I've never been drugged or drugged someone, so my knowledge on the topic is basic. But I do know that Aurea should not be as okay as she is right now. Like, the girl is prancing around like she didn't just take a shot with fucking ketamine in it. Also, how did Artemis know it was ketamine just from seeing this guy drop something in Aurea's drink? This guy really was just thrown in here to get Aurea and Artemis to talk. Also, Artemis ordered them more drinks. Aurea shouldn't be drinking anymore after she just drank a fucking horse tranquilizer. She should be going home right now, maybe to a hospital. Like, she shouldn't be sitting in Artemis's lap talking and getting more shit-faced than she already is. She explains as Aurea feels her cheeks grow hot. She looks at Artemis only to see her staring at her eyes while sipping their newly arrived drinks. Is there something on my face? Aurea asks, taking her own glass and swirling it, crossing her legs. Artemis gets a half smirk, making Aurea feel weird. This is getting old. I'm pretty sure she's a human, so what's happening? She asks herself, eyes flickering down to the darkly painted lips. No, but your eyes are stunning. I've never seen a human with such pale eyes, Artemis says, and the small slip-up escapes Aurea's ears. Okay, so Artemis can't see Aurea's eye color. At least I think she can. Aurea obviously knows that Artemis is her soulmate because the fucking pink is gone, but does Artemis not know? Is Artemis, like, grayscale colorblind? Oh my god, is that why the doors are here? Because you needed a way for Artemis to realize that Aurea is her soulmate because she's colorblind? I'm actually going to lose it. Please send help. Drinks later, and the two are drunk, giggling and having moved spots with Artemis in the corner of the booth and Aurea in her lap, arms wrapped around her neck. Artemis was emitting an aura that scared everyone away, glaring at those that came too close to Aurea. Aurea, want to go dancing? Artemis hums in the shorter girl's ears, arms wrapping securely around Aurea. Sure, the shorter replies before getting up, sliding out with Artemis in hand. They make their way to the center and move with the beat, no one daring to touch Aurea with Artemis so close. Their dancing got closer until Artemis's hands were on Aurea's hips and they were moving together, the taller head in the crook of the shorter's neck. Why do you smell so good? Artemis murmurs, lightly sniffing at the same time. Aurea laughs. I don't know, ask yourself that, she retorts, turning and pulling closer to Artemis. The two falls into their own world, taking in each other's scent and marveling in a drunken stupor at the person in front of them. Soon enough, hands were clinging a bit too tight, and Artemis takes Aurea outside, not wanting to keep her in the club any longer. Aurea is caged in Artemis's arms as she nuzzles her head further into the shorter woman's neck. The scent that Artemis radiates was overpowering for Aurea, and just as she's about to close her eyes, they snap open, realization hitting her like a truck. Shoving Artemis off, she backs up, hands in front of her. "Stay away, you filthy alpha," she yells, Artemis slowly getting up and looking at Aurea with hurt and regret, almost like a puppy that's been kicked by its owner. "What did I do?" Artemis asks solemnly, slowly walking forward. Aurea continues backing up, remorse pecking at her insides. "Please, tell me," Artemis begs, stopping dead in her tracks. "You became an alpha, that's what you did wrong," Aurea hisses, and in that moment you could hear the heartbreak of someone who just wanted to love another being. "What do you mean, you became an alpha, that's what you did wrong?" Artemis didn't get a choice in that. You all literally go through a ceremony, and the fucking moon goddess chooses if you are an alpha, beta, or an omega. So Aurea is just fucking racist. That's cool. Racist? I don't think that's technically right, but she's some kind of ist, and it's fucked. I am already so fed up, and it's chapter 2. There is so much artificial conflict just shoved into this story. I'm going to have to keep a fucking counter or something. I don't even know what to say at this point. My flowers are completely gasted, and I don't know what's happening. Also, at the very start of this chapter, we learn that Aurea is drinking because Apollo is dead, yada yada. Even though it's been 7 years at this point since that happened. Artemis was 17 when Apollo died. Probably closer to 18, but whatever. And she's 24 now. So we better get more on that whole situation later in the story, because if not, I'm going to find you, whoever wrote this, and slap you silly with a rubber chicken. And a trigger warning from future Yuji for this chapter. Sexual assault. Specifically, the main character sentences other characters to be essayed as a punishment. You've been warned. Chapter 3. It hurt. Artemis doesn't know why it hurts so much. All she knows is that those words hurt more than should. "I didn't ask to be born an alpha, okay?" she chokes out, tears falling faster than she could tell. "I didn't want to be the alpha everyone thinks will end them," Artemis says, looking Aurea dead in the eye. The alcohol in her system did nothing to numb the strangely strong pain. "I know you don't. It's why you were taking me outside to control me," Aurea growls. Another pang hit Artemis's heart. The more she looked at Aurea's eyes, the more she noticed they glittered, and it smoothed the pain, if just slightly. "You were going to use your alpha voice on me and make me your cute little slave. It isn't gonna happen," Aurea spits at her, making Artemis cower and sob slightly, her knees buckling under her. "The reason why I brought you out here was that people were reaching out and—" "Shut it!" Artemis sits back on her heels, eyes as big as her eyelids allowed and her lower lip quivering. What? "I'm not dealing with your lies," Aurea yells and picks up a bottle shard and hurls it at Artemis. The alpha doesn't move or flinch as the glass cuts her deeply on her cheek, adding to the vertical scars already there. "I'm sorry, Aurea," Artemis murmurs, her voice quivering. Aurea starts leaving, her heart aching at the sight of Artemis. Just as Aurea was about to leave, Artemis adds, "Not all alphas are cruel, hurtful people, just like not all omegas are defenseless and weak." Aurea turns around. "You're wrong about alphas. They pretend they're not mean, but they won't hesitate to use their alpha voice on anyone," she snarls and walks away, leaving Artemis on the ground. Oh joy! More really annoying, meaningless conflict that's only here to attempt at drama. I don't even have any good commentary or points. I'm just fed up with this story and the plot it's trying to write. Artemis doesn't know how long she spends on the ground, too broken to do anything. It wasn't until a forceful grip spins her around that she snaps back to reality. "Who the hell? Alpha Artemis?" A man starts, but cuts back as he sees her face. Artemis looks up, and when she recognizes his face, the tears pour out. The man holds out his arms just as she collapses, her sobbing loud. "My mate," she chokes out, "rejected me." "What?" He looks at her with shock, not expecting that one. "Artemis, you won't be getting your mate until tomorrow," he says, and smells her breath. Firstly, you are as drunk as the gate guards, he concludes and hauls her up as gently as he could. In the better light, he notices the cut on her cheek and feels his fury rising. No, she whines. My mate, she says again, and this time he gets it. The heartbreak, her unusual crying, it all added up. Your soulmate, he asks, concern lining his speech, and Artemis nods, curling up further into him, her sobs quieting down to whimpers. What? You mean to tell me she knew that Aurea was her soulmate? Can she see colors? How? What is going on? Aiden, am I not a good alpha, she asks, letting herself be picked up by the man. Am I just not... Stop right there, Artemis, Aiden says, his grip tightening on the female, her head nuzzling into his chest. You are not a bad alpha. You're just misunderstood. Gag me. He soothes, starting to walk towards the bordering woods. But, no buts, Artemis. If you were, the Sigmas would have brought it up at a council meeting long ago, Aiden growls, reaching the edge of the forest. What the fuck are Sigmas? I thought the ceremonies only assigned alphas, omegas, and betas. What are Sigmas? A squad of betas stand there, waiting for their leader to return, and when Aiden reaches them, they line up their feet, place their spear or sword behind their shield, giving out a loud grunt. Alpha Aiden, you found Alpha Artemis? A woman asks, standing in the platoon. Aiden nods, dipping his head low. But she is not in the best condition, he says, and almost instantly the woman pushes her way to the front, her hood falling down. She had snow-white skin and platinum hair, her eyes a deep red, and her stature short and soft. Artemis, baby, she calls out as Aiden sets her on the ground, the woman kneeling and taking the young woman into her arms. Mom, Artemis asks hesitantly, her eyes puffy. Her mother moves the hair out of the way and lets out a gasp. Her face was covered in blood while being red and puffy, snot running down her face. Reminder, Artemis's personality is described as unexpressive, cautious, thoughtful, easily embarrassed, hot-headed, protective, kind, unsure, and shy. Please point to me where this personality matches the way this character is written. Please and thank you. Artemis, what happened? She asks, and the waterfall of tears starts again with salt being poured into. Everyone takes a step back, startled at the sudden crying fit. It hurts, Mom, she wails. My heart hurts so much, she whimpers. She cuts, still pooling blood. Why? Her mom asks, cradling her head close to her chest, her own eyes tearing up. My mate, Mom, my mate rejected me, she cries out, her voice shaking and hands twitching. But you... Not her chosen mate, her soulmate, Aiden interrupts, and the silence that falls over everyone is depressing. Her sniffles quiet down as she cries herself to sleep, her mother crying at the sad revelation. This is my fault, she mumbles, letting a guard take the girl back to her room. No, it isn't, Pack Mother, Aiden says, resting a gentle hand on her back. Yes, it is, Aiden. I told her that her soulmate would be kind to her the moment they first met, and that they would be happy. She got rejected and hurt in ways I could not fathom, the woman lets out, her voice wobbling from the emotional stress. Yeah, giving your child unrealistic expectations. I guess, to be fair, it's not totally unrealistic to believe that your soulmate is going to love you unconditionally, no matter what, but also at the same time, you are sentient creatures with emotions and problems and other shit that could make it harder for you to accept or be kind to your soulmate. Like, obviously Aurea's got some fucking issues with alphas, which is why she reacted the way she did. Still think it's fucking stupid that she blames Artemis for becoming an alpha, though, because, again, that's not a choice. That is not a choice they get to make by themselves. Snow starts falling down, and Aiden helps the woman up. We need to go inside, Pack Mother. We are expecting them early tomorrow, he says, his voice going into soldier mode. The Pack Mother sighs, but agrees, shifting into a deep red wolf, Aiden a snow-white one beside her. They travel with the remaining guards, heading towards the monolithic palace in silence. Artemis woke up with a pounding headache, her heart feeling like it's been stabbed 1,000,000 times, and a dreading realization. Today's the day I give up my freedom and humanity, she thinks slowly. staring up at her ceiling. In the corner of her eye, she sees her dress for the ceremony, as well as her tunic. She remembers back to yesterday morning, and the woman, her head pounding with a hangover, but then it clicks, vaguely remembering the woman from the club. The eyes, Artemis thinks, slowly getting out of bed. Her cheeks were tight from the tears, and her eyes and nose crusty. She heads to her washroom, her tub already steaming with water. Sinking in, Artemis sighs, trying to ignore the ache in her heart and the darkness in her mind. All memory of the previous night was blurry and unclear, except for the pale green eyes. They stayed in her memory like an ant to sugar. They were bright, full, and mysterious, glittering and shining in the light. Oh my god, wait! I thought Artemis couldn't see her soulmate's color because it was too pale. Like, that was a whole thing in the first chapter. How is it that Artemis can now see her soulmate's color? What the fuck are you doing? Did we just forget that Artemis isn't supposed to be able to see her soulmate's color? But they had the same feel as the ones from that woman in the forest, the one who smelled amazing. Realizing her fingers were turning to prunes, Artemis gets up and out of the tub, her skin steaming in the cool air. She wraps a towel around her body and hair, heading to her room to change into her clothes. As she's pulling up her boots, a knock on her door startles her, and she smooths out her face, trying to look like she isn't having the worst hangover ever. "Come in," her voice booms, startling herself and making her headache worse. Aiden comes in, wearing his uniform perfectly and not flinching at the glare Artemis has. "Your father has requested your presence in 10 minutes, he states, bowing his head slightly. "Thank you, Alpha Aiden. You're dismissed," she orders, going over to her vanity and applying makeup and doing her hair, schooling her face to make it stoic and hard. You know, that thing that should be easy for her to do because it's literally her personality. It's no wonder I couldn't make it past chapter 5. This shit is ridiculously backwards and makes no sense 85% of the time. She saunters into the foyer, eyes piercing and stance confident, watching as guards manhandle 2 men to their knees. Artemis stands next to her father and mother, radiating an authoritative aura. "Artemis, this one is your call. These scoundrels were found harassing the Omega maids and going into their heat dorms," her father says, angry. Her mother gently strokes his arm, trying to calm her husband down from his anger. "Thank you, father," Artemis says emotionlessly. Walking up to the 2, she glares down at them, and they glare at her, but their eyes seem uncertain at the confident and threatening promise Artemis's eyes holds. "You pathetic excuse for Blarshni wolves," she growls, and the 2 shrink back. Artemis lashes out and grabs them by the chins, her ringed fingers digging into their flesh. They whimper slightly, eyes filled with fear. Wait, what even is the purpose of the Lupa de Sangue? Like, is she just an assassin that kills whoever, like, poses a threat? Or does she only take on big threats? Because in the bio it says she's taken on drug lords and shit. But now she's just dealing with 2 perverts? I don't understand what the purpose of the Lupo de Sangue even is. Like, it seems like a pointless title to have. The story would be the same without it. "Do you know why they call me the Lupo de Sangue?" Artemis says lowly. The reddish pink in her eyes turn red and brighter by the second. Both men gulp, looking at each other. Suddenly, Artemis's hands snap down, bringing their faces to the marble ground. "Your punishment will be 8 fists wherever I choose, and 1 year as a rut helper for the Alpha Guards to experience what it's like to be an Omega and taken advantage of," Artemis dictates, the only emotion in her voice vindictful joy. Oh? My god. Did she just sentence these 2 men to be assaulted by alphas while they're in rut? Is that seriously what's happening right now? Am I reading this right? That is not okay. That's fucking gross. Just because they're men and did try to assault a bunch of Omegas, that doesn't mean it's okay for you to sentence them to that. That's not a girl boss moment. That is you're a bad person moment. A better punishment would be castrating them or forcing them into celibacy. Like, it's still a fucked punishment for them, but it's more a punishment that fits the crime instead of the crime that fits the crime. Or, you know, just kill them. The men's mouths were agape, blood running from their noses, and one with a black eye. Artemis notices her heartache getting stronger, and it confused her, but she pushed it aside. She takes off her tunic to reveal high-waisted shorts and a black tank top, her fingers covered in bejeweled rings. You will be moved into Delta Guard when your punishment is over and serve as a sewer guard, she says, cracking her fingers and glaring at them. They call me the Lupo de Sangue because of this, Artemis growls and flings a punch at one of their faces. Her other fist collides with the other, and it continues like that until she has punched them 8 times each, a cruel smile spreading on her face. Their faces were bruised and bloodied, cuts covering their stomachs. Artemis pulls out a soft cloth from her back pocket and starts cleaning her rings gently, getting all the blood out from the crevices. Take them to the suspension tanks. Make sure they're in top shape before sending them to the rut dorms. Ew, 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 she commands, a servant taking her cloth while she slips the tunic back on. The bell sleeves fall delicately around her hands as she turns to her parents, the ache getting stronger. Did I make the right call? Artemis asks stoically, looking them dead in the eyes, as she tries not to crumble under the feeling of betrayal and hurt suddenly washing over her. The ache was now a thunder, almost making her wince. You did, Artemis, and we are proud of you. You delivered the punishment yourself, which shows how willing you are to dirty yourself up for the sake of your pack. Reinschut explains as Artemis takes her place by her parents, wanting the feeling to go away. You have earned the title Lupo de Sangue, her mother says, just as the doors creak open. So the Lupo de Sangue just gets to decide if people are sexually assaulted for a week straight, or not? Okay, that's cool. What in the 7 shades of fuck did I just read? I guess it's totally okay because it's men. Doesn't matter if they're sexually assaulted because they're men. Do you hear how fucking insane that sounds? Like she's having them get ready so they're in top shape to experience what it's like to be an Omega being taken advantage of. I don't know how else you could interpret this other than she's literally sentencing them to be sexually assaulted by a group of men for a week straight. I am horrified. You wrote this. You wrote this and thought it sounded good. I am losing it. That doesn't make your character a good person. Like, even if they were about to assault a bunch of Omegas, the course of action is not to have them assaulted as well. It's either to kill them or castrate them. God, this is literally that shitty webtoon all over again. Chapter 4. Aurea finally realized why she had to dress warmly. They were going to the Blair Schnee pack, and they were in the complete opposite environment of her own pack, Sonnenschein, which was on the beach in perpetual summer. They were in the forested mountains, in a foot of snow, and the trees had icicles. Thank Luna we're in a heated train, Aurea thought, but her thoughts travel when she finally sees the monolithic city of Blair Schnee. The skyline was amazing, with gray and black buildings with streaks of pale green glittering in the soft sunlight. It's like those movies where everything but one color is in black and white, Aurea thinks in amazement, but what really catches her eye is the palace. It had towering spires, peaked roofs, and stained glass windows. The arches were intricately engraved and the columns depicting a different story, but what stood out was the rose garden, visible from their point on the mountain. It had different color roses of different types, covered by a glass dome to keep the snow out. Beautiful. That's the only thought in Aurea's head until a pang of remorse hits her, and she doesn't know why. Shrugging it off, the girl watches as the train pulls into the station, and she gets up, having come here alone, against her will. Walking out and onto the platform, she feels the cold on her face and starts walking around to find her escort. It'll be great, they said. All you have to do is get on the train, they said. The weather is nice, they said. What a load of crap, Aurea mumbles, finally finding her escort. The man was cute, with shady blonde hair and deep blue eyes, but the smell of alpha on him repulsed her to the core. If Aurea is that repulsed by alphas, she should go live in a place that doesn't have alphas, only betas and omegas, cause this is ridiculous. I better get a decent explanation as to why Aurea hates alphas so much, because if I don't, I'm gonna scream. Lady Aurea, he asks, his voice velvety and soft. It reminded her of Artemis, and the warm sensation, the thought of her made Aurea sick. I am Alpha Aiden, captain of the Pack Mother's private guard. I'm here to escort you to the palace. So I could be married off to a stranger I don't know who only cares about how well I can bear pups? No thanks, Oria interrupts, irritated. But that's literally why you are here? So what, you just took this train all the way to this other pack's territory just to say no, fuck you? Why didn't you run away? That was an option. Oria irritates me. Pretty much all the characters so far fucking annoy me. I don't like any of them. The apologetic smile on Aiden's face irritates her even more. Don't worry, Lady Oria. The heir is just as unhappy about it as you are. The Lupa de Sangue would prefer you both marrying your soulmates, Aiden babbles, guiding Oria out. Wait, what? Oria stumbles, not expecting that. Come on, we don't have all day, Aiden says, quickly keeping Oria away from the crowd. Hold up a minute, Oria commands, holding up her hands. The two stop, and Aiden looks at her, his face saying they have a schedule to follow. You're saying I'm getting married to Lupa de Sangue, the most dangerous and violent wolf in all the packs, who happens to be a Blarshnee Alpha, and I'm supposed to say yes to all this even though I don't know him? Aiden gives her an exasperated sigh, motioning her to come closer to the road as the car pulls up. But the choice was already made for you. Like, this was already decided. You don't get to say yes or no. And yeah, that's shitty, but seriously. I really wish we got to see Oria fighting back against this marriage harder since she hates Alpha so much. That would have made for some good drama. Again, maybe she could have ran away and they all had to go fucking looking for her. That would have been cool. But no, I just get this instead. Yes, that is the agreement both pack leaders came to, he states, opening the door for her. Now get in, we have a schedule to keep up. Oria gets in the inside of the car, warm and plush compared to the harsh outside. Sighing in relief at the warmth, the ache in her heart gets stronger as the car moves towards the castle, thoughts plaguing her mind. When they get to the palace, Oria is more homesick than ever. The temperature dropped now that they were higher in the mountains. And the palace was beautiful against the snow, but the girl was used to sandy beaches and warm weather in the winter, not snow and forest. Please follow the servant, Lady Oria, Aiden says, irritation lacing his voice. Oria scoffs, but follows the man in the suit across the bridge. I'm getting closer to signing my life away by the minute, Oria thinks solemnly. Her eyes straying to a window at the top of a spire. The frame around the window glittered pink, and it entranced her. At this point, the ache in her heart was unbearable, and feelings of regret and submission wash over her. The doors to the castle in sight, the snow around her gave everything an ethereal glow, and it made her miss the glitter of the ocean back home. She looks at the snow on the mountain peaks and wonders if anyone back home misses her. Father never really cared. Mother was more concerned with the others. Oria ponders, remembering the very quiet and lonely breakfast she's had for the 21 years of her life. As they approach the door, she stares in horror as two men are dragged out, both covered in blood and bruises. Oh my Luna, Oria mutters, eyes wide. The servant opens the door wider for her, and she steps in, gasping at the foyer. Wow, that is terrible timing on everyone's part. Why not just have Artemis do her Lupa de Sangue thing in another room, and not in the room where they are expecting guests? Have some decorum. Marble mosaic covers the floor, and a grand chandelier dangles in the peaked roof. Two intricate stairways join above a set of engraved double doors. But the true beauty was the woman moving next to the older man and woman. That is, until it clicks who she is, and Oria feels a wave of submission and guilt ram into her, making her knees wobble and eyes water. Artemis was exuding an extremely confident and dominant scent, the lavender strong and smothering her. Oria wanted to yell at Artemis to stop it, to stop trying to control her. She's not doing anything! Artemis is literally just standing there. It's not her fault you're smelling her. How about you stop smelling her? Plug your nose. Hold your breath. Shut up. Quit being a whiny little bitch. Fuck. But a new scent and emotion became prominent in the mixture of ego. I wouldn't call that ego, but okay. Sure. Sadness, hurt, and fear seeped into the scent, and when Artemis looks at her, regret and remorse are visible in her dark eyes. Artemis, I never thought we'd meet again, Aurea says bitterly, and the hurt that fills the room is almost visible. I'm sorry, do I know you? Artemis asks, and Aurea remembers that they were both drunk. Artemis might not remember her. Yeah. No, you don't. I just remember you from the war tabloid, she says, and from the explosion of anguish in the room, she hit a nerve. Good. Let her hurt, Aurea thinks, but the hurt that comes from Artemis's wound is unbearable. Why is Artemis so bothered by that? Did we just forget her entire personality and what she was trained for? This is just her life and her job. Are you trying to write that she doesn't like being the Lupa de Sangue? What about what just happened with those two fucking men? It very specifically described her getting enjoyment out of beating the fucking shit out of those two. What? Also, fucking war tabloids? What war? What do you mean? Also, isn't the Lupa de Sangue's identity supposed to be a secret? What do you mean Artemis was in war tabloids? Well, seeing as you somewhat know each other, this will be shorter than planned, the older man said awkwardly. Artemis, this is Omega Aurea Hearth from Sonnenschein. Omega Aurea, this is Alphys Artemis Reinschut, the heir of Blarschnee. When Aurea finally heard the last part of the introduction, it clicked why no one was being gender-specific. The Lupa de Sangue, the most powerful wolf, is not only a female, but also my mate, who we only know from a skirmish at a club in a human city. What is wrong with this world? Oh my god, that's the end of chapter 4. Okay. There wasn't a whole lot to say. A lot of this chapter was just Aurea describing what she was seeing in the Blarschnee territory and being huffy and upset about her being married off to an alpha she doesn't know. Not really a whole lot of substance, honestly. This just feels like filler, and I'm still confused as to why nobody told either of these two girls about who they were marrying. That seems kind of important. It also seems kind of pointless to keep any of that a secret. Like, why? Just 'cause? For reasons? Chapter 5. Artemis wanted to collapse. The pain and anguish in her heart make her want to rip it out, and all because she is face to face with the woman from the bar. Yet I never faced this before, Artemis thinks as the woman glares down at her. She never faced this pain in the woods. No, she only felt drugged by the scent of vanilla and rose tea. The same scent was wafting around Artemis, chafing her. Chafing? I think that was supposed to be choking, because chafing doesn't make sense to me. But I could be wrong. And filled with uncertainty, fear, and the need to break down the taller. Removing emotions from her face, Artemis nods, deciding she might as well play the part of the big bad alpha wolf. Releasing as dominant of a scent she could muster, Artemis raises her head slightly. It is a pleasure to meet you, Omega. We will head out to get you necessities and decor for your room once you get settled, Artemis says coldly. Her parents glancing at her from the side. The scent changes slightly, adding resentment into the mixture, and the hurt she feels is amplified. Watching the servants guide Aurea up the stairs, she feels a warmth in her heart at the sight of her, but she chastises herself for thinking that way. I shouldn't be thinking like that about a girl I just met, Artemis thinks, and looks to her parents. But you haven't just met her? This is, technically, your third time meeting her. You guys had a pretty good time talking and getting to know each other at the bar before all that shit happened. And I guess she was the woman in the woods at the very start of the story, which, why was Aurea in Blarschnee territory in the first place? She had no reason to be there. I guess you couldn't count that as a meeting because they never spoke. But back to Artemis, what do you mean you shouldn't be thinking that way? We have established you're both soulmates? Yeah, she told you to go fuck yourself, but that doesn't change the fact that you're soulmates? This dialogue confuses me. The characters confuse me. Permission to be dismissed, Artemis asks, foot tapping quietly on the ground. Permission granted, her mother says with a sigh, and Artemis practically flies up the stairs. Slowing down, Artemis looks around, looking for something to distract her, and something does. The pale green doors glitter and shine, scaring the Alpha. She starts walking faster, hoping that it's all just a figment of her imagination. I still hate these doors! They're stupid! And I'm still confused as to why Artemis can suddenly see her soulmate's color. Like, why now, after all these years of not being able to see it? It doesn't make any sense at all. I just hope I get answers, cause I'm getting annoyed. Finally making it to her room, she slams the door shut, breathing heavily. Trying to calm down, she goes to her closet and pulls out her coat and leather pants, switching out her boots for steel-toed ones. Dressing, she looks in the mirror and sighs, subconsciously fingering the scars. She makes sure her face shows no emotion before walking back to the foyer, towering over everyone but her father. Artemis's eyes scanned the direction Aurea went, her heart wishing for the Omega to be by her side. Her heart's wish was granted when Aurea enters the stairway, her face pink and a little swollen, probably from tears. Aurea's heels clicked on the marble stairs as she gets closer, hand tentatively holding the rail. As soon as she gets to the floor, Aurea reluctantly walks over to Artemis, eyes full of hatred, at something Artemis can't identify. Shall we go? Artemis asks emotionlessly, gesturing with her head to the door. Aurea nods and quickly moves ahead of Artemis, not noticing when the taller snags one of her beanies, just in case. They walk to the edge of the courtyard where the city was visible, snow falling and speckling Aurea's hair and skin with pearly white. Artemis' heart flutters at the sight, and it disturbs her. Just as they stop walking, a sports car pulls up and the driver gets out, handing Artemis the keys. The Alpha opens the passenger side door for Aurea, ignoring the glare she sets her way before slamming it on her, and then goes to the driver's side. Artemis slides in and turns on the car, the sound almost inaudible from the inside. Aurea blushes slightly as Artemis leans across to buckle her seatbelt, grumbling at how spoiled Artemis is because she's an Alpha. Getting settled, she takes off, one hand on the wheel and the other on the armrest. Her eyes were cold like the snow outside. She looks at Aurea, occasional to see the girl pouting, and her heart warms at the sight. I know Aurea doesn't have a choice in this whole marriage thing, right? She's getting married to someone she doesn't know, and she's getting married to an Alpha, which she clearly hates, but there's not really that much pushback on her end. She's pouting and giving people an attitude, but that's about it. I wish she was showing her hatred for this more, like, not allowing Artemis to do things for her, like open the car door or buckle her up, snapping and getting hostile every time she tries because she doesn't need an Alpha to do things for her. Not just this weird pouty shit she's doing now. Maybe she could have refused to even leave the room she's staying in. This all just feels rushed. It's moving so fast. Sun and shine, right? Artemis asks suddenly, startling the smaller. Yeah, Aurea answers shortly, looking out the window. Artemis glances at her fully, the city on the horizon. She sighs, focusing on the road again, knowing Aurea is watching her from the side. Why do you hate me? Artemis asks, her voice monotone, but still conveying her hurt at the same time. Because you tried to advance on me, Aurea snarls slightly, feeling the hurt Artemis has. I never did such a thing, Artemis says, hand tightening. Yes, you did. You went to the bar in the human village and tried to advance on me, Aurea says tightly, trying not to cry. I never did such a thing, nor do I remember you, but all I know is that something happened for you to hate me, and I wish to remedy it, Artemis laments, pulling up to the glittering city. Why is Artemis lying to Aurea? I can kinda understand lying while in front of Artemis's parents. They both snuck out and got shit-faced at a bar when they probably weren't supposed to, but they're alone, and there's no reason to lie? Also, Aurea, shut the fuck up! Up until Aurea found out Artemis was an Alpha, she was totally okay with Artemis advancing on her. And when Aurea told her to stop, she did! I hate artificial conflict! This is stupid! And she made it very clear already that she hates Artemis because she's an Alpha, which is still dumb. But did the author just forget what she wrote previously? Am I missing something here? Am I the dumb one? Looking around, the pale green of the city was glittering, and it brought a sick feeling to her stomach. I'm mating with someone when I've met my soulmate, Artemis dreads, driving to the shopping center without a second thought. But she remembers! She remembers meeting Arya at the bar! It literally says so at the start of this damn chapter! Literally, the first sentence is, Artemis wanted to collapse. The pain and anguish in her heart make her want to rip it out. And all because she is face to face with a woman from the bar. Why is it flip-flopping between her remembering and not remembering? Did the author write one sentence and then take a few months off before writing another and just never bother to reread what she wrote? Literally, what the fuck is happening? I'm sorry, I'm actually getting mad now. Holy shit! 1 second, I need some tea. They park far out, the parking lots in the center being full and crowded. Stepping out, Oria gets out before Artemis can open the door for her and walks ahead, still keeping a slow pace. We have all day, Oria. You should relax a bit, Artemis says coolly, watching how the chilled breeze swayed the short obsidian hair. The girl in front of her just huffed and kept walking, shivering slightly despite the furs and insulation she wore. A pang of dominance and need to keep the smaller warm hits her, and without realizing it, her feet take her to the sun and shine wolf, and pulls her into the taller arms. The smaller jumps, half-heartedly fighting against Artemis, but giving up, enjoying the warmth the older was giving off, slightly upset that she was letting an alpha hug her. See, Oria isn't exactly acting like she despises alphas, enough so that she would very harshly and cruelly reject her soulmate. This is giving more tsundere vibes than actual seething hatred. They reach the entrance to the shopping center, and to blend in, Artemis's hair was dipped in red dye to help mask her. When did that happen? Hey, could we not just add in random shit like this? Thanks. Keeping the Omega close to her own body, Artemis shows Oria to the different stores, going into any without question if that was what the latter wanted. They walked back outside, Oria no longer in Artemis's arms since they got her a thicker coat. The two had bags of decorations, but it was more like Artemis carried the bags, refusing to let Oria carry one. That's when a sour smell entered Artemis's nose, clearing out the drug that is Oria's scent. The hair stood on the back of the alpha's neck, her feet tendons tightening depending on her choice of fight or flight. Oria notices Artemis tensing and watches her arm muscles flex, half scared in case the motions were at her, and the other half feeling safe in case it was the alpha preparing to protect her. She couldn't smell what Artemis was smelling since she never was trained to be a skilled hunter or fighter like the taller. Also, why do you keep referring to one another as the taller and the shorter? Maybe it's just me, but it's getting annoying. You can use other descriptors, you know. You don't have to keep using the taller and the shorter. She jumps when she felt the older, long, lean fingers intertwined with hers. I know you don't trust me and want me dead, but please trust me this once, Artemis says, her voice low and soft, but face stone cold and still. Oria opens her mouth to say that if she wasn't an alpha and didn't take advantage of her before, then she would, but she says something else entirely. It's not that I don't trust you and want you dead, it's that I don't trust myself with you to enjoy you while you're living, she whispers instead, a warm feeling making itself known inside her chest, getting more pleasant the more she thinks about the hand in hers. What does that even mean? Why do you keep changing Oria's character when she hasn't had any real character development yet? Why did you say that? Idiot, Oria thinks as Artemis pulls her closer. They weren't near the parking lot exit yet, and Artemis was still unbelievably tense. The sour smell in Artemis's nose was getting stronger, and if it was what she thought it was, she'd need Oria's full cooperation to put on a little show. If you trust me, then follow my lead, Artemis mutters, her hand giving a squeeze that conveyed the emotion her face and voice didn't explain. Danger, fear for the shorter, and protection. Aurea gives a slight nod, and with that, Artemis's hand slips from her hand and down around her waist, pulling the girl in closer than acquaintances should be. Her face flushes when she realizes what Artemis was asking her to do, and her more human part felt disgusted, while her more primal part howled at possible ideas of where this could lead. Just need to keep them off Aurea, that's all that matters. Even if I have to spill some blood to do so, Artemis thinks, formulating a plan as she feels the darkness in her mind coming forward. The stench of sourness and other things fill her nose, almost making her puke on the spot. Rip their throats out anyway. They threatened what's yours, the darkness whispers in her mind, and it disturbs Artemis. I thought I got rid of you a while ago, but I'm not doing that. Aurea isn't mine, Artemis thinks as a shudder runs down her spine, and not in a good way. Artemis could tell they're close, and she starts to act on impulse, her instincts taking over. This is moving way too fast! Slow down! This isn't a race! Jeez! And was that Artemis's second personality? I wish the text changed in some way to help with who's thinking what, because I'm getting confused. And why would Artemis think she got rid of her curse? Her curse has to be broken by her soulmate! Also, some fucking curse. Curses are usually meant to inconvenience a character in some way, shape, or form, but Artemis's curse doesn't really do anything. It's just kind of pointless. So much of the shit that happens in this story is pointless. Chapter 6. Aurea was not expecting Artemis to dip her down and kiss her. And even though she should be disgusted by it, since, firstly, Artemis was a girl, she should not be kissing another girl. Secondly, she was abusing her trust, or what Aurea tried to tell herself. And thirdly, she genuinely liked it. Just throwing in some casual internal homophobia. Also, Aurea should be a lot more disgusted, cause, she's got this thing against alphas and was convinced that Artemis was going to do horrible things to her the day they met. If you want this drama of Aurea not liking alphas to be believable, then you need to actually have her fight against Artemis and fight against her instincts to be near her soulmate. You can't just say she doesn't like alphas and then not show that other than her being kind of snippy about it. Show, don't tell. Show us she doesn't like alphas. Don't just tell us that and then never do anything with it. Another thing. What the fuck is up with Aurea being like, oh, I shouldn't be kissing a girl, when she was totally fine with being all over Artemis when they met at the bar? What would have been better is not have her being weird about kissing a girl, but her being disgusted by kissing an alpha. It would make a lot more sense for her character. Their lips molded together for what felt like ages, but was most likely a few seconds. Aurea's hands pulling slightly at the red hairs on Artemis's head, since they were already around the neck, to brace herself for the possible impact. What impact? What? What are you talking about? I'm so confused. Aurea hated how she enjoyed that. Artemis's hands on the small of her back, firm to keep her from falling, and how soft and gently the kiss was, not pushing invisible limits the alpha set for herself. Then Aurea could smell what put Artemis so on edge. It was pungent, awful to the point where she could feel bile in her mouth. No wolf should smell like that unless Aurea such trails off when she's gently pulled up, the taller leaving a little peck on her lips, stunning the Omega into silence, mentally and verbally. Her cheeks were bright red and she was smiling like an idiot for more of the walk. Artemis's car visible in the distance, the blue standing out. So, what was the point of Artemis kissing Aurea? There doesn't seem to be an actual point for her to do this other than reasons. Just 'cause, I guess. That's when Aurea gets the startlement of a lifetime. Artemis suddenly lets go of Aurea, dropping the bags and kicking off the ground, somehow. Gaining air as she lunges, arms swinging out and grabbing the men by their necks, pushing them to the ground as cushions. There were 3 more behind the 2, and the snarl that came from Artemis made Aurea weaken the knees. The beta and alpha on the ground struggled to get Artemis off them, clawing at her hand. You thought you could sneak up on my Omega and me, Artemis growls, something dark covering the alpha's eyes, the glitter fading as did the already faint shades of pink. She smelled ripe for the picking, one of them choked out, smirking when he thinks Artemis doesn't notice, the other three moving away to go for Aurea. The Omega was too fixated on her alpha, the deepness of her voice making her knees tremble and her mind clouding, for her to realize the men behind her. It wasn't until the thunk of Artemis knocking their heads together, dashing to the front of Aurea, wrapping the girl up in her arms for her to snap out of it. The men froze in their tracks, arms elongated to reach for the Omega that was once in their reach. Don't you dare touch her, Artemis snaps, pulling the girl close to her neck, scenting Aurea. The betas and alphas laugh, stalking closer. What are you going to do about it, girlie? One of them snarls, clearly an alpha. I'm going to beat your ass, that's what I'm going to do, Artemis hisses, planting a kiss on Aurea's temple, rubbing calming circles into her hips. Okay, I feel like this intimate stuff just wasn't really needed here. The scenting, the kiss, the rubbing circles into Aurea's hips. It just feels so unnecessary. 'Cause right now they're faced with actual danger, not just some guys trying to flirt with Aurea. I'm trying to imagine this scene in my head, and this intimacy just feels very out of place for the scene itself. Imagine! These two are being surrounded by strange men who are clearly looking to do some bad shit to Aurea, and tried to sneak up on the two of them to take down the alpha so they could have the Omega. And meanwhile, these two are making out and being very intimate with each other while these men are being threatening. It's just so off. If you wanted to have a scene where Artemis was being intimate and trying to comfort Aurea, that it should have happened after these men were dealt with, not during or before they actually did something. Have it that Artemis knew they were being watched and started leading them back to the car, like she was, but just as they're about to reach the car, Artemis shoves Aurea behind her and grabs Guy 1 by the throat, pulling him in close and snarling in his face before kneeing him in the stomach, lifting him up and sending him flying at Guy 2, who was coming up on them. After those two are down, Artemis whips around and gets Aurea behind her again with insane speed and kicks Guys 3 and 4 away from them. With Artemis's strength, that should have been enough to at least stun the four men long enough for Artemis to get Aurea into the car and lock the doors before she continues dealing with the four men. After that, have Aurea be so shaken up by these men's attempt to do God knows what, that Artemis's instincts of being her soulmate and just being an alpha kick in and she goes into comfort the Omega mode. I need you to run to the car and lock yourself in. Can you do that for me, baby? Artemis asks, the pet name making the Omega's heart flutter. Dumbly nodding, Artemis starts a countdown in her ear, her voice giving Aurea chills. Why am I reacting like this, Aurea thinks, running when Artemis hits 0. Tears stream down her face when she hears footsteps thudding after her and yelps of being yanked back. She makes it to the car and slips in, locking the door and letting out an ugly sob. I shouldn't be enjoying her touch. I shouldn't be liking that name. I shouldn't be enjoying any of her kisses, Aurea mentally screams, her mind conflicting with itself, but she didn't push more onto me. She did it to protect me, her mind counters, confusing her. Looking out the car window, she watches Artemis beat them to a pulp, her hands shining in the sun with blood and her face passive. It scared Aurea to know that her future spouse could be this violent, but to think that it was because she cared about her made her face flush even more. She cares about me enough to put her life on the line, Aurea realizes, and when Artemis looks at her directly after downing the last alpha, the glitter in her eyes and the sudden explosion of warmth and love in her bosom confirms her darkest fear and best dream. She's my soulmate. But you already knew that! You remember Artemis from the bar! You already know she's your soulmate! What is happening? What is with this book and having the back and forth shit about them knowing and not knowing information? I'm going insane! Like, what even are the rules for how soulmates work in this universe? 'Cause it feels like you're changing them on me all the time. First, it was pretty simple. You see the world painted in just shades of the color of your soulmate's soul, and when you meet them, your world will become normal, basically. By that very basic rule, these two should have known instantly they were soulmates. But based on everything else that's been written, that's not actually how this works. Because Aurea is just now figuring out Artemis is her soulmate. So, what are the rules? Establish your rules and stick to them, please. Because you are not making any goddamn sense. This goes for Aurea supposedly hating alphas as well. You say she hates alphas, but refuse to actually show that she hates alphas outside of the scene at the bar, when as soon as she realized Artemis was an alpha, she pushed her away, physically assaulted her, and verbally attacked her. But ever since then, you've been having her act more like a goddamn tsundere rather than somebody who has actual hatred for something. Artemis gets into the driver's side after putting the bags in the back, her hands clean of blood. She looked over to Aurea to see her tear-stained face and lifts up the wheel, gesturing her to come over. The Omega gets up out of her side of the car and walks over to Artemis' side, opening the door and sliding into the Alpha's lap. She wraps her arms around the pale one's neck and buries her head in her shoulders, letting out her pent-up sobs in Artemis' skin. Her Alpha rubs her back and whispers sweet nothings into her hair, understanding her pain. Aurea doesn't know how long they were like that, but by the time she calmed down, Artemis' phone had gone off multiple times and the sun is lower in the sky. Aurea lifts her head and was greeted by a soft kiss to her forehead, bringing a hand up to her cheek. "Please just help me try and make this work," Artemis whispers, eyes soft and pleading. And against what she stood by, Aurea leaned down and placed a small kiss to Artemis' lips. "I can't promise anything," Aurea says. It slides into her seat, cheeks flushed and heart light. Hatred? Where? You'd have been better off writing Aurea like she just doesn't want to be forced to marry someone, but is now having conflicting feelings because the person she's being forced to marry is her soulmate. Seriously, I don't know about you guys, but I don't just kiss and sit in the lap of someone I hate. I'd much rather hit them with a cast iron skillet. Aurea stares at the rings on Artemis' hands as they pull out of the parking lot, noticing a new silver band on her hand, adding on to the abundance of rings. It was the only plain ring, the others studded with jewels and metals, which was odd. "Why is there a plain ring?" Aurea asks, her voice coming off a little more harsh than what she intended. Artemis must have realized because she smiles faintly. "It's for you, Aurea. My ring for you is being made as we speak, but this is just a filler for it," Artemis explains, driving up the mountain past the speed limit. Pink coats Aurea's chinks as she mentally fights with herself. "Don't be so stupid. She's just going to abuse you later on," her human side argues, Aurea's wolf side disagreeing. "She's our soulmate. Why would she do that? Don't forget she just fought off 5 males for you," she purrs, proud of their alpha. Now realizing they reached the palace already, Artemis startles Aurea by opening the door, just as a wave of burning hot fire washed over her, making her collapse into the alpha's arms. "Oh, you have got to be fucking kidding me. Did she seriously just go into heat? Did you just have Aurea randomly go into heat? I swear to God, there better not be a sex scene in the next chapter, because I might actually blow a blood vessel. I will be so unbelievably angry if you have these two have sex." Chapter 7. Artemis catches Aurea, her scent almost 1,000,000 times stronger, her body pouring pheromones into the air. Holy shit, she smells amazing, Artemis thinks, running towards the castle, Aurea clinging to her jacket and whimpering. Yep, I fucking knew it, she's in heat. Bypassing everyone, she runs upstairs, her mind starting to cloud with vanilla and rose tea. "Aurea, I need you to show me where your room is," Artemis asks, looking around frantically. Aurea points weakly at a door on Artemis's left, the green glittering. The alpha kicks the door open and bounds in, laying Aurea on the bed. How come Artemis didn't know what room Aurea was staying in her own goddamn castle? Whatever. "Can't stay any longer, or I'll do things that will make Aurea hate me forever," Artemis thinks frantically. Running out, Aurea calling out and whines for her. Slamming the door, Artemis releases a sigh of relief, sliding down the door. The cloudiness slowly leaves her head as she takes in deep breaths of the pheromone-free air. I need to stay away from her for a whole week, Artemis thinks, partially sad and partially determined. She gets up, remembering that she has to start planning the ceremony and do her rounds, and briskly walks to her room, trying to forget the smell of her mate. Oh, thank God. Artemis left Aurea in her room and is trying to stay away from her. But we're not out of the woods yet. We just started this chapter, and for all I know, there could still be a sex scene waiting for me later in the chapter. God, I really hope there's not. I do hate that Aurea just randomly entered her heat in the last chapter. Like, it doesn't feel like there's really a point to it. Changing into her armor and tying her hair into a tight ponytail, Artemis saunters down the main hallway, the male Omegas staring at her as she walks by them, her scent strong and smothering any sort of rebellious thoughts and feelings. Her stride was confident. As she entered her father's study, she saw two unfamiliar people. "Artemis, just the woman I was looking for," her father exclaimed, clapping his hands. Artemis raises an eyebrow, going to a folder on his desk and pulls out a paper with a location on it. "You only have one round today, and since Aurea is incapable at the moment, you have to plan the wedding, or ceremony. Whatever you New Age wolves call it," her father explains happily. The two people in there shaking their heads with small smiles. New Age wolves call weddings something else? What? From what Artemis could smell, they were a beta and omega, and mated to each other, so she didn't have to worry about the omega jumping her. Alpha Artemis, the female gently prods, smelling like the beta, and gets Artemis's attention. "I am Beta Zhao, and this is my mate, Omega Mayan. We're the planners of your wedding," she introduces, her mate shyly waving at Artemis. The youngest Alpha nods and sits. "I have a while before I need to make my rounds, so shall we start?" Artemis says to the three, crossing her long legs. "Of course. Do you have any dates in mind?" her father asks, getting a quill ready. "On the blue moon, when I transition to head Alpha and she head Omega," Artemis says instantly, making them all raise an eyebrow. Oh my God, is this why this is called the Blue Moon Song? 'Cause they get married on the blue moon? "If I may, Alpha," the Omega starts, "you do realize that is in spring, 4 months from now, and you will be, well," he blushes, not wanting to explain. She nods, looking at him. "You are more than welcome to speak with me informally, Mayan, and yes, I know, it is the only way to share the bite with her, since she will go through her cycle before the moon, and I will have to wait 2 more months. I do not want other packs to take your resignation as a chance to forcefully mate me or Aurea and possibly take over," Artemis explains, eyes glinting dangerously. "What? Sorry, is anyone else confused as to what this means? Am I supposed to be confused? Cycle? What will Artemis be? What does this Omega's resignation have to do with someone trying to forcefully mate Aurea or Artemis and attempt to take over? What is going on?" "You really are the Lupo de Sangue," Zhao says admirably, and nods. "Fair enough. Now, any theme? Something that mixes sun and shine with Blarshni. I want her to feel like she still has home with her," Artemis says, stunning the planners. "Have you thought of this already?" the head Alpha asks, piecing together the fragments. "Yes and no. I just have a suspicion that's what Aurea wants," Artemis shrugs, looking at her father. "I believe you want to speak with me in private?" Artemis asks, scaring the planners. "Yes, Artemis. Zhao, Mayan, you're dismissed," he says, and they scurry off, muttering different ideas to each other. When the door closes, Artemis smirks. "I guess I have some explaining to do," she says, and her father nods. "Serious explaining. Not only did I get a call from the Delta Guard saying you beat 5 betas and alphas horrendously, I also have some photos that scared even me, and it makes me question if you remember the rules the Sigmas placed," he says harshly, and it intrigues Artemis. He slides the photos to her, and she looks at them, her blood going cold. Her eyes were dark red and her canines elongated. She was covered in blood, and she understood why. The other Artemis was showing. "Oh, you mean the curse that literally hasn't done anything at all and might as well not exist? That other Artemis? I still hate this curse. It has 0 impact on the story so far. It's just here as an accessory. I bet it's only going to become a problem when it's plot convenient. And hell, it might not even become a problem then." "I didn't mean to exchange with her, father, but they were threatening to hurt Aurea, and I could not let it happen," Artemis says, and before her father could say anything, she adds on, "because she is also my soulmate." He stares at her before breaking into a big smile. My baby girl found her soulmate, he exclaims, making Artemis sigh and stand. I have my round to run. I'll be back. Please update me if something happens to Aurea, she says, ignoring her father's babble about grandchildren. Artemis walks out and strips, storing her clothes in a sack and shifting. She bounds off through a side road just for wolves. Other wolves move out of the way for her, bowing their heads to her as she passes. I will not let you get off easy this time. Artemis reaches the abandoned warehouse, shifting behind a bush and changing into her uniform, thankful for the silent epaulets, checking to make sure her pistols are loaded and that her pulse wasn't raging. I had to Google what epaulets are. It's an ornamental shoulder piece that you see on military uniforms. It's got those little dangly pieces hanging off of it. Stalking around to the back of the warehouse, she listens for commotion, just hearing drug lords and such making deals and snorting drugs. This is what happens when things aren't done my way, the darker voice in her snarled, looking at the poor boy who was being beaten inside. The sight made Artemis enraged, thinking of what would happen if that was her pup being beaten and enslaved. Your way will get that pup killed. My way will keep him alive and healthy, Artemis snaps, and she backs up, only to run and jump onto the rusted garbage can and hop up, grabbing the ledge with ease and hoisting herself onto the roof. Silently, she runs to the air vent and pulls it out, her fury fueling her strength. Sliding, Artemis is thankful for her lithe frame and crawls, checking every vent for a good drop spot. Finding one behind the main guy, she pushes it out, hearing it slam to the floor and leaps down gracefully after it. All eyes are on her as she quickly draws her pistols, aiming one at the main dealer's head, the other at their second in command. I gave you one chance, Artemis says, her face and voice expressionless. So now, by the order of the head alpha, I will have to execute all of you, she snarls, her voice dropping an octave. The moment the last syllable leaves her lips, the wolves come after her, making her switch the direction of her pistols and fire, bullets slipping through skulls like a knife through butter. Artemis keeps an eye on the young kid, making sure he doesn't get hurt. Her heart was aching at the sight of him, but she had to keep her head in the game. Holstering her weapons, Artemis grabs a wolf by their paw and swings them up, hitting another as she uses her free hand to claw at another's throat, her fingers covered in metal claws. Thank Ludum our rings are in my pocket, Artemis thinks, looking at the amount of blood on her hands. She crouches slightly and spins, one leg out to knock the wolves onto their sides before kicking a man into them, sending them flying into a wall. Bones audibly crunch at the impact, and drawing one pistol, she shoots any survivors except the kid. My biggest question right now is, why did all the drug lords shift into their wolf forms? I don't see a point for them to do that. They're going up against a woman with 2 pistols. Pistol beats wolf every time. I'm just saying. I would have liked this better if she silently assassinated them one by one instead of just going in there guns blazing. Because even if she was trained to be the ultimate killing machine, right? She still put that kid's life in danger just now. What if one of these guys had went for the kid and used him as leverage? It feels like the author had all the drug lords shift into their wolf form so Artemis would have the advantage in the fight scene, instead of figuring out how to show off Artemis's skills in combat. Pup, I need you to stay here. I will be back for you soon, I promise, she says, and runs outside, stripping before shifting and going after someone who disappeared into the woods. They weren't stealthy, that was for sure, and they were probably grazed by something in the mess inside the warehouse, for there was blood trailing over broken branches and paw prints. Then, in a clearing, she finds her target, slumped against a tree nude. Was the drug lord who started this mess. His shoulder was bleeding profusely, and his legs were covered in scratches. He turned his head towards the wolf and smiled, teeth bloody and falling out. I really wish there was a sentence that included her seeing this dude slip out after something happened, like maybe he was one of the ones that she kicked away, because it says up here that she grabbed one wolf by the paw, threw them into another wolf, kicked a man into somebody and sent them flying, and you could hear bones crunch, right? But as it's written right now, I'm having a hard time imagining how this dude gotten so fucking beat up. Like, logically, I know.
Obviously, he got beat up when Artemis confronted all of them, but at the same time, like, I'm just having a hard time visualizing what the fuck just happened. I don't know, I'm confused. Maybe I'm just confusing myself, but that does not change the fact that I am confused. If you're going to kill me, do it now, he chokes out before going into a coughing fit. Artemis just stalks closer, eyeing the man before lunging, locking her jaw around his leg. He screams and thrashes, trying to get her to let go. Artemis drags him like that the entire way back, letting him go when an Alpha patrol arrives to take him to the dungeon, saving his execution for later. Going to her spot and shifting, Artemis quickly changes before briskly walking back, eyes trained on the kid who now had a blanket on him. That's another thing. Why did she waste so much time getting undressed before going after this drug lord? Like, she probably knew he was injured, but also at the same time, taking the time to undress just gives him more time to run away and get farther away from you. I don't know. Nothing this story does makes any sense anymore. I'm confused. Guards moved out of the way and Artemis kneels in front of him. He hasn't presented yet, Artemis thinks to herself as the child eventually meets her eyes. Are you okay? Artemis asks emotionlessly but softly, not wanting to make a move in case it startles him. He nods, teary eyes, and makes a grabby motion with his hands. Needed the Alpha's gentle scent. She picks him up, cradling him to her chest as he starts to cry, gripping her cloak as his tiny wail wilts the nearby Omegas and Deltas. Artemis tries her best to calm him down, her mind still in a state of emotionless bloodthirst. What's your name, child? Artemis asks as a white wolf bounds into the scene. Corlin, the child blubbers, his eyes red and puffy, tearing a hole in Artemis's once cold, dead heart. The Lupo de Sangue is trained to not feel emotion. Can anyone please point to me where Artemis has not felt emotions? Anywhere in this story. 'Cause so far, I'm not seeing it. Also, why did these guys have a child there in the first place? There doesn't seem to be a point to it. The kid is just here 'cause reasons. You know you have to, like, have reasons for your villains to be doing something, right? Even if the reason is just 'cause I feel like it. But drug lords having a child slave just doesn't make sense. I better get an explanation as to what they were doing with this random ass kid, because right now his existence just does not make sense to me. Okay, Corlin, I'm going to take you back to the palace. We'll find you a good home while you stay there, okay? Artemis coos to the best of her ability. The wolf screeches to a stop in front of Artemis, sitting back on his haunches with a stupid grin. Artemis sighs and looks at him. Aiden, I'm trusting you to handle things here, she says, and after he lets out a bark of affirmation, Artemis sets Corlin down and shifts, ignoring the rip of her clothes. The child lets out a sound of amazement as he watches his savior turn into a big, deep red wolf. She gestures for the child to get on her back, and as soon as he does, she starts padding off, tail low as she cautiously checks for any hidden druggies. I can't take the chance, she thinks, speeding up, feeling the child relax on her back, laying his head on her, and wrapping his arms into her further. Artemis takes the chance to move faster. As soon as I get to the palace, Corlin needs to get to an orphanage, Artemis plans, her paws carrying her and the injured child to the castle autonomously. Wolves already out of the way, sensing her urgency. I don't think autonomously was the word that needed to be used here. I feel like that sounds incorrect, but I could be wrong. When the palace comes into view, Artemis realizes the child will get cold, for the mountain area is colder than the rest of Blairschnee. I can't let him get too cold, or his health will plummet further, she starts to panic. Feeling the child shiver slightly, she urges her feet to move as fast as they can, making sure the child stays on her. They move past the gardens and into the courtyard, the door is already starting to open. Artemis flies in, slowing suddenly but smoothly. She lays down, letting an old Omega nurse take the boy from her. As soon as he's gone, Artemis lets out a whine, suddenly aware of a graze on her face. Again? What is up with my face this month, Artemis thinks, Lydia bustling in with a towel. Alpha, I need you to shift so I can tend to your cut, she says, and lays a towel over the woman. She shifts and tries to sit up, Lyra keeping her down. No, it says Lydia up there. And then it says Lyra down here. Was that a misspell? Or am I high? Are there two? Are there two of them? Is there a Lydia and a Lyra? You shouldn't move until it's closed up, Lyra says, opening a kit and starting to clean the wound. Artemis hisses but doesn't move, scared of Lydia's wrath should she go against the nurse's will. Thank you, Artemis says softly, and even though her face was emotionless, Lydia could see all the emotions in her eyes, and it made her own water. I haven't done much, little one, only take care of you. But that's been more than I could ask for, Artemis interjects, making the two fall into a comfortable silence. This chapter confuses me. I guess it's here to show us what Artemis does as Lupa de Sangue, but I'm still just not vibing with this chapter. It feels more like pointless filler than anything else. And I guess having Oria randomly go into heat was the only way the author could figure out how to have her occupied for this chapter to take place. But you could have had drama instead! After they come back from shopping, Oria is exhausted and wants to just go to bed. And while Artemis is gone, Oria fucking sneaks out and attempts to run away from Blarshni. Maybe even have her get kidnapped by some of the lackeys that escaped from Artemis. And again, what is with the random child? Was he just included to show us that Artemis does still feel emotions? 'Cause my guy, you haven't exactly done a good job showing that Artemis doesn't feel emotions in earlier chapters. And honestly, I still don't see the point of the Lupa de Sangue existing anyways. Feels like she could just do all this stuff as a normal alpha. No need for the special title. You know what would have been cool? Is if the first couple of chapters, we see Artemis and what she does as Lupa de Sangue, and we get to see how her character, is kind of emotionless and doesn't really seem to care about things as long as she gets her job done, and we get to learn that, as Lupa de Sangue, she was specifically trained to not be able to feel emotions, at all. Because her job title requires her to not feel emotions. And then she meets Oria, and she gets a whole new wave of emotions that she doesn't know how to deal with, and it starts to break her Lupa de Sangue persona, or whatever. And that's why she starts getting hurt, and why she starts feeling all of these emotions, is because now she's faced with the emotions and the feelings that come with meeting your soulmate. And having them reject you. And this scene right here with the child could have been saved for way later in the story, as these two are slowly trying to build a relationship, and Artemis and Oria could actually adopt this child. It could have been so good. But no, I'm just getting random bullshit instead. Chapter 8. When Oria finally came out of her room, her body ached and she was hungry and thirsty beyond belief. I wish I was a beta, Oria grumbles, and just as she was about to storm to Artemis's room to ask her what happened, her stomach growls and it reminds Oria of her main priorities. Yeah, so her going into heat was just an excuse to get her out of the way for the last chapter. We just completely skipped over it. And in the process, completely skipped over Artemis and what she's been doing. I guess it's not too important, but I'm still annoyed. Making sure her clothes are secure and nothing unneeded is showing. Unneeded? I don't think that's the word you wanted. Oria pads to where she thinks the kitchen is, mumbling hellos to the servants around her, looking out the ceiling tall windows. Oria stares in amazement at the crystal-like snow falling outside. The whiteness was pure and it made Oria soft in her chest. What? I could see this every day with someone No, you don't love her. You can't love someone you just met, soulmate or not. She's an alpha and will most likely use you, Oria chastised, going back to her journey reluctantly. The longer this I hate alphas bullshit goes on, the more I want to manifest Oria into a real person and slap the ever-living shit out of her. I feel nothing but violent rage towards this character and the dumbass I hate alpha shit that the author literally does nothing with. It is such a nothing sandwich. Also, I can tell that this chapter wasn't spell checked or read over a second time because that paragraph was just a bit weird. Soft in her chest, nothing unneeded showing. What is going on? Navigating around the large palace, somehow Oria finds her way into the kitchen. The smell of potato and leek filled her nose, and it was delicious. Scampering in, the chefs smile at Oria. I bet you must be hungry. Let me guess, it just ended? A female chef asks, and Oria nods shyly, moving closer. The chefs awe at her timidness, calling her a pup in a woman's body and saying how lucky Artemis was to have her. Ew! No! No, that's gross. We are not going to compare a grown-ass woman to a child. Bad! Ew! Oh my god! Don't do that. That is so gross. I cannot describe the feelings of ick I just got. Hick! Disgusting. Ew. Oria blushes, but doesn't say anything else. I am. Is it okay if I have a bowl? She asks softly. And the chefs erupt in laughter. Of course, child. We can't let you get too thin, one says, and Oria can tell that these omegas are not abused in any way. It warms her heart to know that there's a less likely chance of her being mistreated, but she still wants to keep her guard up. You know what? This could have been used as a way for Oria to learn that not all alphas are the same way. She's in a completely different territory with a different pack, and what if Oria's pack, all the alphas tend to treat omegas like they're lesser, like it tends to be in this story, blah blah blah, and when she goes into Blarshni, she believes that the same thing is going to be happening, which is why she's so on edge and on guard and is always like really rude and mean. But as she's staying here and slowly gets to know the people around the castle and how things work around the castle and in Blarshni territory, she slowly comes to realize, wait, none of the omegas are being mistreated or abused in any way. What the fuck is happening? That could have led to like a whole story arc, but a bunch of character development for Oria, but no! The fact that you keep missing out on some great storytelling moments is really getting on my fucking nerves, let me tell you. The chefs spoon her a heaping bowl and shoo her out of the kitchen, telling her she's always welcome back as long as she eats properly. Walking into the dining room, Oria looks around in awe at the beautiful soft-colored lights coming from the glass ceiling, having never ate in the dining room before. She walks to the end of the table and looks at the two chairs there, both silver, but one with pale green cushioning, the other a deep reddish pink that glittered and shone. Timidly, Oria walks over to the glittering one and sets her bowl down on the placemat. Is it even okay if I sit here? Oria wonders out loud, cautiously pulling back the chair. Your chair is the green one, a soft voice huffs out, and it startles Oria. She turns around, wanting to see who it was. Standing in the doorway was Artemis, breathing heavily and covered in sweat, her clothes sticking to her like a second skin. Oria's eyes did a quick rake over Artemis before she looked away, embarrassed and frustrated with herself. Stop being so attracted to her. It's her plan to lure you and beat you, Oria's subconscious thinks, as she switches her bowl to the other placemat, trying her best not to look Artemis anymore than necessary. I swear to God, we better get an actual explanation for Oria's hatred of alphas, cause this constant she's going to abuse me shit is getting on my nerves. Especially when most of the time Oria doesn't act like she hates alphas. Like, did we just forget what happened in one of the previous chapters? Chapter 5! It's not that I don't trust you and want you dead, it's that I don't trust myself with you to enjoy you while you're living. Those are not the words someone would say to someone they hated. She just admitted that she doesn't want Artemis dead, and she does trust her. But then we get to this fucking chapter that she says it's her plan to lure you and beat you. Make up your fucking mind! Oria hasn't had nearly enough character development to be going this back and forth with her feelings about alphas and how she feels about them. This is insanity! What's got you so worked up? Oria asks sickly, her voice coming out hoarse and strained. She sits down and starts eating, not hearing Artemis move. Training, she says simply, sitting in the pink chair and scaring Oria again. Oria doesn't expect the older to place her water bottle in front of her untwisting the cap for Oria and smiling softly at her. The lemon in the water will help your throat. I could get another bottle. You drink from that, Artemis says, and the softness in her voice affects Oria more than it should in her unstable hormonal state. It brings tears to her eyes, and as soon as Artemis makes to leave, Oria grabs her hand, interlocking their fingers, the elder's hand swallowing Oria's easily. Please stay with me for now, Oria whispers, not even noticing how Artemis's body language changes. It becomes soft and protective, like she was going to envelop the smaller in a hug to protect her from the world. I feel nothing but rage in this moment. Absolutely nothing but rage. Let me just get a glass of water, baby girl. Fucking gag me. Ew. Ew! Artemis says quietly, not even noticing the pet name slip out. She was drunk on Oria's scent and the warmth that spread through her chest when the younger speaks to her softly. Also, pause. While I was bitching about this chapter in the Discord server, one of the members, Dirge, thank you Dirge, pointed out that this story is constantly infantilizing Oria. Always talking about how small she is and comparing her to a child. It's so fucking weird. I actually feel like I'm reading some incel's lesbian fetish story. I don't even know the gender of the person who wrote this story. Like I said when I started this series, I lost the original Google Doc that was shared with me, and I have no idea who wrote this, let alone their gender. I've just been sort of assuming that they're female. I don't know why. That was just where my brain went. Am I actually reading some guy's lesbian fetish story? Cause this sure fucking feels like r/men riding women. Reluctantly, Oria lets go and allows Artemis to get her water. While waiting, Oria powers through her syrup, filling her painfully empty stomach. Not long later, Artemis sits back down and takes a swig from the water, not saying a word. When Oria looks at Artemis after stopping to breathe, she looks at the shine surrounding her because of the chair, and at her scarred face, too looking really recent. Artemis catches her looking and smiles softly but sadly. I could explain one later, but I believe you know how I got the other, Artemis says, the bass in her voice sending a hum through Oria's chest. Thinking back on it, Oria realizes what Artemis meant and looks down, ears turning red from shame. Why are you ashamed? You put the alpha in her place to possibly save yourself from being used, Oria chastised mentally, but the voice was getting smaller slowly, and it didn't bother her as much as it should have. Don't be upset about it. The bartender told me we were both drunk out of our minds, so it's only natural something like that would happen, Artemis soothes, rubbing the back of Oria's neck. It soothes the woman to know that she was forgiven, and as much as her mind screamed at her to not give in, she relaxed into the touch, forgetting about her soup. Hey, remember in chapter, 3 or 4, Artemis was lying to Oria about remembering her from the bar? Are we just not doing that anymore? Why are you doing this to me? I'm going to lose my shit. Now eat up. You were in your room for a week, and I don't know how omega cycles work, Artemis gently urges, wanting to not be seen as pushy. How are you going to be the leader of your pack, but you don't know how omega cycles work? I think you need to go back to school. I'm just saying. Oria nods and starts eating, taking her time with the soup this time. The ceremony will be on the blue moon in spring. I hope that's okay with you. I just didn't want to put it off and risk a rival pack trying and force mate you or I, Artemis asks tentatively, her hand going to stroke her hair. Oria hums in approval, but chokes on her soup when she makes a realization. Wait, that means... She trails off, coughing violently as Artemis pats her back, wincing apologetically. Yeah, that's how the bonds work up here in Blarshny, especially with Abgrund being right next to us and planning to attack us. We can't risk it with a temporary bond, Artemis explains, her tone going stern and emotionless, and it's scaring her a little. Don't talk about war right now, Oria whispers, finally clearing her throat. She takes a sip from her water and holds Artemis's hand, not caring that this was not what she wanted when she first met Artemis. Just relax. We're safe here. I trust you and the soldiers here, Oria says quietly, half of her meaning it, the other half not. Going back to eating her soup, Oria notices Artemis visibly relaxed and lay her arm on the back of the chair, letting things go to a comfortable silence. Just as Oria finishes her soup, a Delta soldier comes in and bows while avoiding Oria's gaze. Alpha Artemis, The pup wants to see you before he's sent off, he announces and scrambles out of the room, making Artemis laugh and Aurea curl back into her chair, remembering why deltas, betas, and alphas avoided her. But the thing that caught her attention was the word pup. Does Artemis have a child, Aurea thinks, and it plants a seed of doubt in her heart. Oh, so Artemis did end up keeping... I forgot the kid's name. I'm not going back to look. I don't care enough at the moment. I'm way too fucking upset with this story to care. But she kept him at the castle for the whole week. Don't see why. Oh wait, is Aurea gonna want to keep the child? Is that what we're building up to? Also, why would Artemis having a child have Aurea doubting her? Does she think Artemis cheated on her? Had a mate before her? Nothing Aurea does and thinks makes sense, and it's pissing me off. This story just pisses me off. The more I read, the more confused and upset I get. This whole thing doesn't make sense. It really does feel like the author wanted to write some weird lesbian fetish story, but was too much of a wimp to commit to just that, so they did their best to add in a plot to cover up the fact that this is just lesbian fetish content. I'm being mean, I know. I'm upset. I'm very upset with the way these characters are written and the way the plot is moving along. I feel like I need to go to a rage room to let out my frustration. I am so over it. Chapter 9. Artemis leaves, noticing Aurea padding upstairs, cheeks red and head down. Shaking it off as post-cycle mood swings, Artemis walks to the courtyard, barely noticing the chill of the winter air. Sitting in the driveway was a sleek black car, and Coraline looking around. As soon as he spots her, he waves his tiny arm. Smiling with her eyes, Artemis walks faster and kneels before him. Coraline, be good, okay? She asks, and he nods furiously, leaning in when her hand ruffles his hair. Only if you come visit me, he mumbles while looking at her with hopeful eyes. Done deal, she says confidently, just as a guard ushers him into the car. While it pulls out, Artemis waves at the tiny child, knowing it's for the best he leaves. Heading back inside, Artemis goes to the dining room to take Aurea's bowl back to the kitchen to be washed, smiling at how comfortable Aurea was with her. So Aurea doesn't get to meet the child? What was the point of him being here then? Hope he comes back, otherwise his existence in this story was mostly pointless. Setting the bowl onto the counter by the sink, Artemis starts going to the garden, needing to calm herself before going to rest with the Omega. Looking around at the multicolored roses, Artemis feels a sense of calm wash over her as she looks at the flowers, running her fingers over the petals. Artemis looks up at the dome, still in awe at the glittery light fluttering through the snow on the glass. I could never get sick of this, Artemis thinks, spinning on the spot slowly in awe of what was around her. Getting too warm for her liking, Artemis takes off a layer of her thick training shirt, walking deeper into the maze of beautiful colors. I could walk this every day, and with my soulmate. The thought brings a burst of butterflies in Artemis's chest as well as a tingle on her scar. But how am I supposed to do that if she doesn't know her own feelings to me, Artemis thinks sadly. I know I don't love her. I don't know her well enough to say I love her, but this bond is going to make me feel like I do. So how am I going to tell if it's my own feelings or the bond? The thoughts plagued her, and she didn't even realize it was almost sunset by the time she snapped out of her stupor. Okay, is anyone else put off by the pacing of this chapter? It feels weird, right? I'm not crazy. We go from saying goodbye to the child, putting away dishes, and now wandering around a garden? The pacing doesn't feel right. I feel like we should have had some moments with the kid, Artemis and Aurea, with Artemis explaining to Aurea who the kid is after she questions Artemis about it, but we skip past something that I feel should have been more important. The last couple of chapters put focus on this kid, and now we just get nothing from him? I hope someone else figures out why this is weird, because I know it's weird. I know something about this pacing just isn't sitting right with me, but I can't put my fingers on it. So I hope someone else picks up on why this is weird and points it out in the comments, because it's gonna drive me nuts. Heading back, Artemis picks a yellow rose from a bushel, dethorning it with a knife from her pocket. Making it back before the sunset, Artemis approaches a maid. Do you happen to know where Aurea is? She asks, trying not to seem desperate. The maid cackles a little Artemis's puppy antics and nods, smiles on her face. She's helping Lydia in the sewing room, Alpha, she replies, and Artemis dashes up, but gets stopped by the maid continuing. You have a caring mate. Protect her. Artemis nods and practically prances up the stairs, the rose free of thorns and her heart light. Eventually, she got to the hallway that housed the maid's sewing equipment, and she approached the door, knocking softly. It opens to reveal Lydia, and the old woman lets her in with a smile, gently closed the door behind the taller. There was Aurea half falling asleep at the machine, a blanket surrounding her shoulders, and a white fabric gently pulling out from the needle. Walking forward, the Alpha doesn't realize Lydia had left the room, but just shakes Aurea's shoulders softly. Aurea, wake up, we have dinner in a bit, Artemis whispers, and it pulls the Omega from her half-sleeping state. What? I'll finish this up, you just start getting yourself awake, Artemis cuts, and the kindness in her tone makes Aurea want to listen. Getting up out of the chair, the taller takes her place and continues sewing. Yeah, okay, this whole chapter feels off. Like, what are we doing right now? Is anyone else as put off by what's going on as I am, or am I just being weird? The decorations on the white fabric become visible, and it makes her eyes water. Apollo's cloak. It's still here, Artemis thinks with remorse. Some spots on the cloak weren't as white as the rest, and those are the places that used to be soaked in blood. Finishing the stitch, Artemis leaves the now empty room filled with memories of her best friend. Closing the door quietly, Artemis turns around to see Aurea staring at her, eyes big and soft, almost comforting the older. Where's Lydia? Artemis asks, approaching Aurea slowly. Running a bath for us. It is the first time I'm having dinner with your family, Aurea says simply, and Artemis nods, remembering that Aurea went into her cycle the first day she was here. Okay, do you want to go first, or... Artemis trails off, not meaning to sound hopeful. You've been an emotional wreck. Stop wearing your feelings on your sleeve, her thoughts demand, making Artemis shake her head a little. I think I'll join you if I'm being honest with myself, Aurea says meekly, startling Artemis. The taller scans the younger's dark-skinned body, seeing if she's ill. Listen, I'm sorry I've been such a weasel to you. Lydia told me your story and what happened, and it made me realize that you're not that bad. I just jumped to conclusions since you remind me so much of an alpha that... Aurea stops herself, realizing she's babbling. Her cheeks flare bright red, and it makes Artemis giggle. What do you mean Lydia told you Artemis's story? Gee, I really wish we had gotten to see that conversation, but no, I guess it's not important enough to include. I think I see what this chapter is trying to set up. Aurea's in the sewing room where Apollo's cloak is, and if we remember, Aurea knew Apollo when she was younger, and she hates the alpha that killed him, which we know is Artemis, but Aurea doesn't know that, which we still haven't learned how Aurea knew Apollo in the first place. She had to take a train to be able to get to Blashney territory. That alone tells me these two places are not close to each other, and Apollo spent a lot of time with Artemis. So what this is trying to set up is the inevitable fallout between these two, because Artemis is the one who killed Apollo, and Aurea doesn't know that yet. I still do not like how fast this is going, and how this is being set up. I feel like this could have been done better. Also, hold the fuck up. Aurea was sewing Apollo's cloak, and by the sounds of it, Artemis had held onto it, so why is Aurea not questioning Artemis on why she has Apollo's cloak? She still doesn't know Artemis and Apollo knew each other. Oh my god, I cannot believe I didn't pick up on that right away. I had to pause my recording after I read the line, the decorations on the white fabric became visible and made her eyes water. It was Apollo's cloak. That, I had to pause because in that moment, I had just realized that Aurea was sewing Apollo's cloak. What the fuck do you mean? This could have been used for the reveal. Aurea is getting comfortable with Artemis, is accepting that she's a good person, and one day she goes to help the maids and spots Apollo's cloak, and it starts this whole fucking fight between her and Artemis. And it sets back Artemis's progress on earning Aurea's trust by a fucking lot. I am seething right now. Oh my god. I'm sorry, okay? I'll try to break the habit of being mean to you. And don't try anything. This gay crap is new to me, Aurea says quickly. The last part raises a big flag for Artemis, but she stores it away for later. This story is going to send me into a fucking meltdown, I swear to God. I know what this is trying to do. With someone who's homophobic or has a lot of internal homophobia and they're struggling with their sexuality, they do and say shit like that, right? And the author is trying to show that Aurea is struggling with her very obvious queerness. But the way this has been executed and shown is really, really pissing me off. It is done very badly. I do not have the words to explain why it's so poorly done right now. I'm just angry. Artemis smiles faintly at her, using her free hand to grab Aurea's and intertwine their fingers, looking at her with soft eyes. It's okay, Aurea. I was never mad at you in the first place, Artemis explains, feeling a big eruption of warmth in her chest. Close your eyes and hold out your hand, Aurea, Artemis whispers, hand shaking for the first time in her life. Aurea does what she's asked of, reluctantly, trying not to open her eyes too early. Artemis places the rose in the open hand and closes the smaller fingers around it. Open your eyes, Artemis says a little louder this time, and Aurea's eyes sat open only to water slightly at the rose. Thank you, Aurea says softly, voice quivering. Tears slowly roll down her cheeks in big dollops, making Artemis's heart seize up. Don't let her cry, Artemis thinks, and without realizing it, her lips had captured Aurea's in a sweet kiss. Aurea melts, tears stopping just as slowly as they started. Her intertwined hand being raised by the other. Artemis rests her free hand on Aurea's waist, not gripping but just rubbing soft circles into it. You need to stop. You barely know her and you're doing this because of her scent and the bond, Artemis's more logical side reasons. But the thought is thrown out the window because Artemis can't get enough of Aurea. She feels like she's been without water for years and Aurea is the most thirst-quenching water to exist. Just as she's about to move her hand, a sharp burn in Artemis's wrist makes her snap away to keep from biting Aurea's lip. But thankfully it seems like Aurea felt the same thing because she pulls back sharply, a yelp being torn from her throat. Forgetting about her own pain, Artemis checks Aurea's wrist for injury, wanting to make sure the smaller is okay. Turning the tiny wrist over and over, Artemis notices a pale green tattoo-like bracelet on her wrist, contrasting sharply with the dark skin. It glittered and shone while feeling warm to the touch, and it clicked in Artemis's head almost instantly. Checking her own wrist, Artemis noticed the same design, only a dark pinkish red, which she assumes is her own color. It brings a small, almost invisible smile to the older's face, and Aurea notices her own cheeks flaring. Yeah, I accepted you, Aurea mumbles, looking away, embarrassed. I really wish we could have gotten more build-up to Aurea accepting Artemis as her soulmate, but no, we're just speedrunning everything. It feels like you didn't want to actually write these two falling in love, you just wanted to write lesbian fetish content. And the way Aurea is constantly being described, turning the tiny wrist over and over, it makes it sound like you're talking about a child. And it's starting to really gross me out. Jesus fucking Christ. Good God, I'm actually getting really grossed out thinking about it now. Oh my God, I've been trying to ignore it for the most part, but the more I read, I can only ever see Aurea as a child now, like an actual, teenager or something, because of how she's constantly being described as smaller, younger, she's super tiny, and she's so sweet and innocent, and it's really fucking gross! I'm sorry, I'm losing my cool a little bit. 1 second, I'll be right back. I need to pause.
2 hours later.
Okay, I'm back. I had to drink some coffee and take some deep breaths. I actually started to have an actual fucking meltdown right there. Wow, Jesus Christ. Okay, we're almost done with the chapter. I'm very close. I just need to push through it and then I can go do something else for a little bit. Might watch some anime. I started My Happy Marriage and God, it's so cute. I need to watch something that's actually wholesome and full of romance and is really cute because the story is fucking with me, man. God. Okay. Artemis leans down and places one last kiss on Aurea's lips before pulling her towards the elder's room. See, there we go again! each other. They're really not. Like, can you please? I'm losing my fucking mind here. God. I'm actually losing my fucking cool. The more these two characters are described as older and younger, it really makes me think that the author wanted to write an age gap relationship where Aurea was a child. Like, I feel like Aurea was originally meant to be like a 15-year-old girl, maybe 16. And Artemis was like the adult in the relationship. I say the relationship with the biggest fucking quotation marks around them. But the author realized that might get her into some trouble. I say her, I don't know the gender of the author. That might get them into some trouble, so they changed Aurea's age, but didn't change the rest of, like, the descriptions of Aurea. That's how this is feeling to me, and it's making me real fucking sick. None of that was scripted. That was just me coming to the realization that, oh my god, I think Aurea was originally written to actually be a child for this story. I think she was supposed to be a kid. And that's got me feeling all sorts of fucking ways. I don't know if that's actually true, but that is genuinely how I feel right now. And you don't want, if that wasn't your intention, you don't want your readers to feel like, oh my god, was this character originally meant to be written as a child? 'Cause that's fucking gross. I'm gonna need to take a really long break from this story after this chapter because this has got me all sorts of fucked up. That's not okay. Oh my god. Okay, a quick future Yuji popping in to record a small edit now that I've calmed down significantly. So, the smaller and older and the taller, shorter talk, right, could have just been the author trying to write, the big and small dynamic. I don't know what it's called, like the actual dynamic is called right off the top of my head, but just like a cute couple dynamic and not something really fucking gross, right? Okay, I understand that. But did you see how I reacted when I thought that possibly Aurea could have been, like, supposed to be a child for this story? That's not a reaction you want out of your audience if that's not what you're going for. And you shouldn't be going for that. You know what I mean? Like, it's so poorly written, these two's dynamic, that I immediately thought, after a couple of chapters, that it's possible that Aurea was originally supposed to be a child for this story. And as you saw, that had me all sorts of fucked up about it, right? So, if that wasn't your original intentions, and you didn't just change Aurea's age partway through, then you need to go back and fix the way you describe these characters, and definitely get rid of the taller, shorter, older, younger things, because that doesn't help at all. Like, if Aurea is just meant to be, like, a small, petite woman, that's one thing. I am also a small, petite woman. I'm only, like, 100 or so pounds, right? 5'7", 100 and so pounds. So, as a skinny bitch, I could be described as small. But it's being described as small, being described as younger, being described as tiny, and how sweet and innocent Aurea is, constantly being described as, gives me, oh my god, this is a child impressions. And that's not great. That's not what you want your audience to be thinking when they're reading your story, especially a story for a genre that's mostly not safe for work content, that's just, no, that's not what we want here. Okay, hopefully my babbles made sense. Future Yuji gone, bye. Come on, we have to bathe, Artemis says, gently tugging on Aurea's hand. Her pale green eyes glittered with the tattoo and made time seem to freeze. This is the woman I will wake up to every morning, who will be there in my worst times, and who will help break this damned cursed Luna set, Artemis thinks in bliss, absentmindedly walking with Aurea to the Taller's room. Oh yeah, the curse that literally has posed zero problem and might as well not exist. Artemis wraps Oria in a fluffy towel, the dark-skinned body shivering immensely. Go get dressed, I'll be out in a second, Artemis says, gently nudging her forward. You could stop the chivalry now, Artemis stammers, teeth chattering from the cold. She waddles out, leaving Artemis in the steaming bathroom. She opens up the cabinet on top the sink, revealing containers of pills covered in dust from ages of neglect. So she hasn't been taking those pills that help contain the curse? Are you stupid? God! As much as I hate these pills, if I can't keep the other down during a fight, what if I can't keep her down around Oria? I can't hurt her, not when she's already starting to trust me, Artemis thinks in pain, the dark side of her mind cackling. Moving quickly, Artemis takes the container and opens it up, swallowing 2 pills dry. Feeling her body shake and heave, Artemis leans over the counter, counting to 10. When the quaking subsides, Artemis leaves the bathroom and enters her bedroom. Oria already dressed to dry her hair. The Omega was dressed in a faint blue sundress with a white petticoat contrasting with her dark hair and skin. Artemis couldn't tell if she styled her hair or not, because to her, Oria was stunning with bed hair or styled hair. Do you ever wear your hair in something other than a ponytail or down? Oria asks, irritated. The smaller puts Artemis down on the bed, sitting behind her and starting to dry her hair and style it. It felt as domestic to Artemis as it was foreign. Oria's fingers were soothing on her scalp, making Artemis a puddle of goo under the smaller sections. Please do not take this little sunshine away from me like you did Apollo. See, you're doing it again! Stop it! Fuck! I need to take a walk, man. What the fuck? That is the end of chapter 9. The pacing of this chapter feels especially off. We're jumping around a lot, and the sudden acceptance of Oria has for Artemis is very forced. I wish we had gotten another chapter in between this one and chapter 8, where Oria is wandering the castle and talking with the servants, and we get the supposed conversation between Lydia and Oria, where Lydia explains to her why Artemis is the way she is, but that she's a kind and caring alpha. I also wish there was more to the kid that was introduced, only to be shipped off 2 chapters later. Oria's internal homophobia is really poorly written too. I'm getting really tired of the poor pacing and poor character development in this story. It's making me really upset. I see the potential this story has. The overall premise is fine, but it's so poorly executed, I can't stand it. I cannot stand the way these characters are written. It's driving me nuts if you haven't been able to tell by my reactions in this chapter alone.
Chapter 10. Oria finally got the gumption to get dressed, still disgusted at herself for almost becoming putty in Artemis's hands. How could you do something like that, Oria asks herself, not really meaning it wholeheartedly. Almost? That's what we call almost? I guess I shouldn't be surprised. We are 10 chapters in, and clearly the author can't really keep Oria's bullshit straight to save their life. We're always going back and forth between being okay with Artemis and not being okay with Artemis. I just need to trust her more. Lydia said I need to, Oria thinks, her mind wandering. Oria, I've noticed how cold you are to Artemis, Lydia says, her hands deftly working to brighten a white cloak as she talks to Oria. The younger stutters, busy folding clothes, and in her own little world, her eyes trailed to the elderly Omega, who was gracefully caring for an old cloth. If your reasoning is because she is an alpha, then you should know that she never wanted to be one, Lydia continues, and it intrigues Oria because of her tone. Artemis has lived a rough childhood filled with blood and fear, the elder tells, voice going somber and reminiscent. What do you mean? Never wanted to be an alpha? Hey, remember in chapter 1 when Artemis literally had a meltdown at the thought of not being an alpha anymore? 'Cause I sure do. When Artemis was little, she had this human friend. Well, I say friend, but he was more like a brother to her. His name was Apollo, and he was Artemis's anchor in life. He was there when Artemis was chosen to be the successor in a legacy she never asked for. It started on Artemis's first blue moon, when her training became more intense. She'd have to go to Apollo, covered in blood and bruises, limping in pain and too weak to even speak. All he would do was clean her cuts and sing her to sleep. The information hurts Oria more than she could say. So this is the snow girl baby brother would talk about, Oria thinks solemnly, listening intently. Baby brother! Also, hey, remember in chapter 2 when Oria was thinking that Artemis should be dead because she got Apollo killed? Granted, she didn't know it was Artemis, but still, this information that Artemis is the wolf that got Apollo killed should have had a bigger reaction. She just found out her soulmate is the reason her, as it says, baby brother is dead. What are you doing? God, this could have been used as some good drama and reaffirm Oria's beliefs that all alphas are monsters. This could have shattered what little trust Oria had been building with Artemis, but no! For some reason, Oria is just totally cool with this information. You upset me greatly. Everything went downhill when the blood moon ceremony arrived. Artemis was a beta and ready to accept whatever rank was displaced upon her, and under the light, she got her first alpha cycle. Not long after, Humans from the neighboring towns stormed the mountain. They brought mechanized weapons and all sorts of things. I probably didn't say that right, but it's fine. The only people to survive that slaughterhouse were the Alphas, some Betas, the Mother Omega, and 2 Omegas, out of Luna knows how many people. Oria can't help but let a few tears down. Artemis shifted for the first time that night, and she murdered all of the humans except Apollo, tried to protect him with everything she had. The picture painted made Oria scared, and if it weren't for the blankets depicting winters full of love for previous head alphas and their mates she held in her arms, Oria would be weeping. What are we even talking about? I'm sorry, I don't have any decent commentary or tips or anything. I'm just so annoyed and confused. I'm very convinced that this author would write a chapter for this story, leave the story alone for months, and then come back to write another chapter without rereading the previous chapters. Because there's no real reason there should be this many inconsistencies with the characters and plots. This is actual insanity. If this story was written recently, I probably would have mistaken this for an AI-generated work of fiction. That's how bad all the inconsistencies are. It's giving AI. It's not AI, and I know it's not because this was written way before all of this generative AI bullshit was implemented literally everywhere. Oh, but it's driving me crazy. Oh my god. I'm actually starting to get a headache. Wow. Okay. That night your Alpha wept for the first time, cradling Apollo's corpse in her arms, for she didn't see that one human behind her who took his life brutally. That's why Artemis is so cruel, for she blames Apollo's death on herself and wants to punish herself for it. That's why she's so soft when you two are alone, so she can treasure her time with you. My child isn't a ruthless being all the time, for look at the meaning of her rings. That's why she's so cruel? Hey, literally where? The most cruel thing she's done is what she did to those men in chapter 3. And I don't see how that's her being cruel to punish herself. Like, I understand the concept of a character becoming cold and distant because of something that happened in their past. It's a very common trope, but you didn't write Artemis to follow that trope, like, at all. You say she's cruel, but again, where? If anything, she's written like an angsty teenager, not someone who's emotionally shutting themselves off because they blame themselves for their friend's death. When you and Artemis met that night at the club, Artemis was looking for someone to talk to, not bed. She was trying to get you outside, for she felt like one of them might take you from her. Her one spark of happiness had forever. When you rejected her like that, it tore a massive hole in her, torturing her the entire night. She kept going off about how you told her she was a bad alpha, and how she was trying to force herself on you. And it hurt her, for those were not her intentions, Lydia finishes. Hey, if you wanted it to seem like Artemis was just trying to find someone to have a nice conversation with, then you shouldn't have written Those intense makeout sessions. Just please let her show you how amazing and thoughtful she is, the nanny begs, and Oria nods slowly, taking the cloth and putting it under the needle to fix a hole. Lydia, I hope you understand why I'm giving your request such thought, Oria says softly, eyes growing heavy as she patched the hole. Lydia looks at her questioningly, packing away the supplies they used. Apollo was my loving brother who was never home, yet so dear to me. He'd come home after a week with tales of the snow girl who lived in the mountains, planting roses and covered in rings. He'd talk to me about her and how one day he'd marry her, for they were soulmates. My baby brother who would beg me to come with him to meet his best friend, but I was too upset over how he was over there more than with me, that I always said no. Wait, okay. I know earlier she referred to Apollo as her baby brother, but I figured it was like a best friend that calls each other siblings thing because he was human. Are you telling me those two are actually related? How? Can humans even be born from wolf parrots? And how the fuck did Apollo meet Artemis anyways? If he's a Sonnenschein member, then he would have had to take the train to get to Blarschnee territory because the two are so far away from each other. And at this time, they were both children? They were children. So how did this child make his way from Sonnenschein to Blarschnee? None of this makes any sense. When I heard the news about his death, I was told that the alpha heir of Blarschnee killed him, and that the humans were trying to protect him. I kept track of her to make sure she'd never hurt my family, and I was taught that alphas were bad, and all they wanted was to use omegas as toys. So when I realized she was an alpha at the club, I didn't know how to react. But now that I know her story, I promise to do my best to make it up to Artemis, Oria explains, her hand shaking. You took the only really interesting plot this story could have had, and you resolved it in a single fucking chapter. You have just effectively ruined the only interesting thing about your book, about your characters. Artemis killing Apollo was the whole fucking reason Oria hated alphas as much as she did. It's why she was so against being Artemis's soulmate and marrying her. And wait a minute! Oria has been keeping track of Artemis this whole time. If she's been keeping an eye on Artemis, then wouldn't she have been aware of who she was when they met at the bar? Or are you saying that she listened for news about the Blarschnee heir to keep tabs on her that way? I'm not at all understanding what the point of this information is. It's fucking pointless. And Apollo being Oria's brother doesn't make sense either, because again, he was human and she is a wolf. How the fuck does that work? You better say he was adopted later, because if they're blood related, I'm going to scream. Is anyone else as lost and confused as I am? Her foot became lethargic and her head slumping every now and then with sleep. Child, you may not know how to take care of yourself, but I know you know how to take care of others, so take care of Artemis for me, Lydia asks, and with that, the door opens, revealing the woman who Oria had misunderstood and tortured mentally for longer than acceptable. Noticing Artemis finally come out, Oria looks at her hair and mentally scoffs. Do you ever wear your hair in something other than a ponytail or down? Oria asks, her irritation at the bland style showing in her voice. She drags Artemis to bed and sits behind her, letting her fingers run through the soft, wet hair. While styling it, Oria notices how calm and quiet Artemis got, and looks to find the giant slipping in and out of sleep, relaxing in Oria's arms, stress visibly leaving her body. It makes Oria smile sadly and continue her actions, twirling parts of her hair and gently braiding others. I never realized how stressed and pulled thin Artemis is until now. All I have done is make it worse, a majority of Oria thinks, gently caressing cheek with her thumb. But the small portion of her that didn't agree was lingering, and it was the first time it disgusted Oria to think like that. I need to try to be better, Oria thinks to herself, leaning over Artemis's face and smiling. She gently kisses Artemis's nose, giggling softly at the way Artemis opens her eyes and goes cross-eyed, trying not to seem giddy. You gotta get ready, Artemis, Oria whispers, eyes mournful yet happy.
I still really hate how quickly Oria's problems with Alphas and Artemis was resolved. It took one conversation with Lydia for her to do a complete 180 in her entire belief system. Not to mention, again, the whole Artemis is responsible for her brother dying bit. Artemis nods and gets up, already pulling her skirt up over her muscular legs. Oria watches the way Artemis's muscles flex and move under her pale skin, scars painting her skin and stretching with them. The taller tucks in her shirt and slips on her blazer, the silky maroon material glimmering in the faint sunlight and candlelight, taking care not to ruin her hair. Noticing the tie on the hanger, Oria grabs it before Artemis can and stands up right in front of her, wrapping the tie around the taller's neck, concentrating tightly as she ties it. Artemis looks at her eyes soft but her face indifferent. Oria finishes and slides her hands down, looking at Artemis's eyes. The two slowly start to lean in before the Omega gently pushes them apart. "Dinner, remember," she says lightly, slipping her heels on, noticing Artemis quietly step into her shoes delicately, making Oria smile. Waiting for Artemis to walk up to her, Oria wraps her arm around Artemis, holding the hand and making a loop with it. Artemis doesn't shake her off while slipping on white gloves, her eyes glittering in Oria's vision, making her ache bigger. "Starting today, I cannot be mean and horrendous to this woman anymore," Oria finalizes, even though a small part of her was screaming no. Oh my god, that was rough to get through. There is zero consistency in this story, and it makes this so frustrating to read. I am doing my best, but with every chapter, I just want to quit reading and never touch this again. Chapter 11. Artemis's head was foggy, and the base of her skull was throbbing. The first side effect of her pills, but she had to keep pushing. "Just remember, you have a pretty, smart, and brave girl on your arm. Everything will be fine," Artemis thinks to herself, guiding her and Oria to the dining room. The Alpha will glance at the shorter woman every now and then, heartwarming at the sight. They arrive at the top of the stairs to the dining room. Artemis's parents at the head of the table, the seats from earlier placed at the tail. The Alpha becomes self-conscious as she notices her parents staring at them, hearing their whispers, but not being able to tell what they're saying, yet she keeps a straight face. The taller guides the shorter down, pulling out her chair and waiting for Oria to sit before seating herself, hand shaking slightly as the pain dulls a little. Her father is the one who breaks the silence between the pairs, his eyes scanning approvingly of Oria. "So, we finally having our first dinner together," he says, tone warm and caring. "It's a pleasure to finally eat with you, Oria," he finishes with a smile. Artemis's mother chiming in with her own genuine smile. "It is. After hearing so much about you from your brothers and sisters, it's an honor to see that you've surpassed everything they've said," she says lightly, her voice airy and musical. Artemis saw the blush on the smaller's cheeks, and she couldn't help but let out a coo. Wait, how long have these two been communicating with Oria's family outside of her parents? Because I know they would have to speak with her parents to arrange this whole thing, but Oria's siblings? That's weird. That's weird, right? What is the purpose of them talking to Oria's siblings? The Alpha sounded nothing like her parents. Her mother having a high, airy voice as if she was always daydreaming, and her father having a more clear voice, deeper than Artemis's by a mile, but nowhere near as husky unless he just shifted or woke up. Appearance-wise, Artemis was like a carbon copy. She had her mother's hair and eyes, yet her father's build and stance, and it confused people, but Oria didn't seem too bothered by her parents' cooing, which warmed her heart. "Now, have you two accepted each other?" Artemis's father asks seriously, laying his hands on the table. The two nod, and subconsciously, Artemis grabs Oria's hand, intertwining their fingers as the man interrogates them. "King Reinschut, you can call me Tyvon or Dad." "Wait, what?" Oria asks in shock after being interrupted. Artemis going into a coughing fit from water going down the wrong pipe. When she was about to scold her father for his comment, Oria pats her back, looking sympathetic at the older. "Okay, so this is just a filler chapter. At least that's what it feels like. There's nothing really going on right now. They're just having a meeting with Artemis's parents. You know, I'm also realizing that it hasn't been that long since Oria came to Blarshni and this whole fiasco started with her and Artemis. It's been, what, a month? Maybe? God, thinking about how much time has passed for these characters just makes me even more upset with how quickly the problems between Artemis and Aurea were being solved. That irritates me so much. Father, Artemis cries out, blushing for the first time in Luna knows how long. What? She's going to be my daughter-in-law eventually, and her own father is a complete Typhon, Artemis's mother scolds, whacking him upside the head. Don't you dare badmouth Aurea's father in front of her, and at my table, she hisses, her mother accent coming out due to the anger. I'm sorry, JK. I still don't know how to say her name. He grumbles and pouts like a child, making the younger two stifle their laughter. If I may ask, where are you from? Aurea asks Artemis's mother after getting a visual okay from Artemis. The Omega's eyes sparkle with old love and pride. It makes Artemis proud that her mother still believes in her old pack, even though they've long since been destroyed. Please call me Jakil. I'm from a tiny pack in between the neutral zone of Abgrund and Sonnenschein called Alter Stolz, she says whimsically, and Artemis can see a fire spark in Aurea's eyes. I've been there. I used to visit that pack when I was a pup, and I'd tell my mom that I joined that pack when I was older, the tiny Omega says quickly, her voice full of reminiscence and regret at the mention of her mother. I'm sorry about what happened, Aurea says softly after, the apology genuine and caring, knowing the heartbreak the oldest woman must be feeling. Waving it off, her mother smiles half-heartedly. Don't worry about it, little one. I found my pack again when I met Artemis's father and joined Blaoshny, she says, her voice sweet, giving hard eyes to the only man at the table. Artemis fake gags at the sight of them flirting, making Aurea laugh. Artemis is unexpressive, Author says. Artemis doesn't show emotions, Author says. Meanwhile, Artemis, you're 23. Get over it, the woman says, and it makes Aurea laugh harder. And if Artemis wasn't so pissed, she'd be giving a bright smile. I forgot Artemis was only 23. And that just makes the author calling Artemis the older and Aurea the younger even more gross, because Aurea's 21, if I'm remembering that correctly. She is not that much younger than Artemis. It just gives such bad, icky, gross vibes. I hate it so much. Salad arrives and it's placed delicately in front of them, making Artemis and her father produce a slight face. The Omegas laugh at them and they start eating, light-hearted banter flying across the table. Artemis takes note at how at ease Aurea looks and smiles internally, grateful the Omega is comfortable with her family already. It lightens the stress on Artemis to know that she doesn't have to integrate her Omega into the family, but she still keeps an eye on the woman, just in case. The two left the table a while after the elders left, just sitting in comfortable silence. Nothing was audibly said between the two, but the silence said everything. I won't hurt you anymore, the silence said, and even though Artemis doesn't want to think that Aurea used to purposely hurt her, she can't help but wonder why. What the fuck do you mean Artemis doesn't want to think Aurea was purposely hurting her? She knows damn well that Aurea was being an ass to purposely hurt her. Their first meeting, she told Artemis she was a horrible, disgusting alpha, and she threw a bottle at her face. Dude, this fucking... Maybe I'm being picky with the way things are worded because of how insanely inconsistent this story has been with its characters and plot. Maybe this makes perfect sense, but I don't know anymore. All I know is that I'm tired of this, Grandpa! They walk slowly up to Artemis's room, having discussed about Aurea trying to sleep in the same bed as the Alpha already. Looking at the stained glass windows filtering the moonlight in, Artemis feels her mind getting fuzzy, but not in the way she wished. If only it was because of Aurea's scent that my mind clouds, not these stupid pills, Artemis thinks heavily, not realizing that they arrived to her room. Aurea nudges her slightly, noticing the taller's absence. Artemis glances at Aurea, startled by the movement, but thankful that she was pulled out of her reverie. Smiling reassuringly, Artemis opens the door to her room to allow Aurea in, trying to distract her mind from the pain. Closing the door, Artemis latches the door halfway before undoing her hair, feeling Aurea's eyes on her as she stripped of her jacket and tie, stepping out of her heels and undoing the top buttons of her shirt with a sigh. Is something troubling you? Aurea asks, taking her own shoes off and getting comfortable on the bed. The Alpha shakes her head, faking happiness as she changes into loose pants and a camisole, offering Aurea her nightdress. These are better for the nights than your nightdresses. It gets quite cold during the night if you're not used to it, Artemis says softly, crawling onto the bed and laying her head on Aurea's chest, trying to get away from the pain. The Omega notices, and with slight hesitation, massages the back of Artemis's head, feeling the woman quiver. Feeling the front of her dress dampen, Artemis and Oreo realize the taller is crying, and as much as Oreo wants to know why, she doesn't push. I'm sorry for that, Artemis says after a while, not wanting to let go of the shorter. She felt safe in the Omega's arms, the safest she's felt in a long time. Don't worry about it. We all have our moments, Oreo says, trying to not snap at Artemis the best she can. Let me go change, then we could cuddle, she continues, and the pale woman reluctantly lets go, getting anxious for her lover to return and embrace her once more. Okay, yeah, this chapter was a lot of nothing. It was just filler, which is fine. It's nice to have a small break from the inconsistent plot and character dynamics. Still some things that happened in this chapter that had me thinking about smashing my head against the wall, but nothing as bad as past chapters. Part 2. Hurt and Love. Chapter 12. Oh hey, we finally reached part 2. I don't know why there's parts for this. It seems a bit pointless, but okay. Oh, also, hey! Warning for very mild assault? To spoil it, Artemis's curse takes over her body and she pins Aurea to the bed and starts licking her neck while Aurea is begging her to stop, and it's really weird and gross. It had to at least been an hour before midnight when Aurea woke up. Like Artemis said, the air was cold, but the nightdress and Artemis's body heat kept her warmer than just the blankets. Speaking of Artemis, Aurea thinks, feeling the weight shifting on the other side of the bed constantly. Turning around to face the woman, Aurea panics when she notices the woman's forehead dotted with sweat, her lip quivering and her eyes clenched tight. She was shifting a lot and it worried her. Artemis! Wake up, Aurea says urgently but softly, leaning closer to her. She responds faintly with her head turning to the smaller. Artemis, Aurea says more urgently, gently shaking the woman. When no response is given and the taller starts letting out whimpers, Aurea goes to her last resort. Alpha, Aurea whimpers, trying to sound as needy as possible. Artemis calms down, and just as the smaller is about to go back to sleep, she sees Artemis's eyes snap open in the corner of her eye, and it makes her freeze. Oh no. No, 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 no. Are we serious right now? Are we seriously bringing out the curse right now? Instead of seeing the warm, reddish pink, her eyes were a harsh yellow and red, like the stereotype humans portray them with, but with the color she saw at the shopping center. Staying dead still, Aurea thinks to herself rapidly, scared out of wits and about what's happening. This can't be her, right? It has to be a dream, she thinks over and over, hoping Artemis will return to her normal self. Instead, the weight on the bed shifts suddenly, and Aurea's arms were thrown above her head, her wrists being pinned by the taller's big hands. The Alpha's legs are on the outside of the Omega's, keeping them in place. Having closed her eyes, Aurea opens them, only to have them widen. Artemis was staring at her with a sadistic smile on her face, veins popping on the side of her neck. Artemis? Stop it, you're scaring me, Aurea stutters, on the brink of crying. How could I trust her? I knew it all along, Aurea thinks bitterly, even though a part of her still wants to believe that Artemis won't do this. Artemis is long gone right now, Omega, Artemis whispers, her voice sounding like Artemis, but not like Artemis. She might have two personalities, Aurea tries to reason, but when the taller leans into the crook of her neck, sniffing it, it makes the shorter start to cry. God, it is the stupid fucking curse! Hey, remember those pills Artemis took that supposedly keep the curse at bay? Remember how she hasn't been taking them and has been just fine? This curse is stupid, and I hate it. It's dumb and stupid. It makes no sense. These pills are also stupid. They didn't need to be introduced to the story at all. Without Artemis taking these pills, or these pills even being in the story, this would stay the same. They're not relevant enough to even include them. Okay, I had to go back and read about these damn pills again, and I forgot that the curse can still emerge when she's taking the pills, but that doesn't change the fact that these pills and this curse are stupid. Stop! Please just stop, Aurea begs, trying to squirm her way out. Artemis removes one hand and grabs the woman's hip harshly, fingers digging in. You smell so nice, precious Omega. Makes me want to eat you up, the Alpha growls. Pressing her lips to the dark-skinned neck, the tears start to fall faster, her body involuntarily leaning towards Artemis, and it made her want to shrivel up.
When she feels the sharp fangs, that's when Aurea starts thrashing, wanting to get away. Stop struggling or I'll make this permanent. Artemis wouldn't like that, the taller hisses, purring the last part into Aurea's ear. No, please, the darker-skinned one pleads, and just as she's about to give up, everything stops. Hands are removed, lips lifted, and in all, Artemis's presence is removed from Aurea's space. Hold the fuck on! Pause! Pause right fucking now. Alright, what the fuck is it with you and sexual assault in this story? This is the, what, fourth fucking time SA or some form of SA has happened? Hey, can we, not fucking do this shit? You have just had your main character assault her love interest, and it's really fucking gross, dude. When I first read this, it made me think. This is the first time the curse has really come into play, right? And the first time this curse comes into play just so happens to be when Aurea is in bed with Artemis, and it makes me think that the whole reason this curse was added was so you could write Artemis basically assaulting Aurea, but have it be okay, because it wasn't really Artemis assaulting Aurea, it was the curse that gives Artemis a super evil second personality, and that's weird. I don't know what it is with you and writing your characters to sexually assault others, or have them order other characters to be sexually assaulted as a punishment, but you need to cut all of it out. This adds nothing to the story. It just feels like a fucking fetish at this point. Which, we are not going to get into the nuances of that kind of fetish right now, because that is a slope I don't feel like sliding down right now. All I'll say is that this doesn't feel like a trauma response fetish. This feels like you want to watch and read about people being hurt like that because you think it's funny or some shit. And if that was not your intentions, then you really need to rework and rethink adding SA into your stories. I've said it once and I shall say it again. You do not need SA in your story unless it is an integral part of the story and characters. It's not just something that's thrown in for shits and giggles. Looking around, Aurea sees Artemis on the floor, a horrified look on her face, with her irises their normal glittery color. Blood was running out of the taller's nose as she backed up away from the shorter. I'm so sorry, Artemis rasped, her heartbreak evident in her voice. Aurea found herself unable to do anything as the Alpha tried to get up, seemingly weak and unsteady. I'll sleep somewhere else. I don't want to hurt you anymore, she mumbles, stumbling out of the bed, slamming against the wall. When she moves, Aurea notices a dark patch where the Alpha hit the fall, and it concerns her. What the, Aurea thinks right before Artemis collapses, the same dark patch spreading below the muscular body. Freaking out, the Omega scrambles to the end of the bed and sees it in a better light. It was blood. And when Aurea checked her pulse, she couldn't find it. Shooting up, Aurea pants, feeling sweat on her brow and a heavy arm keeping her lower half down. Looking to her side, she sees Artemis sleeping happily at the Omega's side. There was no blood on the wall, no marks on her neck or wrists that she could feel, and when she looked at the bed sheets, there was no sign of any unnatural movement. What? Of course you pulled the fucking, it was just a dream stunt on me. God! I actually fucking can't with this story. Someone save me! I still fully stand by my earlier statement, though. Even if it was a dream, this is still weird, man. And the curse and pills are still stupid. Soft sunlight was filtering through the gold-tinted curtains, casting a shimmer on the Alpha, making the woman seem like a mere child. Don't say that! Stop comparing your characters to children. That's gross and weird. Good lord! Realizing that this is reality and that her dream was just a mere nightmare, painting a horrific picture of the soft giant next to her, Aurea couldn't help but shed tears. I'm still thinking of her as a monster, she shamed, sliding back under the covers as Artemis slowly wakes. Trying to calm herself, the Omega doesn't realize the other woman opening her eyes slightly, letting out a soft whine. Aurea, what's wrong? She asks the shorter, her voice hoarse and deeper than usual, calming the smaller down slightly. Nothing, Aurea responds, feeling bad for waking the taller. She turns to the Alpha and buries her head into her chest, wrapping her arms around Artemis. Can we just stay like this for a while, Aurea begs, taking comfort in the scent of the older. Of course, I canceled everything today so we could spend it renovating your room, Artemis mumbles, bringing Aurea closer and hugging her tighter. What? Aurea asks, startled by the statement. Yeah, you probably forgot because of the cycle, Artemis slurs, fingers subconsciously rubbing circles into Oria's back. Now sleep, Artemis demands, but to Oria, it sounds more like a wish and it makes her smile. Okay, sleep it is, she answers, but there's no point. Artemis was already succumbing to said thing. Listening to Artemis's heartbeat and breathing slow and calm, it helps bring Oria's anxiety down. The fingers on her back became lethargic, and soon enough that muscular woman was asleep, her scent becoming more of a musk, and it become filled with a sweet undertone with a touch of pheromone, and it made Oria realize just how close the blue moon was, and instead of fear, she was filled with excitement. Mother, thank you for your stories of soulmates. You've always wanted me to find someone who would treat me better than Father would treat you, and I think I found her, Oria thinks with a bittersweet tone, her heart becoming nostalgic. My thoughts have not been forgiving to her, and for that I will always be sorry. I have been unfair to her, and I wish to make amends for it. Before we seal this, whatever this is, in the spring, even if I don't know how the rest of the family will feel about me mating with a female. Wait, do they still not know? What do you mean you don't know how they're going to feel about you marrying a woman? How do they not know yet? How did they not know in the first place? Everyone in this story is fucking stupid for the sake of the plot, and it drives me nuts. Hey, if all of your characters are this dumb and are constantly ignoring or going against their beliefs and character, then you've written a bad story. Oh, also, referring to women characters as female in this context, even if Oria is a woman herself, is just really gross, man. Cease. Looking at the soundly sleeping female, her own eyelids get heavy as the breath of her future wife lulled her to sleep. Luna, or whoever is up there, please help me make this hell more bearable for Artemis. Chapter 13. Oh boy, next chapter is the Tugless chapter. Let's get through this and hope and pray that Tugless's introduction to this story is important and has some real impact on the characters, cause if not, we're gonna have problems. When Artemis woke up again, it was to Oria in her arms, with a tear-stained face yet a happy smile on her lips. Whatever happened to her in her dreams, I hope it passes, Artemis thinks somberly, running her fingers through her hair and massaging the back of her head. The Alpha's heart warms at the feeling of Oria nuzzling into her chest. Looking at the wooden clock on her dresser, Artemis's eyes widen at the time. It's already midday. Damn, she thinks, loosening one of her hands to slide to Oria's lower thigh, almost at her knee, giving it a gentle squeeze. The taller nuzzles into the shorter's neck, taking a deep breath of the Omega's mellow and slightly frazzled scent. Oria, time to get up, she whispers, feeling the woman shiver slightly in her arms. Smiling slightly at her reaction, she lowers her pitch even more, trying to wake her up peacefully. Wake up, my precious Omega. Time to start the day, Artemis purrs, watching as Oria's eyes slowly flutter open, grumbling about how it's too early. 5 minutes, the shorter grumbles, about to fall asleep when Artemis rolls above her, supporting herself on her arms. Don't make me do this, she warns, and Oria tries her best not to flinch and run away. Raising an eyebrow, the Omega challenges her, only to shriek and start laughing loudly when Artemis's long fingers tickle her. The shorter one shrieks for mercy, trying to remove the attacking hands. See, I can't even enjoy these two getting along and being an actual couple because their problems were never actually properly resolved. Oria just decided for some reason to totally forget about her hatred for alphas, a hatred she developed because she believed Artemis killed her brother, alongside being taught that all alphas want to use and abuse omegas, and she did a total 180 in this thought process because reasons. This entire story relies on the characters forgetting about or ignoring beliefs and personalities that were set up in the first chapters because their beliefs and personalities are not convenient for the story, and it's driving me nuts. This relationship just doesn't feel earned at all. It's very forced. Oh, and let's not forget the totally problematic curse that Artemis totally has to worry about because it's such a problem for her. Hey, can we tell that I'm fed up with this story yet? Please stop, I'll get up, promise, Oria begs, and it gets the older to stop, letting her breathe. Learned your lesson? Artemis asks playfully, helping the woman up before looking at the time. Now you gotta hurry your tiny butt up so we can make it to the dining hall in time for breakfast, the Alpha jokes before heading to the bathroom with her clothes on her arm.
I really hate how often it's brought up that Aurea is smaller than Artemis. Please stop! I'm begging you, it's so weird!
The pounding in Artemis's head from last night resurfaces, and it makes her run to the bathroom. Closing the bathroom door, she opens the cabinet and searches for her freshly opened pills. Grabbing them, she anxiously pours the dosage into her hands and swallows them dry, not feeling anything in her throat. Calming down and starting to dress in basic slacks, Artemis hears Aurea humming, and it helps soothe her erratic heart. She opens the door while rolling up the sleeves of her shirt and sees Aurea twisting her hair and clipping it. Her clothes were sun and shine slacks and greatly contrasted the Alpha's own monotone slacks, and it was another system shock of how different they were. "You alright?" Aurea asks, not even turning around as she folded the nightdress. "Yeah, I almost forgot to take some pills, but it's all good," she replies, trying to keep her voice monotone. Aurea is about to ask something when a knock on the door grabs the older's attention. Going to answer and expecting a maid, Artemis takes a step back when Aiden is at the door. "I'm sorry for this on your day off, Alpha Artemis," he says, bowing his head slightly. It irritated Artemis that something had come up on her one day off, but she bit her tongue to keep from lashing out at Aiden. Abgrund has been active around the pack borders, and the Sigmas issued a high alert for all of the military in case they try something, he continues, and shrinks slightly when he notices Artemis's hands clench. "So what does this have to do with me? You all are trained well enough to take on a handful of wolves," Artemis hisses, and from the corner of her eye she notices Aurea slowly getting up and starting to head towards her. Dark arms wrap around the heir's waist, and the Omega's head rests on Artemis's back, nuzzling in to relax her. Aiden notices, and his eyes turn dark and protective. "Because they believe they may be coming after you or Omega Aurea. They want you to be on alert in case they do come after her, so you can be ready to fight." He finishes the statement, and almost immediately a deep growl echoed from the Alpha's chest. Okay, so we're definitely setting this up for Tuglas to invade the castle, to get to Artemis. That's what I'm guessing anyways, but there also hasn't really been a lot of build up to this moment. I think it was mentioned once a few chapters ago that they're getting married so soon in case anyone tries to forcibly mate with either of them. But that's the only time it's been mentioned. There's been no other indication that others are out for the two. The pacing is very frustrating. There's like no build up for anything. I don't want anyone coming in and out of this castle unless they've been checked and confirmed by the head of whatever service they're under. Do you understand? Artemis hisses, while reaching for the arms wrapped around her. She holds them and takes deep breaths, a slight shake in her body subsiding. Noticing how upset she was, Aiden bows. "Yes, Your Highness. I will deliver the orders immediately. Please don't hesitate to summon me if you need backup at any time," he says, politely, before marching off. As soon as he is out of earshot, Artemis spins Aurea to the front and grabs her shoulders while trying not to be too harsh. "Aurea, I want you to listen to me and be ready if someone comes for us," Artemis says darkly. "If they are coming for you, the moment I tell you to run, I want you to run to Lydia's room and call for my father and Aiden. They will keep you safe until I return. If they come for me instead, I want you to do the same thing, but tell them to come back to me. Alpha soldiers will keep you safe should they still come after you," Artemis orders. And it probably would have bothered Aurea if it wasn't for the fact that there was an urgency to her voice. She nods and brings a hand to Artemis's cheek, hoping to soothe her nerves and calm her down. "I will, I promise, but there's a good chance it won't happen, so let's just enjoy the day as much as we can," she says gently, not moving her hand as Artemis nuzzles into it. The older nods, and they start making their way to the dining hall for breakfast. "I think that goes there, Artemis," Aurea giggles out, fixing the mistake the Alpha made while assembling some of the bookshelf. She pouts and crosses her arms at the correction of the simple mistake. "It's not my fault the instructions are complicated," she grumbles, and it makes Aurea laugh. "So mind telling me about why you refused to let me pick a bed frame and blanket?" the younger asks, and it makes Artemis perk up. She scrambles to get up. She heads into the bathroom to change out of her slacks quickly before shifting and bounding out. A few minutes later, Aurea runs out at the sound of wheels and paws padding happily against the marble floor. The sight almost made Aurea cry. Artemis was pulling a cart with a bed frame made from a warm reddish wood with traditional Blauschnee designs engraved into it, with a white blanket covered with dried roses that were tied on with thin gold thread. All in all, the items were breathtaking. And there was a happy wolf sitting in front of her with her tail wagging too fast to see, asking for approval. "When did you do all this?" she asks with barely any voice. Artemis quickly pads into the bathroom, shifts and changes, coming out while finishing the buttons on her shirt with a big smile on her face. I did them when I was 15, I think. It's tradition for the heir to make one traditional thing, one new thing, and one thing from the mind, and one thing from the heart for their mate. So these are my traditional and new things, Artemis explains giddily, and Aurea could just imagine her tail wagging faster. The alpha shrinks on herself as she looks at Aurea with caution and wishfulness. That is such a ridiculous thing to add into the story. I think it would have been a lot better had this story and Artemis and Aurea's relationship building had been drawn out more. If Artemis, in an attempt to gain Aurea's trust or something, made Aurea a bed set, the blankets, bed frame, etc., that were modeled after traditional sonnenschein things, so Aurea had a piece of home there in Blair Schnee. Also, why did Artemis have to shift to drag the cart into the room? That makes no sense. There was no reason for that to happen. I've noticed that a lot of little things are just thrown into the story and never mentioned again. Like, hey, you remember the magic doors? The magic doors that glow the color of the soulmate's soul or whatever? I bet you didn't remember because those haven't been brought up since chapter 1. I get world building, but the way to world build is not to just throw in random tidbits of information randomly into your story and then just never bring it up again. That's really annoying. Do you like them? She asks timidly, and in the moment, the Omega thought she could fall head over heels for the soft giant. Of course I do, Artemis, Aurea breathes out, and looks at Artemis with thankful eyes. She's trying to get on your good side, so when she abuses you, you keep coming back to her, the small voice in her head whispers. Shaking it off as best she can, the Omega goes to hug Artemis, the glitter in her eyes making her melt internally. Just as she was about to kiss her cheek, something shatters, and she was in the protective arms of Artemis once again. I don't think I've ever wanted a character to die this badly. I do not like Aurea. She is genuinely an insufferable character. Maybe I'm being way too harsh, but every time I read a sentence about how Artemis just wants to abuse her, it makes me want to commit violent acts with a chainsaw. Texas Chainsaw Massacre style. I am so over Aurea and her bullshit. Chapter 14. Artemis was emitted a terrifying aura, and the sudden smell that entered the room scared her to death. Well, 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 look at what we got here, a malicious voice purrs. Aurea couldn't see who was talking because her alpha had her facing her chest and kept her there securely. You got some nerve coming after my mate and I, Tugless. Well, okay, pause. I knew he was going to be in this chapter, but that was really fucking fast. There was no build-up to his introduction at all. What are we doing? Also, in chapter 11, it mentioned that Artemis is 23, right? Let's go back to Artemis's bio real quick. In this section, it says that 2 weeks before Artemis turned 18, she was going to be sent off for training. And before she was sent away, the Blood Moon ceremony took place, which is where Apollo dies. Aurea's brother! And then after that, Artemis gets sent to Tugless, who, and I quote, forced himself on her every night for 2 weeks straight. This all happened when she was 18, and only 5 years have passed, and that is not a lot of time. So the fact that Aurea not only got over her brother's death and completely forgave Artemis, despite Apollo's death happening only 5 years ago, is completely fucking ridiculous. And Artemis not having really any sort of reaction to being face to face with her assaulter is also completely fucking ridiculous. Artemis sneers as she tightens her hold on Aurea. Tugless, if Aurea heard correctly, laughed fakely and started circling around them, his footsteps loud and cocky, unlike the Blair Schnee soldiers. What does that even mean? We were in the neighborhood and thought to stop by, you know, to congratulate the new power couple, he mocks, but it made Aurea freeze. How does he know? She thinks to herself, and as if Douglas was reading her thoughts, he laughed. Oh, pretty Omega, it's no secret you're one of the smartest wolves of our time, one of the 4 great minds, just like your precious Alpha, but unlike her, it's not in something as horrific as war and torture, is it? He asks, and Aurea could feel Artemis shaking slightly. Whether it was rage or not, she couldn't tell. Huh? What do you mean Aurea is one of the 4 great minds? Hey, I would have really liked to learn about that earlier instead of this being info dumped on me by the rapist. So far, Douglas's appearance feels fucking pointless. He's just here to villain monologue at me before he dies in the next chapter. He serves no purpose in this story, which is really fucking annoying considering, again, in the bio, he assaulted Artemis for 2 weeks straight. Yeah, maybe he was written this way to show, even though he assaulted the main character, he has no power and no significance. But that's not how this works. You just sound like an asshole. You are treating her assault like it wasn't important, like it didn't hurt her, like it literally did nothing. But as we saw in the bio, it made her afraid of men. You know what this says? It says, see, SA isn't that big of a deal. You can just get over it. And let me tell you, it's really pissing me off as someone who has been assaulted multiple times. Oh Lord, I need to calm down or I'm not going to be able to make it through this. I'm almost done. I'm on chapter 14. There's 22 chapters. There's 8 more chapters. I can do this. Douglas better have more significance as I read, or I'm gonna be really fucking pissed. Also, what even are the 4 great minds? This is the second time I'm hearing about them, but we haven't heard anything about what they actually are or what they actually do. This is just more pointless fucking lore you've thrown in, 'cause reasons. Who are you here for? The Air Alpha growls, ignoring his previous question. She's going to have a lot of questions later, and if he knows that much about me, who knows what else he has information on, Aurea thinks in a panic, wishing Artemis would tell her to run already. Artemis, I just got here. Don't you think that's a bit rude to ask a guest? Douglas says in mock hurt, and when Artemis doesn't respond, he sighs. I'm here for you, but I think you already figured that out, because why would I need a room full of alphas just to take a pathetic Omega? He asks, and it makes the Omega's eyes widen. That's why the smell in the room is so strong, she realizes, and almost instantly Douglas continues. Get her, boys, he snarls, and Artemis shoves her out of the... You missed a word. He snarls, and Artemis shoves her out of the in time to whip out a knife and slice straight through the neck of a wolf that lunged at her, blood spraying everywhere. Artemis's face was impassive as she yelled at Aurea. Run! It was enough to get her feet moving faster than she ever thought they could move. The sound of bones cracking and the thuds of Luna knows what get louder behind her, and soon the screams of males were becoming audible. Turning around quickly, Aurea regrets what she sees. Decapitated bodies everywhere. Everything was covered in blood, and as soon as Artemis cut down another wolf, another was there to replace it. It was a massacre, but somehow Artemis turned up without a scratch. You know, I'm now sitting here wondering why Aurea doesn't shift into her wolf form and run. I feel like she would be faster that way, but whatever, it doesn't matter, I guess. Aurea, keep moving, don't look back, Artemis bellows, her alpha voice coming through, and it was distracting enough for a wolf to claw at her abdomen. The claws make contact, and even though Artemis doesn't flinch, blood starts spilling out of the wound. I've had enough of this, Douglas said out of breath. The voices were getting quieter the furrier Aurea got, but the bang of either a bullet or trank gun made her heart wrench. I have to get to Lydia's room. The thought reverberates throughout her head, driving her faster and faster. She's so into her thoughts she doesn't notice someone in front of her and she collides with them. Aurea, the familiar voice of Tyvon, reaches her ears, at which she looks up at him. The similarities of him and Artemis make her burst into tears. Aurea, what's wrong? He asks in shock and concern, kneeling to her level. They got her, she blubbered, while the sounds of heavy footfalls reached the room. Your Majesty, a breach was made. Quiet, fool, Tyvon bellows before bringing Oria into a hug. Now tell me what happened, he asks in a soft voice, trying not to scare her further. Hey, maybe don't yell at your guards who were trying to tell you that your castle is currently under attack. Abgrund, Oria stutters out, broke into the room and attacked Artemis and I. She told me to run, but when I looked back, they were overpowering her and I... She takes a breath to calm herself, her crying making everything barely coherent. I heard a gunshot, but I don't know if it was an actual gun or a trank gun, but she's hurt badly and I just ran, Oria breaks down again. I promised I'd be there for her to make up for what I did, but I wasn't. I just ran away. Oria, you listen to me, Tyvon interrupts her, his king voice coming out. But it was so gentle, it actually felt like a father, not a king, was talking to her. You did what Artemis told you to. You trusted her enough to listen to her advice, and look what happened. You made it out alive. If you didn't listen, you could be dead, and that would kill Artemis. You made it up to her by trusting her, even if you don't like alphas, he scolds lightly, and it makes Oria realize just how much she's changed over the course of 2 weeks. It's only been 2 fucking weeks? 2? No, I fucking refuse. There has been way too much character development, if you can even call it that, and plot. All of this shit, Oria getting over her hatred for alphas, Oria forgiving Artemis for supposedly murdering her brother, those aren't things you can just get over in 2 weeks, especially if they're things she believed for literal years. Robert, it's pissing me off! Now I want you to follow Aiden and go to where it's safe. We're going to go after Artemis, because as strong as she is, if what you said is true, that they wouldn't have come with just 10 people, he mumbles the last part, more to himself, and stands up. Oria looks at him hopefully, in case he would stay. When he doesn't and starts yelling at soldiers, the Omega feels hands at her armpits, lifting her up. But she wasn't all there mentally, because going through her mind was a billion different things that could have happened to Artemis. Lady Oria, we need to get going, the voice of Aiden says urgently and starts guiding her away from the bustle. She wasn't paying attention though. How could I abandon her after I said I'd never do it? Why does this happen to us? After all, I've only been here for only a week or so. Oria's thoughts were rapid and depressing, making her not even notice where they were going. But what are they going to do to her? Are they going to torture her? Degrade her? Break her? Aiden caught onto the Omega's thoughts by the fat tears rolling down her cheeks. Lady Oria, I don't know what you are thinking of, but Alpha Artemis will be fine. She's suffered a lot worse and been way more outnumbered before and made it out without anything too bad, he says wistfully, and it makes her smile to know someone has that much faith in her. I'd trust her with my life, Luna. Everyone in this pack would trust her with their lives, so have little faith in her, he asks and opens the door for her. In the room was the same furniture of every maid, but the walls were covered in drawings from a child, and looking closer, the wood was engraved with simple but elegant designs. This is Lydia's room. Stay away from the windows until she arrives, Aiden instructs, heading back outside. I'll be patrolling the hallway, so if something happens, yell, he says really quickly before closing the door. As soon as it closes, Oria breaks into tears once more. This is all my fault, Oria thinks to herself. It was a horrid set of scenarios that played through her mind, with each time ending in the Alpha going through a rank switch. She didn't know how much time passed until the door creaked open gently again, and in came the smell of milk and cookies. Okay, pause. 1, this tone shift just isn't right. I don't feel like it should be this calm right now. A group of alphas just broke into the castle undetected, and Oria, the heir's mate, was just led into a room inside the castle where this group of alphas who have just broke into the castle undetected currently are. There should be a lot more panic, not just, oh, don't worry, it'll be fine. It doesn't matter that our alpha just got jumped and got shot with who knows what. You just sit in this room and wait, cause this problem will be solved in like 10 minutes. And fucking Lydia apparently had plenty of peace to bake
cookies and bring them up to Aurea? Like, dude, can you please keep the tone consistent? Now is not the time for milk and cookies. Now is the time to evacuate the castle until the threat has been dealt with. And this whole rank switching thing being brought up again is weird. Like, genuinely. How does a rank switch even happen? What does it really entail? Cause for Blarshni, according to her mother and father, it wouldn't matter if Artemis was an alpha, omega, or beta, she would still hold the same power she had before, and she would still be the Lupa de Sangue, right? So literally nothing would change. What was the point of bringing this up? This is like the second time it's been brought up, and each time it's been brought up, it's been kind of made out to be a big deal. First with Artemis literally throwing a fit about not wanting to be an Omega, and now Aurea sitting in a room thinking up horrid scenarios that end with the Alpha going through a rank switch, but you haven't even told us what that means. Don't be so hard on yourself, or you'll end up like my grumpy husband, all wrinkly and forever pouty, Lydia Jess, setting a tray of small cakes on the bedside table. Lydia, shut the fuck up. You'll end up like my grumpy husband. Literally, Aurea just went through something traumatic. She watched her soulmate get attacked and heard her possibly get shot with God knows what. Now is not the fucking time for jokes. Aurea felt safe. She felt loved, but most importantly, she had someone who was there for her in the moment. My husband and I went through the same thing when we were young, Lydia says softly, pulling Aurea into a hug and letting her sob into her chest. I used to be top of the Alpha squad before I was forced into a rank switch. He never could stop kicking himself about it, the older says nostalgically, laughing slightly at the memory. Oh yeah, I'd feel totally safe minutes after watching my soulmate get jumped and possibly shot. Yeah, that makes total fucking sense. Also, that doesn't sound anything like this situation. You haven't even confirmed if Artemis has gone through a rank switch. Were you high when you wrote this? Were you lucid? I'm being serious because none of this makes any sense. It's all over the place, and I feel like I'm reading something that was written by someone who wasn't lucid. He died a few years later from frostbite. He was out getting my herbs, but got caught in a blizzard. Her voice turned sad, but it didn't stop her, and slowly, Aurea's crying turned into hiccups and whimpers. Okay, I had to go digging for information, because dying of frostbite sounded like bullshit. So I had to go and double check. So, frostbite, as we know, leads to something called necrosis, which is basically just the tissue and nerves dying, which is why the affected area turns black. And this can lead to gangrene without medical attention, but you can't just outright die of frostbite unless you are lost for days and gangrene sets in. It's debilitating and makes it really hard to keep going if you're out in the middle of nowhere with zero help, but it's really, really hard to just die of frostbite. And with the way this is written, it sounds like he was outside, got lost for a day, and they found him dead the next day. Which would mean he didn't die of frostbite, he more than likely died of hypothermia, which is way easier to die of. What I'm trying to say is, you can't keep kicking yourself over this. Life is too short, and if it was you about to be taken, Artemis would have made them take her instead. She cares about you, and knows you'd come for her if you could. All you have to do is believe in her, and she'll stay strong, Lydia explained softly. Now get some rest until Artemis gets back. You take over as heir, and you'll have to know the ins and outs of laws and society here. It soothed Aurea's heart, and she was about to fall asleep before a guard burst into the room to scream, "Get under the bed, now!" And this is why we should have left and not had milk and cookies. God, this chapter was a nightmare of tone shifts and bullshit. I am so fucking annoyed. This chapter just brought up so much random shit, like Aurea being one of the 4 great minds, the rank shift thing, and Lydia randomly bringing up that Aurea will have to know the ins and outs of, like, laws of society and Blarshni. Like, what are we doing here?
Chapter 15. Artemis's palm quickly slams into Tuglas's wrist, which snaps the tranq gun barrel to face him. With his finger already pulling the trigger, Tuglas gets a tranquilizer in the forehead just as Artemis turns to kick someone's kneecap. The satisfying crack echoes in her mind while she grabs the daggers from the sheaths built into her pants. Artemis then takes the blades and slices in opposite directions with them. Blood sprays everywhere as the Alpha cuts through flesh with an impassive face. That's right. Kill them. Make them ever regret touching you, the voice in her head hisses. For the first time, it was welcomed. Artemis let the voice take over, to take control of her thoughts and action. Slaughter them is all she could think. Her knives and claws were slashing at flesh while her feet were breaking bones, with not only her brute strength, but her steel-toed shoes. But none of this was fazing her. In fact, she was taking a sick pleasure from ripping apart and disemboweling these people. Time was slipping away from her as Artemis slit throats and removed limbs from bodies, while the number of attackers become less and less. I'm still so confused how all of these men got into the castle without being noticed. By the way this is written, there is at least 30 people Artemis is fighting. This whole infiltration and Tuglas thing feels so rushed and not very well thought out. It's like the author kind of randomly remembered Tuglas as a character they made and rushed to figure out a way to put him in the story. So they wrote this weird scene where Tuglas gets into Blarshny to kidnap Artemis for reasons. Nothing that's happening makes sense. She was at one less when a brute, most likely a pure alpha like herself, tackled her before lunging out, tracing a scent. Hey, we still haven't addressed what pure alpha means. Like, what does that mean? It can't mean born of 2 alpha parents. Artemis's mom is an omega. So what does pure alpha mean? The author has a big problem of introducing world building stuff and then just never telling us what that means. Like the fucking Doors. Do we remember the Doors? I still remember the Doors. They make me mad. And the great minds, and this pure alpha stuff. What does it mean? What was the point? Hello? Not taking a moment more to recover, Artemis bolted out after him, lucky that she's naturally a fast sprinter on top of her well-trained legs. She catches up in no time and throws a punch into his back with enough force to launch him into the room next to them. Her mind was too cloudy to take note of her surroundings because all she could think of was slaughtering this beast. Artemis steps into the room with a dagger in hand, the alpha in front of her slowly getting up. "You're a pureblood, aren't you?" Artemis asks wispily with her tone staying even. Purebloods are always fun to pull apart. It always ends up in a mess though, unlike pureblood betas. The Blarshny alpha steps on his back and digs her heel into his spine. He cries out and falls into the wood of the door again. Okay, so pureblood betas are a thing too? What does it mean? The only thing I could think of is non-purebloods go through a rank change at one point, which means it happens a lot. But that also doesn't make sense. How often do rank changes happen? How does it affect the person? Like, literally, what does any of this mean? But alphas are always the most fun. You think you could do something about it, but you can't. You can't stop me from pulling your fingers out of your hand one at a time, like I would petals from a flower. Artemis's tone was mocking as she rubbed her heel deeper into his spine while feeling him struggle to get up. "You're disgusting, you know that," the alpha coughs from underneath her. No alpha in their right mind would ever think of mating with an omega of the same gender. His snarl reverberated through the room, which only served to make Artemis angrier. Thanks for the random homophobia, I guess. This would have been better if we had seen other characters openly opposing the union between Artemis and Aurea because they're both women. But we haven't seen that from other characters. We've heard that Aurea's parents don't know and they're probably going to be against this because Artemis is a woman. Still don't know how they agreed to an arranged marriage without knowing the other person's sex, but whatever. But just having this random dude
randomly spit out some homophobic remark is just so stupid. Really, this whole scene is dumb. It's just meaningless gore and violence added in to show how violent and strong Artemis is. Instantly, her heel lifts just to slam back down with an audible crack. The Alpha screams as Artemis leans down to grab him by the nape of his neck. She hauls him out from under her foot and throws him against the wall. Artemis reconnects her hand to his neck, this time digging her nails into his flesh. I don't take disrespect lightly. In fact, I don't tolerate it all, she hisses into his, and using her other hand, she grabs one of his fingers. Now let's see if you're all bark. Tell me what your king wants. Not in a million years, he spits, but his talk soon turns into a scream as a loud crack shatters all silence. Artemis had broken and dislocated his finger. I can rip it straight out of its socket if you want, she purrs. Tell me what he wants with us, Artemis demands. Fine. He wants to take one of you hostage so he could force you to walk into a trap so he could kill you, the Alpha spews out in fear. Please don't pull my finger, he begs, and Artemis lets him drop just as backup arrives. Wait. He sent Tuglas here to kidnap Artemis so Artemis can walk into a trap that is made to kill her. 'Cause Tuglas said that he's here specifically for Artemis. That's why he brought so many alphas, because he knew it would be a pain in the ass to take her down. You don't make any sense! One of you give me your gun, Artemis orders. The soldiers look at each other before one reluctantly hands her his. She then took aim and without hesitation she shot the Abgrundwolf's kneecaps. He cried out and cradled his knees in agony while cursing out the air. Artemis just stares at him with a burning hatred and sadistic pleasure. Take him to the gate, she growls, as the shoulders. I just realized that said shoulders and not soldiers. Take him to the gate, she growls at the soldiers, and they follow her order without hesitation. Why did she just shoot his kneecaps in, instead of just killing him? Are they planning to interrogate him further? That's the only reason I could think to keep him alive. Artemis feels the cloudiness leave her mind and the darkness recede. Satisfied for the time being, she takes a deep breath and wills the adrenaline down, which allows her to assist the types of injuries she may have gained. The stinging on her back and arm told her she probably got slashed by a knife, but who knows how deep it is. Aurea. It burst to the front of her mind, but one stiff told her not to worry. Aurea was in the room and unarmed along with Lydia. Their sets were everywhere, and it helped calm her anxiety. Aurea, Lydia, it's just me. He's gone, Artemis says weakly, unable to remove her thoughts from how good it felt to tear into people like that again. She heard rustling behind her and smelt them coming out from under the bed. Artemis! What did I say about going all out on other people? Lydia scolds the moment she gets her bearings. Artemis flinches at the sound of her tone and gets pulled down by the shorter woman grabbing her ear. You know full well they can't handle even a small lick of your power, and you gave him a mouthful. You could have killed him with your foot alone. Excuse the fuck out of me. Lydia, shut up. They were literally here to kidnap or kill Artemis. They broke into the castle undetected. Hey, let's not fucking victim blame our main character for defending herself and her home and her fucking soulmate. What the hell were you thinking making Lydia say that shit? Why are you trying to write this like Artemis was in the wrong for what she did? Yeah, she went a bit crazy, but again, a group of at least 30 or so alphas broke into Blarshny Castle undetected and tried to murder Artemis. No one should be blaming or scolding her for doing her fucking job as not only the ruler of the pack, but also as the Lupa de Sangue, whatever the fuck that title is even supposed to mean. Artemis just answers yes to all of her chastising and begs for her to let go of her ear. The Omega does, but then embraces her in a hug. I'm so proud of you for putting her before yourself, Lydia then mumbles into her shoulder, and it makes Artemis melt into her arms. Lydia lets go, then stands to the side while saying, I think your mate has something to say to you. Aurea just stares at Artemis with puffy red eyes at her bottom lip between her teeth to try and
stave off more tears. They're like that for a good minute before Oria breaks the silence. "How could you?" she says through a whimper. "How could you?" she then yells, and it makes Artemis cower back. "You could have gotten yourself seriously hurt, or worse, killed. How do you think everyone would have felt if you did?" Oria cries, and no amount of willpower can stop the tears that flow freely now. Hey, have we all collectively forgotten that Artemis was literally tortured and trained into being a killing machine? Have we forgotten that she's apparently been on the front lines of war? How could you? How could she? What? Stop making your characters act stupid! Please! I'm begging you! I am down on my knees! The more I read, the more fed up I become. It hurt Artemis's heart to see her so upset, but she took it without a word. Then she felt her lips on hers and her eyes widened to see Oria gripping her shirt while kissing her. Tears mingled with their lips as Artemis accepted Oria's form of expression. Artemis could feel the worry and sadness, as well as the anger and frustration in the kiss. When they pulled back, Oria's tears stopped flowing, but her eyes were still hurt. But then Artemis fell to the floor, and Oria finally realizes the wound on her back and looked at how red and puffy it was, black veins sprouting from the wound. Belladonna, Lydia thinks in horror, and it's like Oria's nightmare was coming true. She ran to her side and helps Artemis up. The alpha lets out a few grunts, but staying emotionless. "Lydia, get me..." "No, it's fine," Artemis interrupts and removes herself from Oria's side. Now she was standing, like the slash in her back was nothing. Artemis was tense, and then she snapped around. "Get under the bed, now," she orders, just as a loud howl was heard and the thudding of paws screamed towards them. Oria and Lydia slid under the bed just as a loud crash is heard, and they see Artemis fall to the ground. Or they could run away. Also, why did we have like a copy-paste of the same ending as the last chapter? Why is everyone telling these two to hide under the bed instead of running away? Also, I just thought of this. It said that Artemis was like tortured and stuff for her Luba de Sangre training, right? And it said something about using vinegar on her. And the thought just occurred to me, why didn't they force her to build up a resistance to poisons? That would make a lot of sense. Because, you know, she's apparently supposed to be top of the food chain, ultimate killing machine, great mind of war and torture, all that nonsense. It would make sense that they would try to train her body to be resistant to most poisons, so she would be harder to take down in a fight. Like, that's something you could have done, but you didn't. Instead, you chose vinegar. For some reason. God, there's just so much happening. I don't even know what to say about it anymore. I'm just in a constant state of what the fuck is going on. Chapter 16. You think you can leave me after everything we've done together? After growing up together? After... Tuglas gets cut off by Artemis catapulting her fist into his gut, which causes him to crumple. I can leave you after what you did to me. What we had was something childish and would never last, she says flatly before switching their positions, so she was the one holding him down. Whoa, pause. I thought Artemis was sent to Tuglas for more training when she was, like, 18. What do you mean they grew up together? What do you mean they had something? Did you completely rewrite what their relationship was without changing it in the bio? Bro, you can't just change character relationships on a dime without going back and making sure you've rewritten other parts of the story to fit the new relationship dynamics. Artemis's bio says she's scared of men because Tuglas forced himself on her for 2 weeks straight after she rejected him. And now you're telling me they had an actual relationship and grew up together? Had the bio not been included, this wouldn't be as big of an issue, cause I wouldn't have known that your original intentions for these two characters were to have them be victim and rapist. But because you included the bio at the start, I do know what their relationship was supposed to be. So this whole backpedaling and rewriting their relationship halfway through the story has me all sorts of pissed off. Unless you're trying to say they've known each other the whole time and didn't first meet when Artemis was sent off to him for more training, and are trying to write that they reconnected when she was sent off to him, but they had a relationship before the training arc, or started one during the training arc. So it would go, Artemis and Douglas grew up together. When they were kids, they had a semi-romantic relationship that was cut off because they were kids, and Douglas went elsewhere. After Artemis' ceremony and Lupo de Sangue stuff, she was sent to Douglas, her old friend / situationship, for more training. He, from there, tried to convince Artemis they were soulmates, and when she rejected him, he freaked out and did what he did. In which case, I would have really liked some more backstory and clarification on what their fucking deal is, because as it stands, I don't understand what their relationship is supposed to be. Is this old friend turned abuser? Or is this stranger turned abuser? I don't understand what their dynamic is supposed to be. You can never compare me to you, because at least I don't treat the maids here like they're toys for my pleasure, Artemis growls deeply before shifting into her wolf form. Douglas follows swift, using that strength to throw Artemis off. Not long after Artemis lunges and sinks her teeth into his leg, Douglas lets out a howl and tries to swing her off, but she just bites down harder. Also, wait, no, I just had a realization. Douglas is an Abgrund wolf. And as far as I understand, but I could be misremembering, it is several weeks and months between each recording session for this story. I have to take very long breaks because the story is driving me up the wall. But as far as I understand, Abgrund and Blarshni are not friends. They are not friends. They do not like each other. So, was Douglas originally a Blarshni wolf? Or like, what is going on here? I don't understand what everybody's relationship is supposed to be to each other, and I don't understand, like, the pack dynamics, like, at all. You've given us 3 separate packs. Blarshni, Sonnenschein, and Abgrund. But you haven't really told us what their relationships to each other is. Other than, like, we know that Abgrund doesn't like Blarshni. For reasons. But we don't know what those reasons are. We just know they don't like each other because reasons. Your choices on what to world build and what not to world build confuse me greatly. I'm just saying. With a harsh headbutt, Artemis lets go and the two circle each other. Aurea wanted to help so badly, but with the look Lydia was giving her, Aurea thought it'd be best to stay where she was. Douglas suddenly lets out a growl before lunging. Artemis dodges just in time before snapping her jaw shut around his neck the instant after. He growled, but kept scratching her deeply while trying to get her to let go. It's then that Aurea notices the belladonna dripping out of Artemis's cut as if it was being washed out. Artemis's eyes were back to the amber color from the day at the parking lot. How convenient. The Midnight Wolf throws Douglas around before letting go, which sent him flying into a wall with a loud crack. Aurea looks at the door and notices soldiers barricading it, keeping the fight in and ready to step in if needed. Took you long enough, Diana, Douglas gasps out while slowly getting back up. The wretch thought she should keep me down with a poison in her veins. I must admit that was a smart move. Artemis, now called Diana Lilts. The Omega couldn't help the flashes of her nightmare. The voice was the same. The calculated ferocity in her eyes was the same. But it's not Artemis. It was the only thought Aurea had to keep her from screaming. And now the curse is in play. For those of you confused, Diana is the name of the personality the curse uses. Which I learned Diana is actually another name for the goddess of the hunt from Greek mythology. Artemis. But this curse is still stupid. It's literally just Artemis, but meaner. I would have liked this curse more if Artemis turned into a literal mindless monster. Something that just attacks and kills anything that moves, which would make it leagues more dangerous and actually a problem. But this? Diana isn't a real problem. You're just saying it is. You can't just say something is a problem and expect us to believe it's a problem when we've seen no evidence that it isn't actually a problem. So far, this curse has posed 0 threats and 0 problems. Artemis has been functioning completely fine. This curse is dumb and stupid and dumb and stupid. And hang on. The wretch thought she could keep me down with a poison in her veins. I must admit that was a smart move. Implies that Artemis poisoned herself on purpose so the curse couldn't take over as easily. But the cut from the blade that was poisoned was on her back, something she couldn't necessarily have inflicted on herself, so that doesn't make any sense. Unless you're trying to say she allowed a poisoned knife to hit her. In an instant, Douglas lunged at her. Artemis doesn't move. She only moves her head to the side, and at that new angle, Oria could see that she had a dagger in her mouth, picked up from one of the fallen soldiers, perhaps. She closes her eyes right as she heard the yelp. Artemis had impaled a man in the neck. Oria shriveled up in a ball, trying not to cry at the memories. She focused on the soldiers' footsteps storming in, on Lydia's voice filling them in, on bodies being dragged away. "Oria, honey, it's safe," she heard Lydia call out. The foreigner scrambles out from under the bed and into her arms. She felt safe with Lydia. She felt at home. "Shh. It's okay, child. I have no doubt that was traumatic," the maid soothed while something was clinking. The clink sounded strangely like handcuffs, and when Oria opened her eyes, her theory was confirmed. Douglas and Artemis were handcuffed. Douglas on a stretcher being sent to the clinic, and Artemis being pinned to the wall as they tried to force her to take something. It was a pill. Almost the second she looked, Lydia turned her vision back to herself. "Don't look. It'll be painful enough to hear. They need to get her back on the pill to keep Diana down. It's for our safety." It was a strange explanation, and one the Omega needed more details on. "What do you mean?" she asked, just as a scream erupted from the Alpha. It took all of their strength not to look, but a small part of Oria enjoyed the scream. It enjoyed the pain the Alpha was receiving. Yeah, I totally think this is a wholesome and cute relationship. Every healthy relationship has one of them enjoying their partner's screams of agony and being in pain. You can't write Oria being worried sick about Artemis to the point of tears and then go back the next chapter and have her enjoying Artemis's pain, even if it is just a small part of her. Bro, you literally wrote Oria having a panic attack at the thought of Artemis being hurt or killed. Stop flip-flopping Oria's personality on me. I'm gonna commit crimes. Remember that curse I told you about? That is it. Artemis has 2 people in her, the soft giant we know and that demon. If Artemis loses control, that monstrosity comes out. The only time she's allowed to let it loose is if she's in battle and there's no innocence around. She has to be punished. "But she was only trying to protect us," Oria blurted, just as another scream was heard, a few soldiers being thrown into the wall. "I know, child, but it's her father's rules." Oh my god, I can't believe I'm just now picking this up. But what the fuck do you mean? The only time she's allowed to let it loose is if she's in battle. Artemis doesn't have any control on whether or not the curse comes forth or not. That's the whole point of a curse, is it's out of the one who was cursed's control. Why are you making it sound like Artemis chooses when Diana shows herself? Like even the pills and apparently poison can't keep Diana down when she wants to show up. What is it with you and making your characters victim blame Artemis? Why do all of the characters treat Artemis like she's the one at fault for everything? The curse, her being an alpha? Why did you make all your characters hate Artemis when they are supposed to be on her side? I don't know about you guys, but I don't set up extreme punishments for people I care about because of something that's literally out of their control. Like, that's fucked up, bro. That's super fucked up. It seemed like those words pained Lydia to say. Once the screams died down, that's when Oria was allowed to look. Her soulmate was crumpled on the ground, shivering and jumping at any movement coming her way. "Leave me alone, you'll get hurt," she'd slur. It was a horrible sight, and all she could do was stand and watch. A moment later, the soldiers parted to let in Tyvon and Jaquil. "She's never had this bad of a reaction before," was the first thing out of the king's mouth. "You think it was because of the poison?" Jaquil asks, and Aiden comes on the scene. "I don't think it is, Your Majesty. We ran a blood test, and it looked like Diana somehow ejected it from her body. There was no traces of it anywhere except on her skin, but it's only in small quantities," Aiden explained. "The medics can't explain the slurring either. It might be the sudden mindset change, but they can't be sure." How did you run a fucking blood test during this 3-minute interaction? And you still haven't convinced me that Diana is a problem. You're doing a lot of telling and not showing, which is literally the worst way to write a story. And considering that Diana is supposed to be this big threat, I don't feel like anyone would be able to hold her down and make her take a pill. What would have worked better, I think, is if a group of soldiers were fighting her off in order for someone else to take a shot with a trank. Ha! This would be a funny but also horrible way to call back to Aurea being spiked with ketamine. Having Diana being tricked with ketamine to get her down. Why can't they figure out what's wrong with her? Aurea thinks angrily, but calms herself almost instantly. Her parents are just as confused as I am. They're trying their best. I can't get upset over it. Taking a moment to breathe, Aurea steps forward into the ring around Artemis and squats down to be at eye level with her. "Aurea, stand!" Tyvon becomes quiet quickly with a look from Jaquil, and they all step back to give her room. "Artemis, can you hear me?" Aurea asks softly in an attempt not to scare her. "I'm sorry, Rhea, I didn't mean to," Artemis slurs in a blubber of tears and shivers. "I know you didn't mean to. You were trying to protect Lydia and I, right?" she asks gently, taking a small step forward. Artemis jumps before settling down with a nod. She tries to reach for her, but her arms were cuffed behind her back. "I just wanted to keep you and Dia safe. You guys are my life," Artemis mumbles, with the tears finally subsiding. The shivers were intensifying, and one moment Artemis wasn't slurring, the next you could barely tell out the letters in her words. "I know you, big oaf," Aurea whispers and sits next to her. She pulls Artemis in for a hug, and almost instantly the shivering calmed down. The Omega strokes her pale hair and tries her best to ignore the blood. She was faintly aware of the people watching, but she was trying to put Artemis first. "Are you scared of me now?" Artemis mumbles into her blouse. She was trying not to cry, but it was obvious. "I'm not, I promise," Aurea whispers to her. Her other hand gently massages Artemis's tense bicep, and it relaxes along with the rest of her body. Then Artemis was passed out with tears staining her face and her clothes covered in blood. Ugh. I don't even have any words for this. This is trying to be an emotional and sad moment between Aurea and Artemis, but I feel nothing but annoyance and apathy because none of this has been earned. Not to mention the relationship is just so toxic, especially on Aurea's end with her whole back and forth bullshit with hating and not hating Artemis, enjoying her pain. Like, bro, I get people with trauma and certain beliefs tend to be wishy-washy when trying to break away from that stuff, but it's also been 2 fucking weeks. We don't get to be wishy-washy when it's only been 2 weeks. I would be a lot more okay with Aurea's wishy-washy bullshit if it was happening months after introduction and a lot of plot and character development, but not when it's happening after 2 weeks. Chapter 17. I gotta put a trigger warning here, because there is a lot of victim blaming in this chapter. Artemis gets scolded about nearly killing Douglas, and the words used are, "That doesn't mean he deserves to die," and I get a bit angry about it. Also, Artemis has a PTSD flashback about her time with Douglas, and in her flashback, he says something that's kinda gross. The next time Artemis opened her eyes, it was to the ceiling of the clinic and the feeling of steel around her arms and legs. Her back hurt like hell, and her head felt like it was splitting in two. She couldn't remember what was going on until she tasted blood in her mouth. Aurea! Artemis bolts up only to get yanked down by the steel. Their restraints. No wonder I can't move, Artemis thinks in embarrassment. The Alpha looks to the side only to notice that there was a chair with a bundled blanket, like someone slept there. Again, this would be more believable if the curse turned her into a literal mindless monster, but based on what I've seen of Diana, she's no more dangerous than Artemis is, so having her tied up is fucking ridiculous. You have not convinced me, the reader, that the curse is a big enough threat to warrant literally chaining Artemis down. Maybe Aurea, Artemis starts, but when she gives the air a good sniff, she only smells Lydia. Letting out a big sigh, the woman stops straining and just looks up at the different stars, embossed? I don't know. Into the ceiling. All the previous Alpha stars. I guess I was too dangerous to be put in the woman's ward like normal. But before Artemis could revel in the thought of being too dangerous, the door opens. All of the previous Alphas, what? Great! More random lore things that are going to be forgotten. Like the doors! Do we remember the doors? You're awake! Thank Luna, her mother exclaims and scampers over. I had to take your rings off to clean them. The jeweler also gave me the ring you ordered. I didn't know you had a thing for emeralds and sunstones. Almost all these rings have blue, white, or gray on them. Mom, I love you, but please put the rings on, but leave the new one off. He gave you two, right? Artemis asks with a hoarse voice. She loves her mother dearly, but sometimes she can be a bit over-excessive. I'm sorry, I just loved the colors. They're very summery, and you rarely talk about what the rings mean, her mother babbles as she slips the rings back on her fingers. I have those rings, but I'm not allowed to unchain you just yet. You know how your father gets, Jaquil explains, and takes a seat next to her. Lydia left to tend to Aurea, but she's been here almost the entire time, the Omega says softly, while stroking her daughter's hair. You gave everyone quite the scare. The medics think that because you've never had an outbreak that bad in so long, that the medication was being rejected by your brain. The explanation was terrifying, and to think she had no clue what was going on. She didn't hurt anyone, right? The Alpha asks hesitantly with fear of the answer. No one from Blarshni, but you nearly killed Tuglas, her mother says with a slight smile in her tone. I'm proud you were able... Why didn't she kill him? He deserved it. Everything went quiet after that. Artemis, I understand that he betrayed and tortured you, but that doesn't mean he deserves to die. He deserves to die for all the women he's harassed, for all the pups he's left fatherless, and for all the Omegas he's left on the street to die after using them to an inch of their life. I'm just a drop in his ocean of pain. It was said with such venom that the Mother Omega nearly thought it was Diana talking. Oh, so you didn't change what happened between them. Oh, great! That makes this shit even worse! And why are we victim blaming Artemis? What the fuck do you mean he didn't deserve to be killed? Hey, we don't get to do this holier than thou bullshit when talking about a rapist. Why in the ever-living fuck are you making Artemis, the victim, out to be the bad guy for nearly killing the man who forced himself on her for 2 weeks, tortured her, and has apparently assaulted many other women and broke into her home to try and kill her and her soulmate? We don't get to pull the you need to be better than them bullshit when it comes to people who caused irreparable damage to someone. Sexual assault isn't something that you get to have other characters write off and scold the victims to be better. SA does far more than just mental damage. Your body changes. Sometimes you can't even have sex ever again because of the physical damage it does. It tears up your insides and then causes physical pain. By the way this is written, it feels like you don't actually understand what sexual assault actually is and how it affects the people it happens to. Especially when you have characters tell the victims that they basically need to get the fuck over it. And that just because their assaulter did bad things doesn't mean they deserve to die. What you are saying with this is that victims matter less than their abusers.
that our feelings and our anger doesn't matter, and that is so beyond fucked up. Though I hope and pray to whatever gods that may exist out in the world that since you've written this story, you've grown up a lot and changed, because if you still think this is acceptable, I might have to hit you with George. Okay, I need a break. I need to go look at hot men to calm down. I need some good vibes to get my blood pressure down.
2 hours later.
I'm going to assume that was Diana talking and not my own child. You will not use that mouth when Aurea comes in, her mother snaps, which made Artemis feel inadequate. The child looked away from her mother with slight anger. How could she say that without knowing what I went through, without feeling the pain I endured? She didn't notice her mother had left, leaving the 2 rings next to Artemis's hand. I think Artemis's mother would have made a better antagonist than Tuglas, and whatever that fucking wolf pack is called, considering she enjoys victim blaming her child! The next time someone comes in, Artemis is awake enough to have calmed down and press her hands down into the cot to keep her hands from chafing. This time, it's her father that comes in with a key. You feeling better? He asks softly, taking a seat at her bedside. She nods it over to her mouth for her father to feed her a supplement cube. You'll have to remain in the clinic until we could run further tests to figure out why you broke down like that. But we'll move you to the woman's ward. That way you and Aurea could be together, Tyvon explains. And it doesn't take a genius to figure out he wants to say something else. Dad, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out you want to ask me something, so spill. Artemis deadpans and laughs at the look her father gives her. Well, you see, I wanted to ask you if you've considered having pups with Aurea yet. Hey, now is not the appropriate time to be asking shit like that. Your child just got ambushed, was poisoned, and then had a bad reaction to her suppressant pills. Shut up! Artemis choked on her spit long before he finished. What, she squawks, and it's probably the only emotion she's shown so far other than sadness or fear since this whole fiasco began. You heard me, he says firmly, then lets his voice go all dreamy. I've always wanted grandkids, whether they were biological or adopted, and seeing as you found your soulmate, I thought maybe you'd considered it already. It's been 2 weeks! It actually never occurred to Artemis that Aurea is her soon-to-be wife, and if she wanted to continue the line, they'd either have to surrogate or adopt. Oh, so you're not going the usual Omegaverse route. Okay, whatever. I'll think about it and ask Aurea, Artemis stutters out, which perks her father up instantly. Great, now let me undo these restraints and have a nurse come escort you. His blabbering brought a small smile to Artemis's face. By letting the demon out, I protected him. I saved Aurea and Lydia. I kept my people safe. I think it was a small price to pay for that. Feeling the steel fall off, Artemis rubs her wrists and ankles and swings her legs over the side. Before Tyvon could stop her, the Alpha gets on her feet only to feel her knees give out on her and have her hands and knees meet the floor brutally. With the pain mixing with awareness of what happened, Artemis couldn't help but let out a cry as memories invaded her mind. You think you can defy me? Just because you're an Alpha doesn't make you any better than those lowly Omega whores. You're still a female and all you're good for is bearing our pups. Wow, okay. So we're doing a badly written PTSD flashback. That's cool. Artemis, snap out of it, she heard someone saying, but all she could do was sit back on her heels, shaking and shivering. Artemis looks at her raw hands as the scene flashes in front of her. I'm still weak. It came out as a whisper, but it still managed to silence the room. There were medics and her parents surrounding her, all of them staring at her. No, you're not, Alpha, one of them said. You're stronger than any of us here, another chimed. Just because we all have our moments of being vulnerable doesn't make us weak. That word, vulnerable, it rings in her head. Let's just get her to the ward. It was her mother this time, and it reminded her of the rings that are now scattered on the floor and her cut fingers from the bands. Artemis scrambles for the new additions, and no one stops her. Your Highness, we need to clean your hands, then you can put the rings on, a chief medic says, and Artemis just dully nods, allowing herself to be pulled up. You promised yourself to never have a flashback again. What happened? I don't know. I really don't know. Hey, so I kind of understand this sentiment from Artemis's point of view. You don't want to have flashbacks, but unfortunately they're not voluntary. And it does make sense that she would start to have a PTSD flashback about Douglas, especially after facing him again after so long, and then having her mother scold her for nearly killing him. But it's just so poorly written. This is probably another thing I'm just being picky about, but so far everything about this story is just rubbing me the wrong way. She doesn't pay attention to them sliding her rings off and rubbing antiseptic into her cuts. She doesn't pay attention to the bandages on her fingers and her parents putting her rings back on in order. She ignores the guiding her to a luxury suite in the women's ward of the clinic, and she ignores them when they put an IV into her arm to help get nutrients into her body. She doesn't know that they leave after trying to snap her out of her state of numbness. All she knows is her training has come back to haunt her. How much do you want to bet that this is never going to be brought up again after this point? I will be genuinely shocked if it is. Chapter 18. Oria slowly opens the door to see Artemis lying in bed expressionless and motionless. Trying not to startle Artemis, Oria takes a small step in, but almost instantly Artemis's head turns to her with a forced smile on her face. "Hey, Oria, I didn't think you'd be here so soon," Artemis says softly while fumbling with something. Frowning at the older woman, Oria takes a seat on her bed. "You don't have to force yourself to be happy, Artemis. I've done that enough to pick it out." It wipes a smile off the alpha's face and turns her gaze to the side. "I know how to tell if someone's not whole on the inside. I know how you feel, Artemis, and I have no right to say this after how I treated you, but I will help you in any way I can." Slowly, a small but real smile returns to Artemis. "There's so much I don't know about you," she chuckles, and it makes Oria freeze for a second. "Well, I've only been here for a month. Most of that time was locked in my room." It makes them both laugh, but also realize just how dire things got within that time and how far they came. "When did it become a month? Like 2 chapters ago you said it had been 2 weeks? What kind of time skips are we doing, and why is there zero indication of how much time has actually passed? What is going on?" Take a shot every time I ask what's going on. I feel like I've said it so much throughout the course of this story. "Oria, you know how I told you about my rings when we went to get you furniture?" Artemis says cautiously. "Excuse me? When the fuck did you ever talk about your rings?" It's been a while since I've read previous chapters, but I did go back and skim the chapters about them going shopping, and the only time the rings are brought up is when Oria asks what the plain ring is for, but that's it. Artemis's rings are never talked about. They're mentioned offhandedly occasionally, and Lydia said something about the rings having meaning, but we don't know what their meanings are. You just threw that bit of information at us and then never elaborated. That's like the biggest problem in this story, next to the inconsistencies. You give us tiny bits of information about the world or characters, but then just never talk about them again. Like the goddamn doors! The Omega nods simply and gives the Alpha a burst of confidence. Opening her hand, Artemis shows Oria the set of rings. They had a sunstone set in the middle ringed by topaz, and the bands had a mix of green emeralds and sapphires. It reminded her of the beach. "It looks like my old home." "May I?" Oria asks gently, and Artemis nods. The dark-skinned woman picks up the smallest ring and turns it over in her fingers. "These are gorgeous. They're for you." Her eyes snapped to her, and she couldn't believe what she heard. "These rings are for me?" she asks warily, with her old instinct kicking in. "I told you, she's just planning to use you. She's trying to soften you up with rich gifts, that way it's easier to hold you down." "No, she's trying to do something nice, right?" "The band is for you. You are now part of my family, so I don't feel it's right for you not to have a ring." It seemed weird at first, but then it clicked. Artemis wears rings for all the Omegas in her life, and family to remember them and honor them. This is her honoring me. The idea brought slight color to her cheeks, and she giddily slips the ring on her 4th finger. "I think we should do that human tradition of wedding bands," Oria says lightly, "if you have the finger room for it." And when the fuck did Oria get this information? And why were we not told till just now? The native smiles wider. Why are we calling her the native now? You know you can just call them by their names, right? You know you can just use their names, right? I think I can make some if I don't. It lingered in the air like it was a promise. Then the smile fell from her face. You didn't get hurt, did you? Oria shook her head, and then almost instantly, Artemis rips the IV out of her arm and gets out of the cot. Get back in bed. You haven't been cleared. I'm fine, Oria. I'll be better once I move around. Now that I know you weren't harmed, I don't have to stay in here. It draws out a deep sigh from Oria. Fine, but if they yell at us, this is all your fault, she accuses, and it just earns a nod from Artemis. She goes over to the built-in closet and started rummaging through it. They should have a set of clothes in here, Artemis grumbles, and finally finds a set of leggings, boots, and tunic. She slips them on and marches right out the door, with Oria scrambling to keep up with her stride. Where are you going? The Omega huffs, and feels a twinge of disappointment when Artemis doesn't even spare her a glance. I have my daily duties to attend to. You're more than welcome to join me, but I will not wait for you. Way to just randomly flip personalities on us. Like, I understand that Artemis has to put on a certain personality for her work, but this was jarring. It stung slightly, but Oria knew that was just how she was supposed to behave. She's giving you an opportunity to escape. Take it, the voice in her head whispers, but she just pushes it down. Sounds good. What's first? Execute the death sentence criminals, starting with the alphas. It made Oria stop in her tracks. What? She squawked and ran to catch back up with her. You heard me, Artemis says shortly. But don't you have an executioner for that? I am the executioner. As the High General in Lupa de Sangue, that's my job. That doesn't make sense, and why the sudden change of attitude? The sudden change is me realizing I have 3 days of work to do, and of course it won't make sense to you since you're from Sonnenschein. The remark slightly stung, but it was understandable. They had 2 completely different cultures, so it was about time that she messed up on something. Ugh. I would have liked this kind of interaction earlier in the story, and before the 2 bonded and accepted each other. Heavy air quotes. Something like this could have created tension when Oria first got to the castle, and she was still really hostile to Artemis. Artemis spending time trying to get Oria to lighten up a bit, but then the 2 have to do some royal duties since they'll be taking over, and Oria gets to see this much colder, harsher side of Artemis, and it just reaffirms Oria's belief that alphas are evil. I'm having a real hard time figuring out your thought process when it comes to the order of events in this story. If that's the case, then tell me at least what crimes you're killing them for. Rape, treason, and murder. They're capital crimes in Blarshny and deserve execution. But that still doesn't mean you should do it yourself. Don't touch me! Even though she wasn't hurt physically, Oria felt pain in her wrist. She didn't even know she reached out to touch Artemis. Look, Oria, I've shown you who a small part of me is, but that doesn't mean that's who I am as a whole. You are in Blarshny now. You are now a Blarshny wolf and the future queen. You need to respect our ways and allow me to do my work. I will not force you to come with me and watch me work. That is not what we do. But if you want to follow me anyways, you're more than welcome. It infuriated Oria to say the least, but it lessened the blow to know that Artemis didn't think of her as property. You are now a Blarshny wolf and the future queen, not you are now a Blarshny Omega and my future wife. But why am I not happy the alphas are being executed? I should. It's less alphas in the world, fewer monsters. New drinking game idea. Take a shot every time Oria brings up her hatred of alphas. Maybe if we're lucky, we'll all die of alcohol poisoning and we won't have to deal with this shit anymore. Realizing she lagged behind, Oria ran up to Artemis. Okay, fair enough. So tell me what I can do paper-wise. I could do the office stuff of what you need to do. Oria didn't know why she was offering. She didn't know the first thing about Blarshny customs, so how did she expect to do the legislator side of Artemis's work? Fine, there's probably some petitions you'll need to look at and probably some bills that will either need a veto or pass. Lydia could show you to my study, Artemis says shortly, and once they get to a branch in the hallway, she spins around,
grabs Oria by the hand, and presses a light but passionate kiss to Oria's lips. When she pulls away, her eyes were soft, apologetic. We have dinner tonight with the Sigmas and other generals, so if you have the time, Lydia can take you to the tailor to get a nice winter dress since it'll be outside, she says softly before walking off. Blushing, Oria walks off, meeting up with Lydia, who just raised a suggestive eyebrow at her, which she ignored. The two talk until they reach a grand set of oak doors. The moment Oria steps in, she can't help but let her mind cloud with the scent of Artemis. She sits down and looks at all the papers on her desk before pulling out a pen. This felt kinda pointless. It was just more of the characters completely switching personalities on us because it's convenient for the plot. I don't feel connected or really like any of the characters. All of them are fucking annoying and I just can't stand any of them. I hate them all and I want them all to die, so I never have to deal with them ever again. That's not really the feeling you want to invoke in people with your romance story. We are almost done. We have 4 more chapters to get through and then we can forget about this story for a good long while. Chapter 19. Okay, so this chapter starts off with Artemis executing inmates and explaining their crimes and what their execution is going to be like. The whole first half of this chapter is just pointless nonsense, and honestly, it gives really icky vibes, but I can't 100% place why. But be warned going in, it's a lot of pointless violence and gore. When Artemis got to death row, all she could think of was how well Oria's lips fit on hers. Now's not the time to be a hormonal teenager again, Artemis scolds herself before stripping her rings and placing them in a small basket. Starting the chapter out like this was really unnecessary. We get it. They're lesbians. You don't need to remind us every other sentence, bro. Taking a deep breath, she feels the weight of her daily armor comforting on her shoulders. The Alpha walks out to the execution platform where she sees the entire army staring back at her. These people, Artemis's voice booms, startling herself, are about to be executed. They are here on this dais for not just treason against me, but treason against the people of this pack, against the Omegas who work hard in the bakeries and homes, against the fathers and mothers who devote their time and energy to this kingdom. The crowd cheers louder after every point delivered, and it further helps Artemis zone in. These wolves are on this dais for the murder and rape of not just alphas in the palace, but omegas in the towns. Okay. So this whole speech feels really flat. I don't know how to describe how this portion is making me feel, but I don't like it. It just doesn't sound or feel right. Also, you use the word dais, but a dais is a platform meant for honored guests or royalty. So you unintentionally made it sound like these prisoners are being honored. It takes a Google search to learn what the platform used for executions are called. It's a scaffold. At this point, the screams were deafening, but Artemis knew she had to control them before they get out of hand. But this is not the time to celebrate the death of our packmates. This is the time to be somber, because our packmates have made the choice to do something this despicable. The shouting died down, and finally all the inmates get lined up. Those of you charged with rape, I will castrate you and snap your necks at the end. Those charged with treason against the crown, I will slit your throats. And those charged with murder, I will gouge out your eyes and behead you after the rape sentences are carried out, Artemis declares before picking up a Bowie knife. The Alpha feels the serrated edge with a sadistic glee and walks over to a man with a gold tag. Ugh. Something about these execution methods are also rubbing me the wrong way. I went to my Discord server to ask how they felt about this, because all I know is my brain is screaming, but I can't seem to pinpoint why it's screaming. And this is one of the responses I got. This doesn't feel like justice based on their crimes. It seems some punishments are harsher based on hierarchy and what they do against those of higher power. Unless those who were hurt by their actions were asked, and it could be that it's a public execution, while the people who are wronged don't get to say anything to get their justice or have the chance to do it themselves.
Oh my god, I just realized something. So let's go back to the previous chapter real quick. No one from Blarshni, but you nearly killed Tuglas, her mother says with a slight smile in her tone. I'm proud you were able. Why didn't she kill him? He deserved it. Everything went quiet after that. Artemis, I understand that he betrayed and tortured you, but that doesn't mean he deserves to die. He deserves to die for all the women he's harassed, for all the pups he's left fatherless, and for all the Omegas he left on the streets to die after using them to an inch of their life. I'm just a drop in his ocean of pain. It was said with such venom that the Mother Omega nearly thought it was Diana talking. So, let me get this fucking straight. It's totally okay for Tuglas to abuse women in any way he sees fit. He doesn't deserve to die because he's beaten, sexually assaulted, and nearly killed many, many others, and Artemis has been made out to be the bad guy because she nearly killed him. Now let's go back to another chapter. If that's the case, then tell me at least what crimes you're killing them for. Rape, treason, and murder. They're capital crimes in Blarshni and deserve execution. So you're telling me that all of these other people are deserving of torture and death for their crimes of rape, treason, and murder, but Tuglas gets a fucking pass and our main character is punished for nearly killing him? Alright, the next few chapters is just pointless gore. I'll read it, but if you want to skip it, you can. I'll put a timestamp or something on screen so you can move past this section, because it really doesn't add anything. It's just here because reasons. Don't think about this. Just do it and get over it. You can't touch Aurea until your hands are cleaned. Almost instantly, Artemis had thrown her arm to the side with a strong flick. A second later, blood spurts out from the man's neck and he slumps over. She wanted to bask in the crimson liquid, to taste it, but she forced herself to move on and perform the same thing on all of the people marked in gold. By then, the blood had turned her once navy uniform a deep purple, and the dais on which she stood on run red. Artemis then grabbed a small, thin blade and went to all the men marked in pink, grabbed their parts, and slashed while looking at them in the eye. Their cries echoed over the silent crowd, and as those in pink writhe on the ground, Artemis goes to those marked in blue, grabs them by the hair, and digs the blade deep into their eye socket. Feeling the knife slice clean through something in the back, Artemis pops their eye out and let it roll, savoring the screams of agony. Make them kiss the ground you walk on. Show them you are not to be messed with, the voice in her head whispers as she starts kicking the dead off the ledge and into the chasm below. Steal your mind. Don't let her get you, Artemis chants to herself as she goes back to the castrated prisoners. Going up behind them, Artemis secures her hands on the sides of their heads and wrenches them to the side, not even flinching at the sharp snap that ricochets not long after. Then, as soon as she gets to the murdered, she switched her blade to a big, intricately engraved silver scythe, the pride of Blarshni. You will take your punishment with honor. You were born a Blarshni wolf, and you will die like one, Artemis decrees before bringing her blade down on their necks. Okay, the pointless gore is over. Rejoice. As soon as the executions were carried out, Artemis quickly switches into a fresh set of armor before slipping her rings on. Her hand lingered on the recent addition. It brought warmth into her heart and caused a blossom of pink across her cheeks. I'm thankful she wants to help out, Artemis thinks happily as she leaves the prison wing. She had to trek into the rose garden to get back to the palace, so the alpha decided to go to the yellow and pink bushes and plucked a chameleon rose. Without paying attention, Artemis accidentally nicks her finger on one of the thorns, blood oozing out of it. Cursing under her breath, the woman heads to the gardening shed to get a wrap. I wonder what Aurea's up to. There was a lot of stuff I didn't want to do that's piled up over the weeks. Her lips tingled at the thought of Aurea and she quickly shook her head. You're like a little kid with a crush, Artemis scolds herself, but feels her eyes well at the thought of childhood. The constant tone shifts are very tiring, especially in these last few chapters. I feel like I can't breathe because you're constantly changing the tone of the story. Like we go from mindless gore and Artemis enjoying killing people to her giggling and kicking her feet over Oria in just a few sentences. She gets up and heads back to the garden, rose in hand and finger wrapped up. The moment she steps onto palace grounds, Aiden catches up to her in slacks and his hair tousled and carefree for once. Did you get a dress for tonight? My dad said she expects you to show up in war armor, and I'm ready for you to put him in his place, Aiden babbles, while walking in circles around his close friend. Artemis cracks a small smile at him in his energy. I'm probably gonna wear that dress from Aliana's blood ceremony. No! Aiden interrupts her. You have a perfect body, a perfect girlfriend. There should be no reason why you should hide it, he exclaims and grabs her hand. As your best friend, it is my job to make sure you look like an absolute feast and make sure it still leaves room for a certain fruit, he lectures with a wink, making the female blush. So what do you have in mind, she asks him as he starts dragging her away. My sister has this dress that she can't wear anymore because she just had a pup, but it would look so good on you, he rambles. It is a mermaid dress, so I don't know if it'll fit your thighs, but it's so pretty and it'd complement yours and Lady Oria's skin tones perfectly. His excitement was contagious and she couldn't help but laugh. Lead the way, Aiden. Brother, what are we doing? You really should have had this last half of the chapter as a new chapter. Separate the two different tones into two different chapters. So we get one chapter about Artemis going about doing her work and the things that are involved and how she has to act during all of this and how people treat her. And then the next chapter is her after all of this and getting ready for the dinner she has to attend. Because having these tone shifts in the same chapter is jarring and doesn't make for a pleasant read. I feel like I'm on one of those roller coasters that jerk you around constantly. There is no break, my head is spinning, and I'm not having fun. Chapter 20. Okay, so the first half of this chapter is a lot of heavy petting. Which, I'm no prude, but having read so much about these two characters and how they act and treat each other, mostly how Oria treats Artemis, I can't help but feel grossed out by the first half of this story. So if you want to skip, feel free. It's all just pointless, almost porn. I'll try to read through it, but if I start going blah 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 more weird stuff, don't be surprised. I'm already pretty fed up with the contents of this story and I'm finding it harder and harder to care about staying consistent with reading this all out. Oria woke up to soft hands picking her up gently. Startled, she thrashes, but the moment she gets a smell of who's picking her up, she relaxes immediately. It's just me, Princess, Artemis whispers as she sits down, settling Oria on her lap. Go back to sleep. I didn't mean to wake you, she says in a soft, husky voice. Unable to resist, Oria turns to reach Artemis and kisses her. I finished your work a little while ago, she whispers against the alpha's lips. Oria situates her body to face Artemis and was met with the reddish-pink eyes of her soulmate, filled with care and love. Artemis's hands glide up to her waist and into her hair, and at first Oria flinches with memories of the nightmare. But then she relaxes when they stay there, no pressure or malice behind them. May I? Artemis asks, and even though Oria nods, Artemis doesn't move. The Omega looks up at the giant, confused. What are you doing? Waiting for you to tell me yes verbally. It was a small gesture, but it meant the world to Oria. Yes, the Omega breathes out, and almost instantly her Alpha's lips were back on hers. This time, though, there was something different about it. The Alpha's lips were moving hungrily against the Omega's, as if she was trying to devour her. But that was all Artemis was doing, passionately kissing Oria with a hand in her hair and a hand on her waist. As much as Oria appreciated it, and as much as she hated herself for it, she craved more. Sliding her hands around Artemis's neck, Oria reluctantly breaks the kiss. You can do more, Artemis. You have my permission to, Oria gasps out and notices Artemis still. And we have more of Oria being wishy-washy as per usual, which is a lot more concerning when they're having a clearly intimate moment like this. And considering how back and forth Oria has been and continues to be, it has me seriously worried she's going to look back at this and claim Artemis essayed her. I don't think the average reader would come to this conclusion when reading this story, but it is still a conclusion people could come to, and that's not really something you want your readers worry about with your main couple in your romance book.
Are you sure? She asked seriously while making sure that Oria was looking at her dead in the eyes. The woman could smell the need on each other's scent. It was heavy and almost smothering, but a fast-acting aphrodisiac. Trying to clear her mind to respond honestly, Oria nods. I am sure of it. Go as far as you want, Oria says, but it comes out as more of a whine. Ugh. Artemis gulps, and just as Oria is about to scold her for not doing anything, she feels those hungry lips on her once more. Ugh. Oria lets out a gasp, yet pulls her body closer to the woman. It burned at Artemis's touch and yearned for more, and Oria had to guess that the woman could tell because her arms wrapped around her lower back and cradled her head. Artemis was pulling Oria closer to her. Her lips started to part at the kiss, becoming something more. Oria didn't think much of it until she felt a soft nibble on her bottom lip and Artemis looking at her with a cheeky look. Blushing, Oria closed her eyes and relaxed, letting Artemis take control fully. The alpha's hand slid down to her hips as Oria parts her swollen lips. That was almost a tongue twister. That almost tripped me up so bad. Okay. Not even a moment later, Artemis's tongue, no. See, I can't take this seriously. The drew a whimper from Oria, blah, blah, blah. Heat was turning into fire. At this point, her alpha's hand started to slowly work up her shirt. The alpha, Oria whimpers in desperation as Artemis's hands, burning skinned woman devouring prey, blah, 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 blah. No, I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can continue reading this. Thankfully, it's almost over. There's only three sentences. No, 2 sentences. And then, Oria woke up with a start. Her face flushed, sweat dripping down her brow, and drool coating her chin. Because of course it was all a dream. Of course it was. We can't have any real-life, meaningful moments between these two characters. No, they all gotta be dreams. All of them. I'm exaggerating, but you get the point. The only difference was the blanket that covered her. It was a dark gray with what looked like silver epaulets. Wait, epaulets? I don't think I'm saying that right anymore. I'm too tired to care to go look up the proper pronunciation. I'm officially fed up. I don't care anymore. The realization startled Oria, and she looks around to see Artemis sitting in a chair with a book in hand, her deep blue armor missing something silver. The alpha looks up with slightly red cheeks, but her face was impassive. I see you woke up. I was getting worried since you kept whimpering in your sleep, Artemis says flatly, making it obvious that's not the only thing Oria did in her sleep, but was saving her the embarrassment. Ah, I see, Oria stutters out while pulling the blanket tighter around her. I didn't have any blankets around, so I covered you with my cloak. Hope you don't mind, Artemis confesses, and instinctively the younger takes a sniff of the fabric. Instantly, she calms down and feels her limbs relax. When's dinner? She asks the other as she puts the book up. In a few hours, but I wanted to take you to the tailor since Lydia has a mating ceremony to go to. Oria nods and notices that Artemis is walking closer. Memories of the dream slip into her mind and turns the girl into a beetroot. But then she notices something she hasn't felt in a while. Artemis, why can't I feel what you're feeling anymore? It was a question completely out of left field, and Oria saw a flicker of emotion on her face. I cut off the link. I don't want you to suffer through what's in my head. Don't worry, I can't feel your emotions either, Artemis explains, helping Oria out of the chair. Oria stares at Artemis's lips and feels her cheeks hit up. Excuse me? Since when did those two share a link? Since when could they feel each other's emotions? I know that's like a common thing in these Omegaverse stories, but usually a link has to be established, and we've had zero indication that Oria was feeling what Artemis was feeling, or vice versa. Honestly, that would have been a really interesting thing to see when Diana took over Artemis's body. What was Oria feeling? How did that affect her state of mind? Like, that could have been really interesting to read about, but no. Why do you hate me? I feel like you hate me. Let's go, Artemis stutters out, and Oria has to wonder what happened for her not to take the initiative anymore. The walk to the tailor was filled with thoughts that Oria wasn't proud of. Thoughts that belittled herself and Artemis. But other than that, the walk was silent. The main thing that was bothering Oria was the fact that Artemis refused to touch her. When they arrived at the door, covered in buttons and dangling sewing needles, Oria opens her mouth to say something, but gets cut off as the door opens. An elderly man appears in the door with a measuring tape around his neck. Artemis, I'm so glad to see you. Your speech at today's executions was quite amazing, but I wasn't expecting you to castrate them, the man rambles, and Oria notices a slight stiffness in Artemis's shoulders. Does she not like talking about this stuff around me? Oria thinks as she follows... I just realized you typed Oria twice right here. Oria thinks as she follows Oria inside. Yes, she followed herself inside. But if that's your definition of amazing, I would hate to see the clothes you make, good random old man, sir. Who is this beauty? The man suddenly inquires and scuffles closer to the Omega. The old man smelt like honey and cheese, but had a slightly off twinge to it, like the cheese and honey don't pair well together. But the one thing that put Oria off about him was his skin color. Unlike other Blarshni wolves, instead of stark white skin, the elder had ebony flesh that looked like it had seen years of sun. She's gorgeous, my lady. It smells sweet, too. She reminds me of my Luna daughter. Smells like her, too, he says wistfully, causing Oria to flush slightly. Artemis hides her melancholic grin. We'll get you back home soon, Rigel, I promise, Artemis says with certainty, but the name makes the gears in her head turn. Well, I'm not going to keep this lovely lady waiting with my life story, so how about we get her measured and get dressed? The subject change was subtle but obvious to Artemis. The Alpha takes a seat and pulls out a cloth. I'll be here, Oria. You're in good hands, Artemis reassures as Oria heads to the back. Yeah, I think my brain is finally shutting off. I have like 0 things to say about this. I'm so close to being done. All I want to do is speed run the last 2 chapters so I can give my final thoughts and be done with this mess. Chapter 21. When Oria steps back out in her dress, Artemis could have sworn she met her soulmate. Again. The woman was in a deep blue gown with off-the-shoulder bell sleeves, a silver belt, and a mesh-like fabric over the bells, and skirt that made it look like there's actual stars on the dress. Not even realizing she dropped a ring on the cloth, Oria walks, but it looks more like floats, over to pick it up. You'll swallow bugs with your mouth open like that, Oria chimes and lightly closes her mouth. Is this okay for your event tonight, my lady? Rigel asks while making sure all the measurements were correct. Hey, isn't this supposed to be a warm winter dress? This doesn't sound very warm. When I think winter dress, I think furs, long sleeves, thick fabric, maybe a fancy cloak, not off-the-shoulder bell sleeves and mesh. Don't ask me, ask Oria, Artemis stutters and nervously scratches her neck. Noticing she dropped the ring, Artemis picks it up and Rigel turns his attention to the Omega. Does this dress suffice? He asks as she nods with a giddy smile. He nods to her and steps back. Change out of it and I'll fine-tune it before sending it up to your room. Send it to mine. Her room is still being repaired after the incident, Artemis interrupts, setting her ring back in its spot. Ah, okay. You need it before 6, correct? Yes, but I trust you'll send it up before then. Rigel gives a stiff nod and ushers Oria into the back. Artemis lets out a sigh when they leave the room and stares at her hands. Can I touch her after today? She asks herself, with her brain showing her hands painted crimson and dripping onto the marble floor. Oh, you can touch her, but you'll show her what it means to be a true alpha. You'll make her yours whether she likes it or not. Why? Literally, why? So I was right. Did you seriously just add in this curse to have Artemis assault or nearly assault Oria but have it be okay because it wasn't actually Artemis but the super evil bad curse? What made you think this was a good idea? I've asked it once, but I shall ask it again. What is it with you and sexual assault, bro? Artemis's reluctance to touch Oria after having carried out so many executions would be really interesting conflict for her to deal with. She wants to hold her soulmate, but also doesn't want to because she just, killed a bunch of people. It could have been something established from the start, actually, that Artemis doesn't want to dirty Oria by being intimate with her because she sees herself as a monster. That would have been really interesting. But you didn't need to add in the fucking rapist bullshit onto it. Artemis digs her knuckles into her arms, shutting off Diana. Did I forget the pills? I don't think I did, Artemis thinks in a panic, not noticing the blood trickling down her arm from a cut her rings gave her. Ready to go? Artemis hears Aurea say, and she looks up at her. Yeah, let's go, Artemis stutters out and stands up. Aurea grabs her hand and it makes Artemis jump. If you're anxious about touching me after today, don't worry about it. I've been touched by dirtier hands than yours, Aurea whispers as they leave, and it helps settle her mind. Thank you, Aurea, Artemis whispers, and they walk back to the Alpha's room in silence. As soon as they reach the room, Artemis turns Aurea around and fits their lips together for what felt like the first time in ages. The Alpha's hands grab her waist firmly and bring her closer with the hunger starting to grace their kiss. Aurea's hands slide up to her neck and a whimper escapes her. Reluctantly, Artemis pulls back and takes a deep breath. Glad to see that conflict solved in 142 words. Why must you solve all possible interesting conflicts within the same chapter they're introduced? This is as bad as a hybrid wolf rejected, but at least HWR didn't have sexual assault every other chapter. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that, but... Artemis, you're panicking. Stop, Aurea snaps, and it makes her shut up. Yes, I did panic for a moment, but it was okay. I know you were waiting for my permission to look at me, so don't worry. Almost as soon as Aurea confirms it, Artemis latches back on with a softer, but nonetheless passionate hunger. The Alpha easily picks her up into her arms and brings her flush, not even realizing hot tears are streaming down her face. We really should start getting ready, Aurea gasps in between kisses, with her thoughts split in two. I guess, Artemis mumbles deeply, with reluctance to let go. Aren't I heavy? Aurea asks after a long connection between their mouths. It just dawned on both of them that Artemis has been holding her up for at least 5 minutes at that point. Breathing heavily from lack of air, Artemis smiles and lets out an airy laugh. No, I actually forgot I was holding you up, to be honest. You're super light, Artemis whispers hoarsely, and to prove her point, she easily swings her into her arms as if she was a bride. Aurea blushes and hits Artemis's chest. Don't scare me like that, she whines into her shirt, making the older laugh. Why are we suddenly so domestic? We've barely been with each other for a month. It made Artemis still because she never actually thought about it. Thinking, she gently sets Aurea down on the bed and lies down next to her. Mainly because of this, Artemis says and places a kiss on her wrist right over their mark. But also because you're smart, cute, and probably needing some validation, Artemis explains, and her head nestles in the crook of Aurea's neck while taking a deep breath. Aurea stiffens. This story should have been so much longer. The chapter should have been longer as well. This was so short and so rushed. I totally get writing is hard and getting everything to flow properly is hard, but this is at a point where I'm just convinced you put next to zero effort into writing this story. What do you mean? Aurea, I have faced more than hundreds of people in both battle and politics. I've trained my whole life to read people, and what you think is you putting up a wall to me is actually telling me more than what you can ever believe. I know you have secrets that I won't ask about yet, but I could tell from how sad and old your eyes are that you haven't been cared for. You've been thrown aside and raised in a toxic environment. The fact that Artemis was speaking the truth made Aurea even more stiff. She feels the Alpha shift her weight over her and feels a hand gently brushing away her hair. But if you let me, I could heal that pain. I can help you feel loved and cared for, and not in the way people rumor me to be. I won't bed you if you're not ready, and if you never want to, I will never force it. As Artemis spoke, her lips trailed slowly down Aurea's neck and pressing soft kisses to it. She never let her teeth get anywhere near her flesh. The Omega felt her face heat up and her muscles relax as she hears the sincerity in her lover's voice. Just know that no matter what you do, soulmate or not, I will never leave you. Whatever you tell me, I will accept it and will not change how I view you. At this point, Artemis was kissing all over Aurea's collarbone, but not moving any lower. So you promise not to freak out when I tell you something? Aurea asks breathlessly. She was beyond nervous at how Artemis would react. I vow on my life, Artemis murmurs. I'm not gay.
What the fuck do you mean you're not gay? What kind of stupid-ass plot twist is this shit?
No, we're moving on to the final chapter, which is only 360 words, by the way. It was never finished. Let's see if we get any sort of explanation as to why the author is just randomly adding in Aurea not being gay. Part 3. Acceptance. Chapter 22. Aurea could see the shock in Artemis's eyes. Her lips almost instantly leave her body and she looks away in shame. I cannot begin to apologize for forcing you to kiss me. If I knew, I wouldn't have even thought of suggesting we sleep in the same bed. I am utterly mortified I made you uncomfortable. Artemis, look at me. The Alpha looks at her with guilty eyes and it shatters Oria's heart. You didn't make me uncomfortable. I think at least. I'm actually bi-curious. I always thought I was straight because my family looks down on same-sex couples. Then what was the point of having Oria say she's not gay? What was the point? Why are we throwing in random-ass plot twists only to take them back like several seconds later? And why are we just now adding in that Oria is having problems with her sexual identity? Why wasn't this introduced at the start of the fucking story? This would have been a much better plot than whatever the fuck you have written here. A character struggling being soulmates with a woman when they themselves are a woman because her family conditioned her to believe that's wrong? That would have been great! Artemis looks at her for a while and cautiously reaches out for her, not sure if it's okay to touch. So they wouldn't approve of us? Artemis asks as her Omega sits on her lap and caresses her cheek. No, but I stopped caring about what they thought ages ago, Oria confesses, and when she catches Artemis staring at her lips, she can't help but smile. Yes, you can continue, Oria confirms with a laugh in her voice. Instantly, Artemis rejoins them and lets out a sigh, just as Oria starts to unbutton the Alpha's shirt. A knock at the door startles them both to the floor. Lady Artemis, Rigel calls out, and Artemis lets out a sigh. You may come in, she announces as she helps the shorter woman up. The old man comes in with a slightly red face and dress in hand. Here is Lady Oria's dress, he says, and they nod. Thank you, Rigel. You may go. Artemis dismisses him without taking her eyes off Oria. Rigel leaves, and almost instantly Artemis takes her wrists in her hands. If you wish, I may continue where we left off after dinner, Artemis almost growls. Oria gulps as her mind runs with memories of her dream and what the fictional idea did to her. She nods and notices a smirk play on Artemis's lips. Oh, and to repay your secret, here's one of mine, Artemis says, and turns to look at her with a sadistic yet depressed glint. I destroyed all those packs around Sonnenschein all because your parents paid me. Excuse me, what? I beg your finest fucking pardon? What was the point of that? Why are you just throwing in random shit into the story to make a plot twist? And why couldn't we have learned about this organically? Like, soulmate or not, I don't think it's a good idea to tell anyone you destroyed a bunch of packs around Sonnenschein. And isn't Artemis supposed to be a good guy? And isn't it a whole ass thing that Artemis, being the Lupa de Sangue, can't harm innocents? So why the fuck would she take money from Sonnenschein to destroy a bunch of packs around the territory for seemingly no reason? Not to mention one of those packs being her mother's pack of origin. You think you're writing in good, interesting plot twists, but you're not. You are completely abandoning character beliefs and logic in an attempt to write in drama for your story, but it doesn't make any sense. And when you do have something that could be interesting, it's either introduced way too late into the story to matter, or it's completely forgotten about within the next line of the story. Okay, I need to take 5. I'm gonna go grab some coffee, scream, and then we'll do final thoughts. Alright, I'm back. Now where the hell do I start? I guess let's start with Artemis's curse. It's dumb. It literally serves no purpose. You say that the curse makes her super dangerous, but in reality, the curse is no more dangerous than Artemis normally is. It's apparently this big, huge problem, so much so that she has to drug herself in an attempt to keep the curse down. But up until she meets Oria, she hasn't been taking her pills, and she's been fine the whole time. The curse is mentioned a few times throughout the story, but it only actually made itself known twice, and that's not counting dream sequences. You think something that important would have a constant effect on our main character, but it really doesn't. Now that I'm thinking about it more, it feels like you wanted to give your character a personality disorder like DID,
but didn't want to do research on how DID worked. So you just kind of referenced how Hollywood writes the disorder with the super evil personality thing they like to do, when that's not how the disorder works at all. And you just sound ableist, honestly. Especially when the worst thing this curse has done is say Artemis should force herself on Aurea. Do we see how that's icky? And again, the reason Artemis got cursed in the first place is really victim blamey. She got cursed to have this super evil second personality because she failed to keep her friends safe when they got ambushed and attacked. It just doesn't make sense. Like, why are we punishing our main character for something that was wildly out of her control? Curses tend to be punishments for wrongdoings. Unless the god in this story is just super unjust and cruel for the funnies. But that's not the case here. It's implied Artemis did something wrong in this situation when she didn't. And the way to break the curse is also really ridiculous. Her soulmate has to forgive her for every bad thing she's ever done? Really? I get you couldn't have gone with the true love's first kiss trope considering you have these two sucking each other's faces every other sentence. But it honestly would have been a much better solution to break the curse. Aurea's hatred for alphas, making her very against being near Artemis, let alone kissing her, and Artemis could be written to be reluctant to touch anyone, not only because of her curse, but because of her title as Lupa de Sangue. She sees herself as a monster and has a very hard time allowing others to be close to her, especially someone as important as her soulmate. This could have built some actual tension in the story instead of whatever it is you were doing here. And speaking of the Lupa de Sangue, what does that even mean? I know it said that she's the ultimate killing machine, but what real purpose does the Lupa de Sangue hold? What is this person who is dubbed this supposed to represent? Supposed to do? And another thing, what are the four great minds? We know Artemis is the great mind of war and torture, and Aurea is apparently the great mind of something. But what are they? What do they do? What is their significance in this society? You've got a really bad habit of adding in all these little things but never elaborating on any of them. You never show or tell us what these things mean or do, or what their purpose even is. Like the doors. Alright, now we get to talk about all the weird random bullshit thrown into the story that's just never mentioned again. Let's start with those goddamn doors. They are mentioned in the first chapter and then never again. They add literally nothing to the story. If you wanted doors that match the color of their soulmate's soul, then you didn't need to add magic doors. All that was needed was have it be a tradition for Blair Schneewolves to paint their doors their soul color and their soulmate's color. A simple, easy fix. But speaking of the soulmate's colors and stuff, that was also a pointless thing to add. It's, again, mentioned once and then never really again. It says that everyone sees the world in only one color until they meet their soulmate, which I feel like would have more of an effect on the characters when they get to see other colors for the first time. And that leads us to Artemis not being able to see her soulmate's soul color in the first place. Which doesn't make sense because everyone else can see the color just fine thanks to the damn door, and Artemis isn't colorblind because she talks about other colors later in the story after she meets Aurea. Do we see how quickly that became a jumbled mess? You added the doors so Artemis would know what her soulmate's color was despite not being able to see it herself, but there was literally no reason for Artemis to not be able to see Aurea's color. It just doesn't really make sense. I feel like you wanted the drama of Artemis not being able to see her soulmate's color, but also didn't want that drama because you added the doors. And then it didn't even matter because she met Aurea like literally the next chapter. What would have been a lot better drama for the story was had Artemis grown up believing she had no soulmate because her world is completely colorless unlike everybody else's. I think that would have had a bigger impact for her upon meeting Aurea, but then again, there was really no reason to add in the soulmate color thing because you're writing an Omegaverse story. This genre already has a soulmate factor, fated mates, which they find through smell. You really didn't need to complicate things by adding in soul colors and stuff. Here are some other things you added in that just make the story more complicated for no reason. Pure alphas and pure betas. Rank switches. The Great Minds, which I already mentioned, but I feel like I need to mention them again. The Lupa de Sangre. Again, already mentioned, but I feel like it needs to be mentioned again. Aurea not being gay. Artemis apparently wiping out several packs because Aurea's parents paid her, even though it's apparently against the Lupa de Sangre's code to not harm innocent people. Aurea's parents not being aware that Artemis is a woman when they agreed to an arranged marriage. Aurea being related to Apollo. There's just a bunch of things that are added in that are never expanded on or just don't make sense and serve no real purpose in this story. Like, pure alphas and pure betas and rank switching. Like, it's only mentioned 3 times total, I think, but it's never explained what exactly any of this means. What makes a pure alpha and pure beta? What happens to a wolf when they go through a rank switch? It's never explained, it's just added in and then never expanded on. And it gets really frustrating when you do this so much. Aurea announcing to Artemis that she's not gay, only to take it back literally the next chapter, is so unbelievably dumb. Her not being gay and struggling with her sexuality would have been really good for the start of the story, but not near the end, after she's already had several intense makeout sessions with Artemis and even started having wet dreams about her. Like, your order of events are off. There's a lot off about this story, like Aurea believing Artemis is the one who killed her brother Apollo. This information we learn way later in the story, but in the bio we learn who Apollo is and how he dies. And he is a human boy, which how he is human but related to Aurea, don't know, you should explain that. That for some reason was in Blashny, despite being a Sonnenschein royal, and he died during a blood moon ceremony where Blashny was jumped by humans, and he just died in the crossfire. So when it's revealed that he was apparently Aurea's brother, and his death is a good part of the reason why she hates alphas, because she believed Artemis, her soulmate and betrothed, killed her brother. It just ruins any interactions Artemis and Aurea had up until that point, because you'd think Aurea would be significantly more hostile towards the woman who she thinks murdered her brother, but no. She still allows Artemis to touch and kiss her basically all the time, and it's very, very frustrating because that's realistically not how someone would act towards the person they think murdered their family member, soulmate or not. Characters are constantly going against previously established beliefs or personalities, not because they've had any character development, but because it's more convenient for the plot in that point in time. This happens the most with Aurea. She's constantly, and I mean constantly, going against her whole I hate alphas thing, and her constant back and forth with hating Artemis and not hating Artemis is so tiring. But the biggest thing is the constant use of sexual assault in this story. You just need to get rid of all of it. Every instance of sexual assault that happens in this story needs to go. Tuglas forcing himself on Artemis for 2 weeks straight, Artemis ordering the sexual assault of 2 men, Dream Artemis forcing herself on Aurea, Artemis's curse saying she's going to force herself on Aurea. All of it needs to go. It adds nothing to the story, especially when you are constantly victim blaming your characters. Mainly Artemis. Artemis is constantly being punished and ridiculed for things that are not her fault, or she's made to feel like a bad person for hating the man who forced himself on her for 2 weeks. It's beyond infuriating, and it all just needs to go. There's no point. It serves no purpose. It was all just added in for drama, and that's not what sexual assault should be used for. Alright, I think that's the basics. I'm sure I'm missing a few things, but I'm genuinely so tired and fed up with this story, I can't think straight anymore. Final verdict? I see the ideas. I see the vision. I really do. But most of this needs to be scrapped, and you just need to completely rework the story. Because as it is right now, it's an infuriating mess. I might make a video way later going over how I personally would rework this story to not only give the author ideas if they don't know how to even start reworking this, but also for my own peace of mind. I need the things in this story to be fixed, and if I gotta be the one to do it, then I'm gonna do it. But that is it for this video. I hope you got something out of my enraged ramblings. If you like my content and want to support me, check out my Ko-fi and Patreon, which I finally put down perks for $1 Patreons. $1 a month gets you Patreon-only videos, first dibs on adopts, and discounts on adopts over $5, and a 25% discount on commissions when I'm not doing sales. Now I just have to remember my Patreon exists. You can also check out my thread list where I sell stickers and shit. Also check out all of my other social medias linked down in the description below. I have DeviantArt, Blue Sky, Unveil, Wattpad, and Artfight. I'm Yuji, and I will see you in the next video. Goodbye. I'm gonna go take a nap.